Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday on Friday. So it's Super Old Game Almost Saturday and Super Old Game Almost August, because, yeah, we're at the end of July, and, tomorrow is the start of August, so to end the month, and also as our show for this week, for your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, since we're not going to have a show tomorrow night, tonight we got one. We're going to be closing out July, and we're going to be closing out our play of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Got the Switch version up here, but of course this is going to be covering Link's Awakening as a collective, really, because I said my experience with this game goes back to 1998 with the Game Boy Color version, that being Link's Awakening DX. That is getting coverage, and that has gotten coverage in the past two parts we've done of this game. They're linked below when we edit it next week. But last time we beat the game as far as the Switch version, so what tonight's going to be is just a bit of cleanup. We're going to go through, we're going to get the rest of the figurines. We're taking another visit to the fishing hole, because some stuff I didn't show off over there. We're going to go for the rest of the heart pieces, and we'll also go for the rest of the secret seashells, and we're going to get all of the rewards that go with that. And above anything else, we're also going to show what's unique to this version, that being the Dompe's Shack quests. At first I said, I'm going to need an off-screen show for that, but no, I'm not going to need that. And then when we're done, we're going to switch over to the Game Boy Color version. I do have save states set up for the two photos in the camera shop that I did not show last time. And then we're going to fight the final boss in that version, and we're going to see the full ending, which does go to 100% with no deaths. This is going to be a bit of a loose one as far as how it's going to go, but I'm looking forward to getting ourselves going and completing my love of this terrific game. So let's get into the trendy game. We're back in Mobby Village. What we're going to do first is we're going to go around for all the figurines. I went off screen and grinded some money. I also will mention when we get to the Dompe quests, I did go off screen and grind money for one of the chamber stones. You do need this to go into that for certain things, at least for custom map making, which we'll get to that later. But these cost 1,280 rupees out of the shop in town, and since I can't steal them, or I don't know how to steal them in this version, I'm going to try again to be a thief in this one, like you can in the Game Boy and Game Boy Color originals. I was only able to get one, so I didn't get all those, I'm sorry to say, but I will show off all the challenges that Dompe has for me. And that does require you beating the game. It does require us going back into the game after we've beaten it. So, spoiler warning for last time, we did learn that, yes, Koholint Island is indeed an illusion. We did make our wish to the Windfish. He granted it. We were able to get our way back on our way to Hyrule. But also because we went through this without dying, we also got information that also was in the story, but was confirmed in the ending, which is that Marin, who's helped us ever since we got here, she played her song in front of the egg of the Windfish. She made the promise or the wish to the Windfish to be able to fly freely like a bird. And that's exactly what happened. So she was spared while the rest of the island was nothing but a memory. But it's not for this case, so this kind of retcons the whole idea. But what we're going to do in here, we're going to do a couple things. We are going to go for the figurines. The Switch version adds 10 of these. You're able to pick these up. They're based on Mario characters. And we'll put them into pedestals within Mobby Village into certain houses. There are only 10 of them. We got in a couple last time. We'll go over them as it is. We have to go back to the trendy game, of course, playing the crane game in order to get that. And also there's heart piece. We're going to go for that as well. So, hello. Yeah, welcome to the trendy game. It is 10 rupees per play, as always. The buttons move the crane. The rest is just timing. Alright, so let's get going. We'll see how this goes, because remember, this version adds physics to the crane mechanics, which didn't have on Game Boy or Game Boy Color. I actually got pretty lucky doing it while we played before. We'll see if we get lucky going on. The hardest part is going to be that heart piece because it's on a moving platform. But to start, I'm going to hit A to go to the right, to get set for cheap, and move up a little bit. I don't know if that's too much. Maybe the claw grab will hold it. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't move it, though. And you can maybe get it onto its side. But in that case, it didn't work, so... Yeah, if you do miss, it's 10 rupees down the drain, but... I got enough money, and money's not too bad of a case, at least for this. It's just those chamber stones that's a big problem as far as doing it. But I did get a couple, at least so I can show how that works. That should at least grab it. The question is it going to get to the end and get on the conveyor belt? As long as it hits the conveyor belt, as we saw before, and it can slip out of the side, although it's not... the slats are not wide enough for cheap. You're set. Now I can keep going, and I am going to keep going for that heart piece. And then what I'm going to do is going to leave and I'm going to come back in. It's worth pointing out, in order to get the figurines to appear here, you can come here after you beat each of the 8 dungeons to get each of the instruments of the sirens out of them. but one of them you do have to beat the game, so they do count the Windfish's Egg as one of those dungeons. So, what I do here is I'm going to put this here. I do have to time this. It's just you're not on a time limit. We should be set as far as this given a weight. So, there it goes. Put down there. That should maybe be enough. Hopefully, oh, it's too early. Or, just too early. But the other thing I can do is, I was hoping I could get the heart to shift off, because if it goes down into the conveyor belts over there, it won't move as much. Because the way they move, it is going to cover the whole distance, but if I can get it in there, that actually makes it a little easier. But for this, I just didn't time it right. But for this, I can do it now. That should be good enough. Perfect. But if it's going to slide out, and it looks like it might, so let's hope. You just have faith, to quote the Happy Mask salesman from Ocarina of Time. Which we did get a little bit of news in regards to the remake just today. And we're going to take our winnings and leave for now. Yeah, the Mood Strike we did play is going to come back as soon as I leave this building and come back in. We did get a little bit of news, which is that... Well, yeah, this is Cheep Cheep. Remember, it is the not flying fish from Super Mario Brothers and the heart piece. So that's one more. So we're pointing out my heart piece count is... I have 17 hearts. There's a total of 20 in this version. It's 12 on Game Boy and Game Boy Color. So that means that, looking at my total, there are 8 heart pieces I need to get, and one of the Dompe's Shack challenges gives you a heart container. And one of them also gives you a heart piece as well. So, in that case, I need to find 6 more that are not around, but we're all set. As I mentioned, the news about the Ocarina of Time remake that's coming out to Switch 2 later this year is that it did get rated by the Entertainment Software Ratings Board, and also there is a secret seashell. So we're going to talk to you. I'm going to pick it up. They rated it to E10 for ages 10 and up. It is rated E10 for its fantasy violence and animated blood. But as was indicated, the 3DS version, which also had an E10 rating to itself as well, it had a case of suggestive themes, like for sexual material, sort of. And I was asking Crescendo64 today, saying, what was the sexual material in this game? He said, probably the fairies in the fairy fountains. Having said that, it's not on this one, as far as the new one. We don't know much about it. We don't know when it's going to come out, and I just missed it. The thought is October or November. They're thinking, well, actually, the rumor mill's going up wildly. I'll talk about this, which is that there's an amiibo launch for stuff for Kirby Air Riders that's coming out on November 11th, and people have said, well, Nintendo usually releases a game on the same day, stuff like that, but that's not a Zelda thing. They're thinking that that means this is coming out on November 11th, as far as the Ocarina of Time remake, but that has not been confirmed, so we can't say yet. It also is a question people are saying, is it going to go against Grand Theft Auto 6, which it's on Switch 2. I would think Nintendo doesn't have to be afraid of that, because Grand Theft Auto 6 is not coming to Switch 2 now, or I would argue ever, personally. Whether it's a good thing or not, that depends as far as what you're about, but it's not going to come. So, in that case, it's not a case where it's going to be afraid of, losing sales or something. Also, it's remaking one of the greatest games of all time and one of the most beloved games of all time. So questions are definitely out there as far as if we could get another one of those seashells. We have 33 now, just to give a sense. And over here is a heart piece count. So in that case, I need 7 more, but also 6. Actually, technically 6 as far as the area, because then there's one in Dompe's Shack that we get, and then a heart container at the end of that. Okay, now, one thing actually I think I might need to do is I might actually need to go and place down the statues. Now, or place them down on their pedestals. Now, they're not hard to find. Just go around the houses in Mobby Village and just check what they say. Stand for something. It's for Piranha Plant. There's Goomba. We got Goomba last time, as we're in Marin and Terran's house. Basically, as long as you go to all the main homes in the area, including Ulrira's place. Let's see what he has here. This is stand for Cheep Cheep. This is it. Want to place the figurine here? You got it. Got it. And remember, Ulrira, he's the one who loves talking on the phone, but if you come here and talk to him, he says, I'm too nervous to talk in person, so please talk on the phone. Which is fair enough, but in that case, we'll take our lead. But Ulrira, you're there, and you're wondering where his wife, Grandma Ulrira, or as she's called in this version, Grandma Yahoo, she went over to Animal Village, as is the case, where she's going to be for the rest of the game. We will see her a little bit later, because I'm going to take a look at other heart pieces and things. I do have some guides just in case, but there's the next figure. It's the blooper. Actually, I want to go to something I actually didn't realize until last time. I said, wait a second, is blooper right? Is it like bloober? But it's the Mandela effect. In my case, because I always thought it was bloober for Super Mario Brothers as far as the squid, but no, it's blooper, and it always has been. In this case, just go all the way over here and hope that's gonna be enough. That might be. Well, and I pushed him. Because that's it. Okay, it fell down. So in that case, at least I get to show it falling down, but it is gonna sort of move. So it's gonna be pushed a little. So this is gonna be interesting to see. But at least, okay, it's gonna go up with the, or it's gonna try and go up there with the magic powder, but the magic powder is saying like, no, this is my platform. Or if you've ever seen the movie Finding Dory, the idea of the sea otters who are saying like, no, this is our rock, you're not gonna get onto it. That might be good enough. If I can grab it quick, there we go, got it. But, let's see, can it get out? It's pretty thick. Yeah, so he's not going out the sides. Alright, fantastic. There is Blooper. But that's his name, and I did not know for years that was the case. It says challenge again. I am going to challenge again because since I had to do this a couple times, I'm going to go get the purple rupee, which is worth 50. The red ones were 20. And this version does differentiate the rupee colors better. Not least of which because on Game Boy originally there was no color unless you put it into a Super Game Boy, and okay, good. That's the best thing you can hope for when it's just rolling in the center like that. And on Game Boy Color, they didn't have as many colors to indicate the rupee numbers. And when you got them out of the chests, they didn't have a different color. They just gave you a number. There you go. There's 50 rupees, so in that case, we do get a little more money to play. And there's Blooper, so it's not a mistake. It's like, it's not Bloober. I gotta go back as far as it sounded like, oh man, everything I knew was wrong. It's basically like the Berenstain Bears. Which I guess would be the case when we play the games based on them, which there's one on Sega Genesis. There's one on Game Gear, which is a takeoff on the Sega Genesis game, and there's also, there's the one on the Game Boy Advance that's by Namco, which I thought was really interesting. Also, I hit that tree with the Pegasus boots, and there is a fairy. Okay. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Paul's house. He does have a couple statue pedestals in here. I don't remember where Bloober is. He has the Boo, and he also has the Spiny, which we got before. Hello. Yeah, I gotta say, thanks again, yeah, for the, for the pineapples. They're also not gonna complain about the idea that I'm coming in here and destroying their pots, but actually, here's one. That's Pokey. Okay, for Super Mario World. I was looking at the kid's drawing there. Actually, that's a new detail that is not in the Game Boy or Game Boy Color games, so I do like the attention to details they add in here. That also show the idea that, yeah, you know, the kids, because they have 4 children, as it is, actually 5, I think it is now. Talk to him, Mamasha. Oh, no, they're 4 children she has, as far as it, or they both have, as is. In the case of the younger ones, maybe hear this story about the windfish and saying, yeah, what's going on with this thing? But they don't understand it completely. This is for Shy Guy, but they're not here. So I'm going to go back to a couple places. Actually, one place I didn't go. I'm going to go to Madame Meow Meow's house. Ow, sorry. Yeah, don't attack the doggy, otherwise he's going to hurt you. And Bow Wow is a dog, but he's okay. Alright, that's for Bow Wow. And there's Chow Chow. And Chow Chow is over there. She does not have another pedestal going on as far as in her side of the woods. Let's take a look, though, just because we're here. And then I'll go back to Ulrira's place. But also, I am getting a sense here about my seashell finder. Actually, I am going to go back in here, because you do get that indicated. It tells you where a secret seashell is. Also, if you go in the start menu, I didn't know this until actually a few minutes ago, you can actually turn off the sensor if you want to. But don't turn it off. It's nice. Dig right there, you get another seashell. There are 50 of these, and I hope I did not get the glitch that this game has that lets you not collect them all. And from what I understand, looking as far as the patch notes going back to this game from when it came out, back in 2019 first for the Switch remake, but then later, it's not a case where they then fixed that. I think I avoided that. As we have the dominance going with Gemini96. So good to see you tonight. We did get the stand for Blooper. I thought it was Bloober all these years. I was wrong. But it was good putting down. So good to see you tonight. We're completing The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening tonight. We're looking at the Switch remake to start because we're going for the rest of the figurines. And then we're going to do the rest of the seashells and the rest of the heart pieces. And then show off Dompe's shack. And we have to go fishing actually for part of that. And there's Shy Guy. We're back to the training game as far as this. So good to see you tonight. I know we were talking earlier with your great skills going on with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Yeah, you've been trying speedrun tactics on that. Myself, you, Crusader64, and Ack, and a lot of our friends have been having a good time, you know, going through that. Seeing your great skill going on with that, especially what you did with Bongo Bongo today. That was quite a feat, so congratulations again on that. That'll make sense. Oh, whoa! He's hanging out on a thread. Oh! That was close. Okay, I've never had to go out the back before. But if he does pop out, you can go and get him, although in this case I think I'm a little off. I think the hook is going to hit the side of him. Yeah, I'm not going to get him. Okay, in that case I'm just rolling him towards the conveyor belt. It is holding because it does say, hey, you know, if you hit the conveyor belt, that does count as going ahead. Oh, there you go. Alright, there we go, got him. We'll get him this time. Although I'm surprised he came out the back. I'm surprised he's, that the back is, wide enough for that to happen. Usually comes out the side. Oh, shit! It's worse! It went backwards. But that's also why I grinded some money. It's so good to see you. Actually, I don't know, Gemini96, what your experience with this remake is. Feel free to go into that, and also your memories on the original from Game Boy, and also the DX version from Game Boy Color. And as always, I probably should mention this, we are running this through Switch 2, because it does have... Okay, he just was sliding there. Jeez, look at that. No, we're good. We're running this to Switch 2 because it does have a patch for it, so it does run at a blocked 60 frames per second. Which it did not do on Switch 1, although it's a case where it didn't have a whole lot of frame rate hiccups. Although the ones that it did sometimes were questioned, saying that, you know, can they figure something with that? And then, Echoes of Wisdom came out a couple years after that, running on the same engine as this, and it was clear that, yeah, the Switch 1 could not handle that. That's one of those you play that on the Switch 2, in particular, if you're gonna play it. Which, in my case, I haven't played that one yet. I do still want to. And I didn't skip it because of the frame rate, but it is something that is worth indicating. That's for Piranha Plant, but Piranha Plant's not here. I believe Shy Guy is up in Mamasha and Papal's house, which is north. Also, talk to Marin. Hello, though. Also, I'm named Zelda. So, we were talking earlier saying, you know, is Zelda the case of, always getting in trouble, to which I then had to say, well, what about Echoes of Wisdom? What about, Zelda's Adventure and, Zelda Wanna Gamble on CDI? What about the Oracle games where she's not really factored in this one either, as is. Although it is implied that Marin is Zelda. Sort of. Kind of. But not really. I like the style of this game. It's nice having more buttons for items as well. Yeah, I agree with that. And she says, don't forget me, otherwise I'll never forgive you. We're not forgetting Marin. Yeah, that is the thing I love, because I love this game from Game Boy Color, but the button limitation, I understand exactly why it is. Here's Shy Guy's pedestal. Let's place him down. I understand it, but still a case of saying, talk about doing a great job with a remake, saying, okay, let's take this great game and saying, okay, now we have modern conventions for a system. What can we do to enhance on it, but also a case of saying that it sometimes is a tough balance, saying, what are you going to do to make sure that it holds to that original without seeming like, oh yeah, it's, I don't know, it feels like it's a problem for something. If it seems like, oh, it's going to make it too easy or something like that, or if it's going to negate something as, Jesus, there's the Piranha Plant. I actually never got the Piranha Plant. I never got all these. But good lord, can I even get that? Oh, I got to knock him down. Shit. Okay. Alright. Okay, this is also going to be something for AJ42. I know he loves Piranha Plant. So how am I pulling this out? That's going to be a question. But I think this is kind of interesting. I guess I got to go for the base. Yeah, I agree with you. That's also the reason Gemini96 going to the button thing, why I said I'm going to run this one primarily, but I said we're not ignoring the Game Boy Color game. We shouldn't. Oh, okay, got him by the head. Okay, that's interesting. That's quite a sight. It's like a gallows. He's hanging. I was like, no, he'll be fine. Oh, what? Oh, I've never seen this before. It's wedged in there pretty good. Wait a tick, I'll get it for you. So he's British, because they say wait a tick as far as that. Okay, does this count as a glitch compilation thing? I guess not, because the game has a failsafe for it. But still, that's hilarious. Yeah, what can you do? Something we didn't see. Where to go? Yeah, we want to play again. That is hilarious. Okay, yeah, had you ever seen that before? And for that matter, I don't know, had you gotten all the figures out of this? Actually, there's also one other thing I'm going to show out of this version, which I would be remiss if I didn't show. Because since we did beat it last time, it does unlock the, hero mode. Oh, no, you're right, you went through the hero mode on this one. I never saw that before. Yeah, me neither. That's also the benefit of, I guess, sort of doing this part blind. But as I said, okay, I was just reminded of something, which is, okay, let me grab that. Alright, thank you for wedging out my prize. I appreciate that. But I remember, right, you did play this actually in front of us with the hero, as the case. Yeah, power plant, you know, the flower that pops out from pipes. And yeah, that was unique to see that happening. So there's a never dull moment on this show, even when it's a case where I'm doing something for the purpose of a, progression. Power plant was... Alright, sorry, Kuko, you gotta go. I gotta go in their house. I think they're in here, right? Yep, right here. So right in Marin and Terrence's house. Yeah, what do they water these things with? Also, I will go around after I get all of them, and I will talk to them, because I believe they have unique dialogues. And then we'll go to the fishing hole. Because actually, I did show this in part 1, but there are things with the fishing hole that changed pretty significantly to this, including things I was not aware of. And we do have to go there for the purpose of heart pieces. Okay, there's Pokey from... Well, okay, I was gonna say Super Mario World. In fact, I did say Super Mario World earlier, but actually this is from Super Mario Brothers 2, the US version. Because it's green. It was the yellow one we saw in Super Mario World, and I guess that's fitting for this game because, same case as what we saw Wart last time, the idea is that Wart only exists in a dream unless it's the Super Mario Galaxy movie. And then he's voiced by Luis Guzman, who played that, as the game says, that prick Diaz from Grand Theft Auto Vice City and Vice City Stories. But he does do a great job as far as the voice performance in that, and also has been a character actor for years in movies like Confidence and also Anger Management, amongst others. Alright, so we did get that. So we don't have to touch it, and at least in that case it was easier coming out than the Piranha Plant. Now, Pokey is... Yeah, back over here. So I'm kind of going back and forth, and I believe you do need to go and place these things on the pedestal before you can go back. And it's worth pointing out you do need to beat each of the dungeons in order to have access to these. So, alright, here we have Pokey. Okay, this is funny, because I place Pokey there. Here he is. Each segment is detachable, even its head. Yeah, they put that by the picture, the pictures of the drawing that the kids put up of the windfish. It's like, yeah, don't go touch your picture again, otherwise you're gonna get stuck. As your Jade playing Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, which is on Switch. I actually do have that as well. It's a game that, from what I understand, had a game-breaking bug with multiplayer or two-player. Ed Wack bought it, and he was appalled when he indicated that, but I think they fixed it. I never saw it as far as how it was, to the point where I actually even deleted the game off my system to check it. Yeah, that's a fun one. That's a beat-em-up from Tribute Games, the people who made Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, wait, hold on. Shredder's Revenge. I was like, Mutant Nightmares. No. Mutant Nightmare was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. Yeah, but it's a pretty fun beat-em-up with great music by Anamanaguchi, which is an independent rock band with a lot of like video game influences. And I actually, believe it or not, did not get content-stricken or questioned when we actually previewed Scott Pilgrim vs. the World in a delisted show, because it was a case where it was on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 originally. It got delisted because of the license based on the comic series and also the movie that was out at the time. Ubisoft lost it, and then it was a case where they were able to get the license back, and then Later Run Games came around and said, okay, there's going to be a physical version so that it's held for the rest of time. And there was a sequel, Scott Pilgrim EX. I believe that came out earlier this year, but I haven't heard a thing about it. I think I'm going to ask Ed Wack about it, because I know he loves that game. It's one of his favorite beat-em-ups, particularly of that era of Xbox 360. Admittedly, I played more of Castle Crashers than that one, although it's also because I bought Castle Crashers and it was a case where Scott Pilgrim got delisted. But I bought the new one, so I do have the new one. And remember, when you're on friends list on Switch or Switch 2, it means that you could be popping up on the show, as far as... And then what I'll always do is I'll always mention, like, hey, what are they playing? And maybe what's memory? Because this is going to be pretty much a open mic night case, really, because it's pretty much just... Oh, Jesus, this is going to be a tough one to grab. It's basically just going to be that as we go along. But nice and relaxing, especially after a long work week. But we're gonna get all these things, and I don't know if this is gonna be a 5-hour show because of this. But wait, no. You know, I'm gonna wait. Alright, he's rolling around a little bit. Come on, Bow Wow. If I can get him out of the way. Yeah, Bow Wow is just, kind of... He's just spinning around. Yeah, well, it does show the physics set that they run for this. I don't know if it's like a ragdoll engine. I mean, I guess it is. And it's not something where Nintendo has explicitly stated they used a specific, tool for this. Because sometimes you run into cases where companies will say, hey, they licensed for something. For example, the Havoc engine, which we showed, Sonic 06 to start about 2 months ago now. Alright, knock him over there. Okay, that's, I think, the best I'm going to hope for, really, to start. And I also want to get the money as I go along. Because that's a case where that used it. Of course, PsyOps, the Mind Game Conspiracy, which just got re-released on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. That is an amazing, underrated game from the PlayStation 2 and Xbox era from 2004 that was published by Midway. And I was questioning that, saying, if they're re-releasing this, who has the license? Because if Midway's out of business, and they are, most of their assets were... taken by Warner Brothers. Does Warner Brothers have the rights to that? Did they go back and get the rights to that? And the answer is yes, they did. It's kind of like how Koei Tecmo went back and got the rights to Guitar Man from PlayStation 2, which they also re-released. What's the way I want to... That'll be good, I hope. Okay, I got him in the cage. Whoop, there you go. Okay, alright, my hook is kind of opening. Alright, there you go. There's Bow Wow. He took a lot of doing, but we got him. But I need to recoup my losses. Those are hearing the great remix of the music. I do love what they did as far as how they remixed the music from the original game, but then also added extra mechanics to them, or extra elements in the background. And sometimes extra verses, like we hear when we run around Mobby Village, where they had about, like, 3 or 4 verses. There we go. Now we're good for now, and I know exactly where to go here. We do need to go to Madame Meow Meow's house, which makes sense. Alright, we got money, and we got, Bow Wow. Let's see Bow Wow. Hi, Bow Wow. It's scarily realistic. Yeah, exactly. You got a good eye and a steady hand. In here, that makes you a champ, and here's the lump of rock to prove it. Oh, I might have gotten them all. It's a chamber stone. Okay, yeah, so when you get all of these, you get the chamber stone. Holding it gives you an eerie feeling. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there are I get a cut price. Thank you. No champ pays more than 5 rupees a go in my establishment. Although, remember when we had Marin come in here on our date? Okay, she was an expert, and she did that by saying, "Hey, I want to take the trendy gamester home," even though we were on the date. So make of that what you will. But he said, like, "Yeah, you're banned from this place." But in my case, he's saying, "Hey, you know, it's only 5 rupees for you," so that's nice. Alright, let's put that down. Let's also get a check and see where everything is. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go to Madame Meow Meow's house. There's the real Bow Wow. Let's put the fake Bow Wow on the stand. Hi. Yep, that's where he is. Let's talk to him. It's Bow Wow figure. Guaranteed to stay perfectly still. Unlike the real thing. There's Chow Chow. She's over there. Like, the real thing requires a lot of love, a lot of patience, and yeah, she does want her accessories, but we did give her the bow, so she seems like she's pretty happy. There's Chow Chow. He's over there, the youngest of the 3, Bow Wow, brothers and sisters. And Madame Meow Meow. Yeah, like, Bow Wow is fine, proud of his fine fur coat, which I asked is metal when we first, started this. There he is, yeah, he likes to play with us, and there is a case of that when it comes to the Game Boy Color version, which did show off before. Alright. So we're gonna go through all the houses and then we're gonna go fishing. Cheap Cheap, made with waterproof paint. Yeah, you just stick it in water and it won't fade away. Blooper, squids are the hot new thing with kids today. Okay, I guess so. And then I will also go back to training game and make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, so back in Marin and Terran's house, we have Piranha Plant, not forgetting you. It's Piranha Figure. What do they water these things with? I don't know. Yeah, it is like a fake plant as far as just the statue or the figurine. Goomba figure. It's Maker put a lot of love into sculpting the eyebrows. Yeah, because that's usually how Goomba is. He does have that look as far as him. Alright, that's good. In this case, as long as I'm going, if I make some money along the way, I'll make some money along the way. Well, right now, the only reason I would need rupees again would be to get more chamber stones out of the store, because there's about 9 of them. You do need 1,280 to get them all. I did not get them all, but we don't need them necessarily for what we're doing. Shy Guy figure. His eyes are holes, but why can't you see anything inside? I guess the idea is like, yeah, there's nothing inside. The lights are on when nobody's home, but it's like, no, that's a case of it. Spidey figure, if you had armor this hard and sharp. Well, that's also why I got the blue tunic, so I said, yeah, I get my damage cut by half. Boo figure, but it's looking you in the eye and still smiling. Usually it gets nervous and says, no, I'm gonna look away. Pokey, each segment is detachable, even the head. Okay. And then, I think that's all of them, basically. But I will go back to training game and we'll take a look as far as what we got. Ow. Because I don't know if there's anything else that we can get in here, but if not, we're going to go fishing. No, it's bombs, it's magic powder, it's 20 rupees, 50 rupees, and a heart. Okay, so we're going to go to the fishing hole. Now, for the fishing hole, there is one thing I got to do that we didn't do when I played this 2 months ago when we started it. Because that's where I went and played it, but I didn't play it last time. Here we go. How was the fishing, buddy? Only cost you 10 rupees. If I say no, he'll say what he said in the game saying, you have to have more passion, live a little. Oh, we are going to live a little. Let's keep going. What kind of lure are you going with? Right, because this version adds extra lures that you get for finding specific fish. I'm going to run the middleweight lure. You do need to catch a lot of fish as far as how they go in order to get the next one. And there's a heart piece behind one of these. That being said, the Cheap Cheap is there. That big thing down there is also there. So, we're going to do cast out. Also, unlike the original game, it's not a case where you pull the line back in, you have to pay again. Thank God. There you go. And also, when it starts swimming away... Oh, whoa! Wow. Oh, crap, it got away. That's a new mechanic as far as how it is, where he'll jump out of the water. But yeah, unlike the original game where you just hit the A button, basically wait for him to run away, and then you stop reeling. And when you do that, it's a case where if you do keep reeling at that time, he will then say, oh yeah, he'll get away. I do need to get that Cheap Cheap, because he'll start appearing, and I need to get that for something, but... We'll try and get this big one if we can get him set. Unless he doesn't want to look at my line. Alright. Yeah, last no. And if you tap A button, you're able to get it going quicker. Alright, that's the normal one. You get that the first time and you're able to get... If you get big enough, you get a heart piece, which you already got. But there's another one we have to get. And the Cheap Cheap actually was our answer for getting another... there we go. Just let him go. When he's going to be pulling away, just do not pull. Even though it seems like it's counterintuitive, saying like, oh yeah. Because otherwise he'll snap. Just reel him in nice and easy. It's gonna be a big one. And it of course means that if it's a fishing game and it's not Sega Bass Fishing, I will be quoting Sega Bass Fishing, of course. Jesus, yeah. Yeah, this fish is gonna fight for sure. Be careful with the tension. Yeah, there's a case just hit at that A button and keep going. Almost got him. Got him. Fantastic. There we go. Alright. Lots of people say they caught Old Baron. Okay, this is who it is. It's Old Baron. You get him, and actually there is a case of this. This is 59.42 inches, so this one's huge. Yeah, blow me down. You deserve 110 rupees. Good God. For that alone, okay, that's probably the other way you get the money you need for the purpose of getting the chamber stone. Put there's something else in his mouth. Stone slab. Awesome, or a chamber stone. Okay, you can get one off of him. Also, because you land one this big, we got the chamber stone. Oh, I got another one. Okay, fantastic. So I got 2 of them. Want to keep going? Sure do. Now, for this, I'm basically just going to catch everything that's in here, and unlike the Game Boy games, it's not a case where as soon as you get all the fish, they say, like, yeah, there's no reason to go on for now. So basically, the point is you don't, if you get a case like that, you don't have to leave in order to have more fish appear. Alright. Alright, so, oh, a big one. Yeah, that's for 20 rupees. Keep going? Sure. Basically, I need to get Cheep Cheep to appear again. And I also need to look for one other thing. But I got Old Baron, that's a good thing. I believe Old Baron is the hardest fish to catch. I'd heard the stories about him, but I'd never done it. Yeah, you're seeing him wiggle, he's trying to run away or swim away. If he wiggles too much, that's a sign, yeah, be careful with the tension and don't go otherwise you'll have the line break. Alright. Nice one. We're 23 rupees. Also, the rupee cost as far, or the rupee amounts from catching the fish is more variable in this version. And also, when you get the light one, I guess it's a case of making it easier as far as children this way, feeling better about themselves. I guess you could argue, but in the original game, he said like that's a runt if you get one of the small ones. But and also, it's only 5 rupees, so chances are you're not going to make much of a money back for that. In this case, I'm just gonna toss there. Okay, that's too much or too little. You do have to get it close to him. Yeah, maybe the tiny one. I also like the design of the fish in this one in particular, but they had a nice look in the original, and I probably should show it in the original too. Alright, so yeah. So, small one. It's small, but it's plenty of fight. Okay, but they do say it's still a runt. At least you pay 9 rupees, because it's usually 5 rupees for the small ones in the older versions. Alright. In this case, yeah, just drop it in, just keep going. In the meantime, also, I guess, I'll put this point out as far as it saying, favorite fishing games, but also favorite fishing modes or fishing mini-games. Also, favorite cases of fishing in Zelda. Of which, of the ones we've played so far, there was fishing in Ocarina of Time, which we're going to do that again in a couple years, and actually Gemini 96 is going to be involved in that, along with Crusader 64. I'll mention that later in the show. But we did that. We looked at the Zelda kiosk demos that Ultra 94 TF provided. We looked at the ones for Twilight Princess and for Skyward Sword, and the Twilight Princess one, they do give you the fishing of Twilight Princess, and actually, I'll tell you, I kind of want to get the Wii version of Twilight Princess. I have it on the GameCube, but I kind of want to get that one just for the purpose of how the controls went for the fishing. I think that's really, really fun, and it actually has a lot of depth, the idea that you're kind of swimming the boat around, getting a sense of, like, where do I want to toss it in? And also your assistant along with you, the case that, yeah, we're not doing it alone. In fact, I think it might be, correct me if this is not right, it might be the only Zelda game where you don't fish, where you are not fishing alone. Which is pretty interesting. And actually, it's worth pointing out, Gemini 96, he did call him and Ultra 94 TF, they did call Twilight Princess. We'll run the GameCube version, although, I'll grab you. I do think we probably should show the fishing also in the Wii game, at some point, but I won't hijack the play necessarily for that. We might do that at the end, I think, but I really like the fishing in that one. And in my case, as far as some of my favorite fishing cases, I mean, I like this one, actually. This one has a lot of interesting things going on, and the way they expand this off of how the Game Boy and Game Boy Color game was, I do really like. And same also with Ocarina of Time. That's another fun one as far as how it is. Alright, 9 rupees, but given the amount of money I got for Old Baron, we're gonna be set. When I think Old Baron, I'm thinking of Baron the dog from Tomba, but in this case, yeah, is a fish, as far as that, but that's fair enough. Okay, come on. In this case, you also have to wait a little longer for them to actually bite the line, so in that case, you gotta wait. Whereas the other one, they kind of would look at it, and then they'd lunge at it. And I'll briefly show that, because I think that's probably going to be the case. Alright. That's pretty good. I mean, I will, but I'm going to leave because I want to try and trigger the Cheep Cheep. We're going the middle weight, because you can get another lure. I just need to find it. Actually, there's one other thing I need to find. Okay, there's Cheep Cheep, so I want to go get him. In this case, also be careful saying, hey, he's going to jump out of the water. I guess don't reel when he jumps out of the water, I guess. Oh no, it's going too high. No, I don't want to go that wide. Actually, also another fishing game, or fishing mode that I really like. We didn't show this when we preview programmed it earlier this year, scoping session did, I should say. Okami. Okami is a really good fishing game. Well, actually, no, I think, no, we did. I think we did show it. Or if we didn't, we'll definitely show it when we get back to that. Okay, come on. Yeah, come on, Cheep Cheep, we want you. Alright, you do have to get pretty close to him in order to see. There you go. Come here. Oh, shit! Came out of his mouth. Oh, it's maybe when he jumps that's a problem. I will keep going, but I'm leaving. I'm gonna basically do the Game Boy method, which is gonna get him to respawn this way. Because I need to get him, and there's one other thing, in order to get the lure, I believe, and there's one other thing I want to get, and he's not here. Actually, can I quit without catching something? I don't know. Well, let's see. Oh, yeah, hit B button. Yeah, we'll leave. In this case, I'm just gonna scum him in. I'm gonna say, hey, let's just get the pull going on. Oh, no. I do want to do this, sorry. In that case, I basically pulled the stick down by, like, just moving it against my chest, as opposed to what I've sometimes seen. Actually, I saw this when we did. Oh, that's what I'm also looking for. The blooper. You can get blooper to come in here. It's like, when will blooper look at the line? Honestly, I might want to get rid of the other things in the line. He's bouncing, so we'll have to see what that looks like. Oh, is he looking at my line? There he is. Jesus Christ! Okay, I just gotta see when is he pulling. Because his animation's different for how he's pulling. And you can go based on the rumble on the Pro Pad as far as this, or the Joy-Cons if you're using those. He is here. Come on. Got him. And another fish is saying, yeah, I want part of the spotlight as well. But there we go, we got blooper. Here we go. Usually it's the other way around. They catch you. That's true if you ever played Super Mario Brothers. But there you go. Sort of a lunker, but they're not massive. Also, I'll fish around my wall for a nice word. How about 45 rupees? Yeah, I'll take that. But also, because you got that, here we go. Right, it's the blooper you get. You get the new lure. And then I'll get Cheep Cheep, and we all get Here we go. We got the heavyweight lure. Just you need to catch the deepest dwelling fish. Although I got Old Baron with the middleweight. So I think the idea is that the heavyweight is going to make it go. And you can also change your lures at the same as you go along. So you got a special lure. Actually, I almost want to get Old Baron again to pop up. See, does it actually make a difference for that? All right, there we go. So we got Blooper, but I do need to get Cheap Cheap. Actually, I'll make it easier to get Cheap Cheap, even though Cheap Cheap's not that big. Yeah, let's keep going. We'll go heavyweight. Alright, let's go for that big one there just to see. Maybe it's a case where it also makes him easier to come in. What does that do? I guess also considers the preview to when we do a fishing game dedicated for the show that's, I guess, not Sega Bass Fishing or Sega Marine Fishing, because I do want to show both of those. And Sega Bass Fishing, I have the Dreamcast version. Actually, alright, I can pull the line on the left analog stick. He's like, yeah, fuck that, I don't want it. I would say with Sega Bass Fishing, I have all three versions of it. I have the Dreamcast version, I have the Xbox 360 version, and I have the Wii version. The Wii version is a bit different. It does have motion controls. It is kind of a remake, actually, of the original game. And actually, there is one other version. It is ported into one of the Like a Dragon games. I don't remember off the top of my head which one it's in. Actually, no, I think it's Infinite Wealth that has it. If not, I'll correct down saying which Like a Dragon game has it. But that being said, it would mean we'd probably want to show each of the versions. Also, maybe the... I don't know, maybe the heavy one... Maybe that heavier fish basically has to take for the heavy ones only. What about this one? Yeah, tiny guy. You gonna look at this thing and see it's gonna work? Okay, no, he's like, no, I'll take it. Why not? Fair enough. I know... I'm trying to remember, what's the... There's a fishing game that Edwax said he has that he's never played. That's on NES. It's... God, what's it called? It's not King Salmon. I've heard King Salmon on NES is amazing. It's... I think it's the Black Bass. Oh, there's the Cheap Cheap. The Black Bass, I think it is. Also, there's Mark Davis is the Fishing Master. That's by Nitsume, the people who made Harvest Moon who made that. And actually, there's a couple of those. There's actually one of them on the PS2, which I did not actually realize there was. But I guess then there's also something saying, like, how is that going to go? And there's also Virtual Fishing, which is on Virtual Boy, which Japan only, but it is on Switch Online if you have the Japanese app, like I do. If I had a way to stream it, I would. In fact, I will mention that, because it's going to take me some time probably to get cheap. Because I don't think I explicitly mentioned this on the show, but I did say at one point, hey, I'm looking around to see what can I do to show that live on the program. My idea was saying, well, can I get an adapter or connector that I can use to my Switch 2, or hook it up so that it... Okay, got him. Okay, that went way easier to catch. I'll get into this in a second, because I do need to talk about that, but... Caught Cheat Sheets, and when they swim in these waters, since this version. Not massive, but still there he is. Quite a catch, 30 rupees. With something in his mouth. What do we got? Alright, the seashell, there you go. So that's another one of those. I do want to keep going, but a couple things. First off, I do want to check my notes to make sure that I have all the things I need for that. So for the heart pieces, that's where I point out you get... Just a remind as far as that, because we did this in part 1, which is give an indication. You get a small fish, you get it. You get the big fish, the green one over there, you get it. And then as far as other stuff... Yeah, there's nothing else as far as the heart pieces. So as far as the seashells, I think it was just this. So in this case, let me just check that quick. I think it's only one off of this one, and you do need to get... Okay, I need to get the Cheap Cheap to get that. Oh, okay, no, let's see. Yeah, there's the blooper. You get the heavyweight lure for getting blooper. Oh, well, I get one that's 39.37 inches or more. You get a seashell. It's worth pointing out. It's awarded for any fish between that, which means you get Old Bear and you get this if it's caught in the right size before the blooper. But it has to be within the 39.37 inches or 59.06, which actually I don't think I got. So I am going to try and go through this again and also mention what I was saying I want to look for a way to run Virtual Boy on this show. Because unfortunately, as we learned over this year, the Switch Online Virtual Boy app, you do need to have... Oh, there's Bloober. You have to have the Switch or Switch 2 out of the console to use it. It does not work if you put it on TV, unfortunately. And the update they're doing next week for adding Zero Racers and not D-Force. I always forgetting the name of that one. D something. It's short for Dragon. What is it? I'm gonna get that indication down. But the thing is that next week they're adding those games, and they're also adding. They did say what they're gonna do with the displays as far as the colors. The first thought of them saying, well, we're gonna do it so that you have extra attachments you have to put on, but they're ditching that. They're basically saying they're going to give you an option when the next patch comes out to indicate changing the screen color to either red, or keep it as red as it is, to go black and white, or yellow. I think green was one of them. I don't know if it changes how it's going to look, but that's coming along with the release of Zero Racers and D-Hopper, which are games that were never released for the Virtual Boy. They were finished, but they were canceled because the system did not do very well. But they're coming next week. So my thought was a couple months ago, I said, hey, I want to show everybody this. But I said, well, the only way I could really do that is I have to pretty much have a connection that will show to the TV as if I'm playing it in handheld mode. And I think there are ways to do that, but I thought I found an attachment. There's like an HDMI bypass to do that. But unfortunately what happened is when I bought it, I actually had to get this thing imported from, I think it was Thailand. But when I got it, I unfortunately found that for the purpose of this, it basically just acts as the dock. So I technically have a second tinier dock, if you really want to look at it that way, for the purpose of Switch or Switch 2, but it does not show on the TV as if it's in handheld mode. It shows as if it's connected to a dock. If I get a case where it's not connected that way, I think there are other options to do it. Chad, if you know a way to do that, let me know, because I would like to show Virtual Boy off that unit if I can. Or if not, I will say, okay, you know what, I paid the money for this, I will do what I usually don't do, which is emulate it. But still, I'd like to not, because I did get this unit, and it is pretty nice to see, and the games are awesome. I'd love to show them to you. But I said, I wanted to figure something out about it, but unfortunately I was not able to. At least that way, I wasn't able to. If you have a way of, you know how to do that, chat, feel free to let me know. I appreciate it, but still, if not, I can also look in more and get a sense. Or talk around, because I've always said this. I'm going to try and get Blooper for this. I've always been in a case of saying, when it comes to the consoles that we have not shown on this program yet, when it comes a question of, can I show them or not? You know, if I get rid of you, that's fine. Yeah, I'll catch him, because at least I'll get some money. And Blooper will not go away just because I catch him, thank God. That is, unless they say, no, I don't want to keep going, but I'm going to keep going. I've always questioned saying, what are the consoles I can't show currently because I don't have an easy way to connect them? And right now it's, 3, which are, oh no, 4 technically. There, got him. Almost. Got him. Let's hope he's big enough so I can get this thing. Okay, I think that is the one I got. I think that's what I need. 44.64 inches. 60 rupees. There we go, got it. Fantastic. That's the one I get. That's the one I need. Fantastic. So, alright, there you go. That's all the rewards I need out here. That being said, I will catch one more. I was saying, the consoles I can't stream for the show yet, I may as well go on this. They're DS and 3DS, Game Gear, and Virtual Boy. Outside of emulating. Because if I emulate, I could do anything I want. But, and also, other consoles that I don't own, like I mentioned the Zelda CDI games. I don't own the CDI I do want to get one because I do have Crusader64 on tape saying that if you get one of those and do them for the show, I'll sit in for it just to badmouth. And I said, okay, I'm going to try and get this console at some point in my life. I'm going to get one of the games, and I'll actually get it legitimately. I will not emulate it. The other ones I might have to. But for something like that, as far as consoles I own, for those systems, it comes down to a couple ways of how I can do it. For Virtual Boy, it would be me finding out that method of being able to jerry-rig the Switch or Switch 2 so it plays in portable mode. And there are a couple games I have on Switch that are like that. They only operate in portable mode, like Blood Roll Slide Puzzle, that's one example. And actually Pokemon Cafe Remix is another one. So that's the way for that one if I can do that. DS and 3DS, the way I'd have to do that is I'd have to have my 3DS modded. And actually there's Old Baron, I will grab him. Because I want to test the heavyweight wear on him. For those, I'd have to mod my 3DS in order to be able to have it have a video output that can connect to my tech. I do not have a way to do that. I do not have the skills to do that. It is something you have to have done by somebody who knows what they're doing. I did notice there's like a console or game system repair place semi-near me. Maybe they... I don't know if they do it, but also a case of saying maybe they know people. So that might be one way, because there's a lot of stuff on DS and 3DS I'd love to show, in particular, if I can make that happen. And then the other one is Game Gear. And the way Game Gear is going to work is... I mentioned this for years, I'll mention it again. I'd have to get a Retron 5, or I would need to find... A couple years ago, there was a modern solution for that, where they basically said... It kind of was like a mini console you could plug in Game Gear games into, because I have some games on that I'd love to show. But I wasn't able to get to that in time. And as far as the Retron 5, they are around. They're still kind of semi-pricey, and you have to get the attachment going on. It'll be like $200. But also, I've heard stories that sometimes certain games will not... The way it handles looking off as far as some of those games, it sometimes, I've heard, handles some of them weirdly as far as certain artifacts that it didn't have originally. And one of those is Castle of Illusion for Game Gear, which I don't have, but I want to play it. Because I love the Genesis game with all my heart and soul. But if that has a problem with it, I would not want to get a case of saying, oh, that's going to affect it for the show. Got him. And there's Bloober, he's there too. Alright, it's a little easier. It's still a case where I still have to be careful on Old Baron. Let's get him. It's not taking as much time, so I think it is stronger. No, okay, don't do that, because he's shaking. You see him shaking more violently, that means he's about to snap. So in that case, if he's doing that, just let go. Got him. Wow. Lots of people say you called Old Baron, they called Old Baron, but you did it twice. 55.65 inches, good job. 100 rupees. Okay, so I got a massive one that was outside the range, but we're good. Alright, so there you go. All fished out, but we did a good job. Okay. But I just want to go into that as well, because I figured, like, hey, I've got some downtime and go into it, but I want to show some of those other systems in particular. And if it's a case of a console I don't own, it's basically then just a question of getting it. Because I know I want to show Haunted House for Atari 2600. I think we might be showing that for the Halloween block later this year. I have a collection that has it in particular, but as far as the console itself, I don't actually own it. There would be ways I'd figure that. Actually, that would be a weird one. Basically, for anything earlier than NES, I'd have to get an RF adapter to a composite adapter, and then plug that into the RetroTank that I have in order to show that. And that would also be the case of anything else in that era, like Intellivision, Commodore 64. I think Commodore 64 is shown that way. I mean, it's a computer, but I think it would still be the same way. ColecoVision would be one. I know, actually, Edwack has a ColecoVision. He says, I don't know if it works. I think at some point I'm just going to say to him, hey, you know what? After we do a show, I want to sit down. I want to try and get that damn thing working and see if we can get going. And considering how unreliable ColecoVision is, that sometimes would be a question. So, I don't know how that's going to go. But still, that would be how I'd show those. But it's basically just a case of consoles I don't own. Which would be... that one, 3DO, CDI, Atari Jaguar, Jaguar CD, the Sega Master System, actually. That's a shocking gap. You'd think as a Sega person I'd have one of those by now, but I do not. An SG-1000, which was not released in this country. So that's a question how that would look as well. And for certain stuff with arcade, I would have to use MAME, particularly if it's a case where it doesn't have a modern port. Dolly Finn in particular, I know I owe her Carnival. She loves that game in the arcade, and I think it's a great game too, and I want to show it, but there's no home port of it, and in that case, we gotta emulate it. I don't have a choice. Okay, so with that spiel done, let's take a look at the seashells. Alright, so we're gonna go down the list. I'm also gonna go around just to make sure that I have stuff set. Because I got all the ones I needed out of the village, of which there's one in the bushes over there that I just cut down. There's the ones we got in the fishing hall. There's the ones we got in the trendy game. I'm gonna go in the forest. I'm pretty sure I got these already as far as in the mysterious forest over here. But I'm always gonna just go everywhere. There is the shovel that I used as far as digging up the hole in Chow Chow's doghouse. That chest is where one of them is. And since I have the thing on as far as the sensor, crap. Right, use my shield. Multiple buttons, remember that, I can use that case. I got the one at Tail Cave. I made sure anyone that was in a dungeon I was able to get. There was one right there in the flower field, but I already got it. In that case, just block the moblins and set. There's a heart piece in here. I already got that with the hook shop. I'm gonna check it's in here. There's the Cullen Prairie. Okay, that's the thing with the box. I already got that. One I didn't remember where it was last time. So where the hell is this thing? Ooh. Yeah, get off me, guys. Let's also get... Yeah, we have 36. You do need, I believe... I don't know if you have to get all 50 for the purpose of getting the better reward. I'll also stop over there because we do have a bunch that we've gotten so far. So in this case... Oh, there we go. So we got the indication here. So... When you hear that sound, that means that there's one nearby, and you get a rumble on your controller. One thing I'm gonna go is I do know where one of them is, because there's one over here. As I get the likes, I want those things fucking dead. As Gemini 96, you understood when you were running them with Ocarina of Time. Said, I get those things away from me. I do not like likes. Given the stuff that happened on the practice for Majora's Mask we did, I said, where the hell is this thing? Anyway, dig right here. Got it. That's the one place I didn't look, so in that case, I just need to get that set. Alright, so there we go. So that's that one. Also, for the heart pieces, I'm going to walk around as far as where they are, just to make sure that I didn't miss something. Looking as far as where they are, I got the sense that maybe I missed that one. Right, there's Mr. Wright's house. Yeah, likes are going to die. I'm going to kill every single one I see. Okay, there we go. We're getting a thing off here. So you hear that. Actually, it's right here in the ground. Basically, get your shovel right there. Got it. Fantastic. Okay, so yeah, where are we at now? We got 38. When I get to 40, I'm gonna go back to the mansion and trade them in just to see what we got. And I hope we don't run into the bug this game has, the known issue it has in regards to not being able to get them all. If we do, we'll give an indication of that, and it's worth pointing out they never patched the game for that. And the patch they did for the purpose of updating for the Switch 2 enhancements did not fix that, from what I understand. Because I'll find it out as it is with all you. Unless you've done it before, in which case maybe you know, like, yep, have you seen it? Knowing the way our show goes, I probably will see that. That was where one is. Dompe Shack is down there. We'll go to Dompe Shack in a little bit. There's also the Tabal Wasteland that's down here. There's the Moblin hideout. We killed the leader there. We were an assassin sent by Madame Meow Meow to get the mutt. We got him back, and he didn't live. Oh, here we go. So yeah, right around there. Get it. Okay, now going over where Tall Heights is, there are two cases. There are holes I passed by, and so like, hey, you know, where's Secret Seashell here? I was like, where am I going? And it's also the other thing, because you can, since I said you can turn off the hints, like that they're around. You might think that's going to make it too easy to find them, but you do still have to think. It doesn't tell you where it is, so you still have to play around to get a sense of what do I need to do. And I didn't actually know, like, wait, that's what I gotta do. But I'm taking a little bit of damage, not bad. Well, fuck that back to the mob one. Just grab some apples. That is unique to this version. You're able to pick up the apples and get health. Alright, so down over here, I'm gonna grab bombs out. Because you need bombs to do this. But Okay, I love also that the touch of it kind of sticking to the ground, because it didn't quite fly all the way. Alright, here we are back at the Anguish Tunnel. Yeah, right here. Take the bomb, throw it in the hole. Okay, it doesn't count unless you get it in the hole. I thought not, I just wasn't sure. No, pick it up. Also, remember, when you pick up the bomb, the fuse turns off. So not until you throw it and leave it that it'll go. But there you go, got in the hole. Fantastic. You blow a hole in that, or blow a bomb in there. You get the seashell. Now, we do have to also do the river raft. That's also where there's going to be a heart piece. And one thing about that I did not know is actually the hook shot works there. And apparently you have to use it for the purpose of getting the seashell and actually one of the heart pieces, at least in this version. Because I believe the Game Boy game, I was able to get that going. Alright, so let's go up here. This is the one on the mountain range. It's like, where the hell is this thing? But I now know where it is. So yeah, I'm enlightened. Also, I guess as we go on, I mean, feel free to go anything else you got on anything gaming you want to talk about. Other things about Zelda, in particular. Zelda games you're playing, Zelda games you'd want to see next, aside from Ocarina of Time, which we're going to do. And will be the original we're going to do again. I'll explain later why we're doing it again. And then the remake will also eventually be a factor. I'm trying to think that myself. I don't know. Of all the Zelda games that have not yet been called on the show, it's Gemini 96 who's called most of them. Particularly Zelda 1, Link to the Past, maybe unofficially for Zelda 2. Actually, right here. There's one. Yeah, dive down there and you get it. Okay, that's 41. Yeah, called Zelda 1, Link to the Past, which you already previewed this year to get a sense of saying, hey, we're gonna get to that one. Pico called Twilight Princess. We, asked him to join us for, Ocarina of Time's, second chance, as it's gonna be, and I missed the throw. What Zelda? Is there another Zelda you called? And same deal as before, gotta toss the bomb in that hole. Alter 94TF arguably called Minish Cap, but I don't know if he actually called Minish Cap. I think I'll run the Oracle games, and the way we'll run the Oracle games is, I'm gonna do them both either at the same time or close enough to them. And it's your choice, Chad, on which one you want me to do first, because we're gonna have to do the linkage of them. And I'm gonna use the Game Boy Color originals because I do have them. And because I want to show off the special Game Boy Advance only shop, which they forgot to put into every emulation of the game. I don't know why they decided, no, we're not going to have that. So Switch Online doesn't have it. I don't think 3DS Virtual Console had it either. It was available on that. Alright, I'm going to go down here. We are going to go and do the, I'm going to do the river raft. I think I can go around here and get back up. Actually, no, I think there's a ladder over here, right? Yeah, the ladder over here, then I use the hook shot to get there and hold on to the hook shot. And we have to do a couple runs of this, so thank God I got some money. There's 100 rupees to get through, or go through each time. No, motherfucker, get off me! Okay, good. He didn't steal my shield. That's why I'm so afraid of the likes. I guess I did have to go through the fear of saying I'm gonna get eaten by one of those things. And just because that happened a lot when we played, when I prepped for Majora's Mask. But also, in the earlier ones, especially on Game Boy and Game Boy Color, if he eats you, your shield is gone, although I think the mirror shield, it doesn't matter anymore. Want to go on a raft? Yeah, you bet. I'm gonna do the raid. And the reason I'm doing the raid is I don't want to do the race, at least not yet. For this one, I want to grab the Rock's Feather, which I'll put down X, and I have the hook shot that's on Y, because the hook shot hooks onto the vines, which I did not know it did. So as you're going around each way... Oh, X, right, I got an X to do that. Oh no! Oh, I might have screwed this up. I don't know. This is, okay, this is gonna be interesting if I can pull this out. Shit, I think I might have screwed that one up. I haven't said that. I'll at least try and get... Okay, there you go. There's... Okay, I can get that. It's right over there. So now I gotta get this one, or I'll get the seashell. Use that. Pull it over. So it is like the scorpion thing from Mortal Kombat. Get over here. Actually, that was a good catch. Or, come here! There we go. Made it. Okay, so now we're gonna dig down here. It should be here. Fantastic it is. Now, as far as the other one, you need to go through the race. I think I got most of the other ones. I got 43. There's my raft. At least I can get that set. Oh, right, I want to get the hook shot back on. What am I doing? Yeah, where I think I'm going to... Oh, you can hug the trees, actually. Wonder. You know, maybe I can't... Oh, hold on. You know, this is going to be interesting. Now that I know I can do this, I actually have not... Come on, let me grab that. Whoa. Come on. Okay, yeah, that went almost all the way over, which is amazing, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that set. Alright. It does go pretty far. This also should be part of the thumbnail, honestly, when I edit this, saying, like, some of these amazing pulls I'm doing with the hook shot. Whoa, there you go. Yeah, this is one way to get all of them, and I don't remember, actually, if the Game Boy Color game or Game Boy game lets you do this. Okay, it doesn't go all the way, but okay, this is interesting. Whoa! Yeah, I'm fighting this insanely. So, alright, fine. I guess I'm gonna know when I'm semi-beaten, but not completely beaten. In that case, I can also jump here. Boom, boom, boom. Give me the money. Whoa. There you go. Whoop. Fantastic. Good. That's how you get in here. I didn't actually know how to get in here, but alright, there you go. Fantastic. Alright, I'm gonna do the raid again. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, you were in there a long time. Yes, I was. We're gonna raid it up. And you don't have to travel back, thank God. I'll then do the race, but as I said, I want to make sure that I can get that heart piece. Because I have to beat the race in 35 seconds in order to get the seashell. It's not the heart piece, I already got that, actually, last month. Keep hook shot. Pull that, there we go. Whoop, made it. Got it. Alright, so let's see, how many do I have? I got 2. So, for the seashells, let's go on that briefly, because how many got those left? I got 7 left. So, this is also going to be the question saying, which ones do I not have? There we go. You see, now I'm doing this just to make money. That's the idea how I want to do this. On a normal circumstance, you have to follow where the water is pushing towards. You can see it. It's a little more subtle in this one than on the Game Boy games. There you go. I can get that. There we go. Now I'm getting money. Here we go. Yeah, okay, I'm loving this so far. This is a lot of fun, just as far as running this. And you have to use this as far as getting down. That, I guess, is the next case, saying, I guess I gotta do a dry run, saying, what's my quickest way to get down? Because if I'm using this to get back up to get all the items... And you can run on diagonals in this game, unlike the Game Boy games. It's actually make it way easier to say, okay, yeah, you know what, I can go this way. What? In this case, come on, keep going. Seeing, like, what's the quickest way to go. Basically, just go all the way. Okay, and that's a way to pull. Okay, fantastic. Yes, I do. I think we're ready for racing. Okay, so to quote another Sega arcade game, Sega arcade game, get ready to race. Go. Hook shot. Oh shit. Shit, I got stuck. Alright, this is gonna be interesting to see if I can pull this out. Whoa, go down. There, that's one way to go. Whoop. There you go, just made it. Okay, that was fun. New record, and not bad all things considered. We got a secret seashell. They're all the rage with the cool kids around. Yeah, got it. You want another go? I don't think so. I think I got everything I need. If you want to get wet, we're always open. Super Bowl Game Saturday out of context. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go... Actually, let's play Mambo's Mambo. Let's go to the Seashell Mansion. Haven't played this tonight. I kind of just want to hoof it all over the place. Well, let's go over here. And remember, one of them is for Dompe's shack, so I gotta look at that, but I'm also gonna take a bit of an indication how to remember which ones I got. I think going through the list, I should be okay. Here we go. Actually, yeah, there's the next threshold at 40, so I will have passed it. In this one, it stops at that, I think... Oh, actually, wait. Oh, no, light's up still. Got it. Alright, so fantastic. Raise your sword overhead. Okay, I think this is the final reward. Or the extra sword, I should say. Yeah, what? Flashlight warning, question mark. That'll also be part of the thumbnail as well. Without the colon sword, you should put your name on it right away. Got a pen? Yeah, when you have this, when you're full health, you do slash out, and it sends the beam. And I believe there is a heart piece of 50 rupees, I think. Or 50 of these things, assuming I didn't glitch it. Okay, so that's that. So we got the sword, so that's the level 2 sword in the original game. So I take a look as far as what we got. We got the one in Mobby Village, we got the one in the trendy game, the one in Mysterious Forest, I should say. Chow Chow's house, Tail Cave. The Colet Prairie, I don't know if I got that one there. Let's take a look at that. Basically, I had to go back to the grave of the ghost. He is near where Crazy Tracy is. So in that case, Monbo's Pond is the closest place you want to go for that. And this is the original versions, Game Boy Color. You always come here by playing that, unless you're in a dungeon, in which case it takes you back to the beginning. And also, you do not have a choice in the matter as far as whether you're going to warp. I think I got this, but I just want to check it. Because if I didn't, it'll be right here. Okay, I got it. In this case, yeah, get that set. Also, it does cause extra damage when you hit something with it, so that's something else to keep in mind. It's double damage when you use it, and if you have the red tunic, it's quad damage. Okay. Get out of my way. And also, if you lose your health at all, if you're not full health, you lose the ability to shoot me. Ow. Okay, the Seashell Mansions is the one next to it. We got that way at the beginning of the game. The one by Cuckoo Prairie, I think I got that one. I'm going to check. And since we do have an easier way to do warping, we're just going to go about that way. So go to the Seashell Mansion, it's close over there. I'm just going to go through an order as far as how it is, just to make sure I got them, because I know there's a lot I got. I guess this isn't like the blue coins in Super Mario Sunshine, where in that one I said I'm not going to go after any of them until the end of the game. And in that case, I know exactly which ones I got and which ones I didn't. That one I did get, but I want to confirm that I got it. Next up is the one up here, which I believe I got, but again, I'll get a sense of it. Also, speaking of Super Mario Sunshine, it is getting its Switch Online version in a few weeks. On August 13th. So August 6th is the Virtual Boy stuff as far as the two games unreleased for it, and the patch for adding the color options as far as the screen. And then week after that is Super Mario Sunshine. which is porting the GameCube version. So in that case, it means that you're going to get access to the FMV opening that the 3D All-Stars version cut out for some reason. I still don't know why they did. But the GameCube version has it. I also do not know, we'll find this out probably in a few weeks, or Gemini 96U will, or Ultra 94 TF will as well, because I know both of you are waiting for this game to come out. Does it... what is it? Okay, I got this one. Does it have the glitch in Noki Bay? I would think if it's straight porting GameCube it would, but I also would think they'd probably want to fix that one. Having said that, I don't know if actually they've done anything with any of the Switch Online ports to fix anything broken like that. Okay, we got that one. There's one in Martha's Bay. I'm going to go back here. Actually, I can go over here, actually. Also, benefit of having more warp points in this version, it means that I don't have to travel nearly as far when it comes to saying I want to go somewhere. So over here is where one was. I think I got it. I just want to make sure I got it. I did. Then, there is the one down there I already got. So in that case, yeah, I don't have to hit him with my sword from that distance. Also, there's the Zora. Ow. Yeah, whatever do to you. Okay, that's one that we already got. I got the one... Okay, did I get the one from blowing up the statue blocking the way from Ukuku Prairie? I think I did. Actually, one thing I do is I'm going to grab the magic rod. Yeah, because if you hit it on bushes... Oh, I fell down, but if you hit it on bushes, it will, it'll burn. Okay, so in that case, burn, baby, burn. Okay. Now, this one I want to make sure I got was over here. I know I went over here, but I just want to make sure that I got it. Ouch. And when I get all of them except the last one, I'm gonna go see, Dante. Ouch! Okay, that's where, the devil dude was. Okay, so we got that one already. I got the one in, the mysterious forest surrounded by the flowers. We got the ones over by, on the side of the forest and also by the Gapanga swamp. Got the one in the wasteland. We got the one under the rock by Dompe's shack. We got the ones we bombed by the walls. I'm going to take the Martha's Bay one again. We're going to go back to the Tarambo Shores. I want to check one thing. I don't know if I dug in the sand over there for one of them. In fact, I don't think I did. No, we're not going over there. And I have 44, so I just need to find 5 more, and then we'll go up. Okay, I don't know if I'll do Dompe's thing next after this, or if we'll go for the rest of the heart pieces. I have to again remember which ones I got, and this version does have extra heart pieces that were not in the Game Boy and Game Boy Color versions. Because whereas Link's Awakening DX is basically an enhanced version of the original... There we go. I didn't get this one. Come over here with my sword, and we're going to start digging. Right in the corner. I got the one in Richard's Villa. You go underneath that after you get all the flowers. There's the other side you go and get the chests. There's the one in the Cuckoo Prairie that's above the Key Cavern. I know I got that one. The Yarna Desert, that's one I don't know if I got. Oh, actually, there is one on the beach here I might have missed. Let's do a run across to see. Yeah, it's over here. There's one on the beach I didn't guess. It is buried somewhere here. It is... Okay, it's right up here. I think it is. What the hell is it? Okay, I had to hit one of the trees with the Pegasus. That one. Got it. Okay, got the one at Candlelit Castle that was under the water. I got that last time. I got the one by the... no, that's something else. I got that one, but I just want to confirm that I got that one. I mean, I'm almost there. I only need, like, 3 more, so in that case, we're gonna be good. Because, Dompe is the last one. Got that one. There's the one on Akuku Prairie, but it's over by where, the maze for getting, Wart Song is. I'll check that just to make sure. Everything in town is accounted for. In fact, you don't have screen transitions. That's another thing I love about this one. In that case, for the tech reason, I understand why you had them so much on the Game Boy games, but this one, getting rid of them, except when you're in a dungeon, I am totally down with that. And also, the way that Oracle of Ages and Seasons enhanced that. Okay, that's Pegasus Boots under that. That's there. That's set. The Candle Castle one we got. We got the one in the house by the bay. I went back there to grab that. Got the ones on Trendy Game. Got the one on Martha's Bay that was on the island. I talked to, Christine the Goat. I did not remember that she gave you one. Actually, one thing I want to do. I don't remember if I actually got this one. So I'm gonna go back to the, key cavern. Ouch. There's here. This is one I believe I got already. You basically dig right here. And it's there. Key cavern, I want to look as far as the water. I don't think I actually went back here for this. You do need to have the flippers to get it. Yeah, I didn't get this. Let's grab that. The Animal Village is a case where you have to talk to the Hidden Zora with the magnifying glass. You get one there. I have 47. There's the one by Richard's Castle, the hook shot, or you use the, since we're on the way, you do that, or you use the rooster, who's up on Tall Heights now. In this case, I can use the hook shot to get over there. There you go. Well, I guess when I hit onto it, I should, oh, okay, it's in the chest. We got that one. Got the one we dug as far as the Rapids Ride, the one for getting 35 seconds on the Rapids Ride, the one, the Face Shrine that comes from that. There's a heart piece that was there. There was the one that was in the water over here. There's this getting the Cheep which you got. There's the one we're getting the blooper that we got. The one that was by the waterfall on Tall Mountain. The one throwing the bomb in the hole. There's that. There's this one. You dive here to get it. Already got it. There's the one under the rock that's to the east by the rooster, by the birdman's hut. I think I got that one. I got the one in Eagle's Tower. I don't think I didn't get that. I basically got everything that was not the secret medicine because I actually was not able to take it. West in the Hen House. I think I might have gotten that one. Let me just do a flyover. Let's see. West Tall Mountains, go here. There's one on the ground. I don't know if I got it. And there's another one that's also on the way. There's that one there. I think I got it. Alright, so that one I got set. I just want to get a check on that. That's there. I'll take the piece of power, because why not? That's the end here. That's where that is. Actually, question. If I go in here, can I go over that way? Okay, good. I can block my way to go backwards. I didn't actually try that. I want to see about doing this. Okay, that takes me down here, so alright. That's coming that way. I don't know if... That might be the one I missed. So actually, I am going to go back there. I'm going to go fly to... as close to the Rooster's Tower as I can get. Which, admittedly, I do have to make a little bit of a hike over there. That's here. Alright, so I'm going to have to climb the mountain again. There are two things I might have missed, and then the other one is... Dompe's Shack, and I can also check Animal Village, although I know I got those. Let's see, okay, Trendy Game. I don't think there's anything else in Trendy Game. I can check Trendy Game again. I can check the house by the bay again, but I believe I got it. Like, I think I got it. It was one of the last things I did at the end of part 1. Okay, now if I didn't get the ones over there, they'd be to the west. Oh no, well, one's to the east and the other one's to the west, so I'm gonna do two things. I'll go through this again, and we're gonna go to the east, and then we'll go over to the west, through that, path to the Turtle Rock. And in that case, we should be good, and then I'll look at all the things for the heart pieces, which I don't have as many of yet. And it's also helped me trace my steps this way, as far as getting that stuff. But if nothing else, just enjoying the great atmosphere and the great presentation. As I said, I'm definitely, having a good time, and it feels like, I'll say this as I go, it feels like I've been playing this game for the show longer than we actually have. Okay, we got that one. So I got the one in the chest there. Okay, so that, okay, we got that one. And I'll go into my case. It feels like I've been playing this game much longer than we have been. I'm realizing it hasn't even been 2 months when we're done with it. Because part of that might have to do with the fact that I know this game really well. Generally speaking, aside from this part of it. Okay. Okay, so let's see. I'll check the house by the bay again just to make sure I just didn't get it. And also go to the trendy game at some point again just to be sure. I know I got it out of Christine because I was shocked when I saw it. Wait, I didn't know she gave it, which is exclusive to this. Got the one in the water by the cavern, the key cavern. Alright, I'm gonna make my way over here. Got that one in the chest. I didn't know if I got that one. But you're also seeing in this case, this world is actually pretty well compacted in. So even in the original game, we don't have a whole lot of warps. It's not too bad to traverse. And even this one is not too bad either. And that, okay, this is the rock puzzle I did. But in this case, I don't need to get that set. I already did it. So, down here. Here we go. Oh, holy crap, it's been 3 generations. It's been a while. You doing good? Did you forget to pay the internet bill? And to fight a JRPG's RPG god to get it back? Or did I miss your content for a long time? Oh, hi, Cool Soap. No, you didn't, actually. We've been running the whole, we've been running every week, as it's been, welcome to the show, we're, doing a finale on, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. We have been doing it each week, although it's also a case where, some cases I've actually been doing them on Fridays as opposed to Saturdays. But yeah, we've been going, doing pretty well. We do have all our old shows, anything you might have missed that is, some of the stuff that's archived here on Twitch, but also all the stuff on our YouTube site. We do have everything we've gone. We have been going ever since we looked at Skies of Arcadia back at the beginning of the year. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. If you were to go into memories on Link's Awakening, I'm also getting the sense that when we're coming back to Skies of Arcadia, I think we'll probably do it next year, because as I said, it's the scoping session thing. We're doing those still. And we got another one in 2 weeks. But I'm doing pretty well and keeping going on as far as how this is. And we were on the Switch version of this, as we're pointing out. I am giving credit to the Game Boy version, or the Game Boy Color version, because part of this finale is going to be showing off the exclusive stuff in this, but then also showing off, I think I got everything here, so I think we're basically set. You know, yeah, we got everything over here, as far as this. We'll show the Dompe Shack, and then we'll also show the extra stuff for the Game Boy Color game, because they did show off all the stuff on the camera shop, mostly, with a couple exceptions. I'm going to show the rest of those, and then we're going to end with the Game Boy Color version showing the ending, just because. Yeah, I do love this game, and I've been having a fun time playing it. If you want to go memories on Zelda as well, as far as that, and other ones you want to see for the show that we haven't done yet, which we've only done Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and this one as far as full plays. And other ones we're definitely going to do. We got more coming up. And the Ocarina of Time remake will be that, and we're also redoing Ocarina of Time in a few years, celebrate 30 years of it. Yeah, the last thing I need to do now before we go to Dompe's Shack is I'm looking for the last 2, secret seashells I didn't get. Because he gives you one of them. But I just need to get the other one. So, alright, I'm gonna go to the other side. Yeah, I hope you've been doing well also as far as all the stuff you've been up to. If you would go anything on Zelda or gaming or anything you got, and we can definitely get that set as a pull at the hook shot. Okay, so I think I've mostly done a lot of stuff going on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, just here for you. Your commentary is way too good, like radio shovels. Well, thank you. I take that as a huge compliment. I appreciate that. I mean, because I said, look, I want to do a good show, saying what we're doing, and also, as I said, get a decent quality going on. as far as what we're doing, because they said that's the other thing that I guess is kind of unique about the idea of what the show kind of has become. Because we started this actually just 6 years ago, as far as during COVID, saying I wasn't seeing a whole lot of people. Let me just show stuff because I had some tech for it, and kind of built and built and built. And really, the bedrock of the show has been all of you in the Best John Twitch, of which Cool Stuff, you're one of course, part of the Super Bowl Game Saturday family as is, but also Gemini 96 and other people come around. Doesn't matter when you come around. We appreciate when you do come around, and the shows are always available for you, so you can definitely enjoy them. But I said we want to put a good show together. It's not always easy to get a sense of stuff set, but I want to get that set going. Want to have you as involved, everybody as involved as they can be. For someone saying like, hey, just watch me play. It's like, I don't want to have you just watch me play. Go into other stuff you have to be involved. And up here might be one of the things. I have to get a sense of it. I've been doing fun playing Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13. 10 playing God to save a cat. Oh, I get that. I've not played. I know some friends of mine saying they want re-releases of those, modern re-releases of those Final Fantasy 13 games, because those are some of the ones we have not gotten. And what are you planning on? As far as what we're going to play that game on, I think I might have found everything for this. I think I would run it on... I'd run the Xbox 360 version through Series X because it has enhancements for Final Fantasy 13-2, and actually Lightning Returns. I believe it has an enhanced frame rate option. Okay, so I got everything here. So let's just see. I'm doing a quick check. Got that one, got that one. I did get the one in Eagle Tower, I thought. Alright, I will check. I know I got that one. I got it last month. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the house by the bay, and then we're gonna go do the Dompe stuff. I think that's gonna be the next stop, as far as what we're gonna do. Yeah, because I think I've hit everything, pretty much. Alright, so let's go to... Martha's Bay. That's where the next one is. You got the Cool for Cats going on. Yeah, thank you. For sure, absolutely. Appreciate it. And also going into more stuff as far as cases of that, because we've sometimes been in cases I know. It's a case of talking about the game, of course, and like, hey, what's our reaction to it, and also what's our memories as far as how that is. But also the case of saying, hey, you know, stuff as far as like our pets, as far as that, but also other stuff going on in games. Yeah, I did get that. So, alright, so I'm at 47. Alright, I'll go to Animal Village. I'm just going to do a sanity check on this one. We'll go there. Because I'll talk to Christine. I got the one from her last time. Oh, right. I remember now. There's one I didn't get. I need to go... Now I remember one of them. And in that case, it's just one other one. And I do now know which one it is. So it is an Animal Village. You know what? I'll talk to Christine and the Zora again. Just because. Why not? Hi. Yeah, Trombo Shores, go over there. You find someone like me, he'll give you the boomerang. You got it. Okay, he gave me that already. She gave me that for giving the letter to Mr. Wright, named after Will Wright from SimCity from Super Nintendo, by the way. Alright, there's the boudoir photo going on with the hippo. We did show last month, by the way, in the last part, which should still be on the Twitch site and is also on the YouTube site as well. We did show the Japanese version from Game Boy Color, showing the idea of her being topless. I am able to show that. It's not a case where it's anatomically correct. She said, like, I like eating paper, even to my Mr. Right, even though I'm lying about what I look like. We could also go in again to one thing about this. I'll definitely mention this again in my final thoughts. The fact that the people who made this openly said we were inspired by Twin Peaks, the TV series, and even the people who were involved with that were talking with Nintendo about the idea of saying, hey, can we get a game based on that? Which didn't happen, but they were saying, they were kind of kicking some ideas around for it, and this game kind of came around. Okay, right here. This is one. Actually, no, it's here. I didn't look here. So two things we're going to do. First, I'm going to pull the ocarina out. We're going to play Marin's song, The Ballad of the Windfish. Play right here where the walrus was. If you do, we knocked him in the water. He's like, he loves Marin's song. He was sleeping. But in this case, he's like, yeah, Marin's here. He's like, no, Marin's not here. Twin Peaks. Yeah, if you're familiar with that TV show from the 1980s, 1990s, which the late David Lynch was involved in, they had a case of saying with this game, for its kind of unique case as far as what's looking at as far as Zelda in terms of how the story's going, and also the idea that they said with this game kind of turned into almost a parody of Zelda, saying like, hey, they're gonna acknowledge the fact that you're looking in chests and breaking things of people. It's like, yeah, you're a bad boy as far as how it is, Link. It's like, no, I'm not. It's not you. But take this instead. Thank you. Actually, it might be in the desert. Yeah, that's what the story of the game went, because that's the other thing. When it comes to going into these games, anything we play, I always want to look back and understand, like, what's the story about some of these things. And actually, in my case, it's also, I didn't know that for years looking into this, because they said, well, we do it for the show, but sometimes it's something that people come in and said, oh, they have stories to tell, things they've learned because of things they've read or heard. And I said, well, I think that needs to be a part of the show. And that's how I'd found out, hey, you know, okay, it's here, this is it. So I just got to do digging around. Okay, so I didn't miss it. Fantastic. I just forgot to go over here. Just do a dig right there. There we go. That's 49. The last one's with Dompe. We got a date with you, Dompe. We'll go and see you right now. And then we'll do the stuff with the heart pieces, which we have 6 of those, 5 of those, I should say, that are not with Dompe. And he has that, and he also has a heart container. But I said, sometimes it's a case where I couldn't even predict some of the cases of where some of the stories on games go. Because there's cases we've sometimes played stuff where they do not have much documentation to them. We looked at Midway Treasures 3 for GameCube a couple months ago. Within that, there was Off-Road Thunder. There's no record of, like, who was involved except Midway made it. That's all we know. But for this game, they said, no, this is what they were doing. They kind of wanted this kind of different style of something with Zelda. Something unique as far as the portable for Game Boy. And it kind of turned into this strange case. We're like, wait a second, why do you have humans and goats potentially having being pen pals, or more than that? Why do you have a talking walrus? That's kind of the idea. It does make some sense, though, because it's like a dream, whereas Twin Peaks has the Red Room. Yes, exactly. Very good point. I actually did not mention that in particular when we looked at this before. But here's Dompe. You're right. So it's one of those interesting things sometimes you think about. It's like, well, okay, it does make sense thinking about it. But even then, saying that they kind of wanted this to be a funnier take on Zelda, of saying, even though there are only 3 games in the series at this point, and the CDI games had not, I don't think they'd come out yet when this dropped, which I don't think they did. They said, well, they kind of want to be a little more humorous with stuff like that. And we're seeing Dompe from Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. He's here. He's exclusive to the Switch version. Company's always welcome. You've been through a lot. Sit down and tell me. Yeah, every time you beat a dungeon, by the way, you come here, you have an invisible conversation. It's like, well, then I went down this way, I fell down, I got a nice item, and yeah, I got quite a tail. You get this for each of them. And you get chamber stones, you can put them in. And basically you're building your own levels, but there's those challenges it gives you that you're able to run for the purpose of going around to get upgrades. In particular, he has a secret seashell, and he has a heart piece, and he has a heart container in this. Fantastic. We've got a plus monsters effect. I also have not done this challenge that much, we're pointing out. Apply this to add a horde of monsters. So it's going to be a little blind in my case. What are you here for? Also, if you have amiibos that run for Zelda, you can use them to get more parts. I do not have any of the amiibos for Zelda, so we cannot show that, unfortunately. If I did, I would. I have my amiibos upstairs, but I do not have them for this. So I could go through each of these. But yeah, going back to the Twin Peaks thing, it's interesting to think that saying, like, yeah, you can kind of get some parallels going around, and that'll also be a case when we get to, I don't have this game, and I always want to play this, Deadly Premonition, which actually it is on Switch, but it's also on other systems, which they openly said, that's definitely going after Twin Peaks, even more obvious than this. But it's interesting to think that Zelda and Twin Peaks, would that be a connection? But it turns out it is. Okay, so what you need to do is, for these challenges he gives you, you have to make a path from the entrance, which is where that green arrow is. You have to stop along the way to get the treasure chest. You also make sure you connect it to an exit, otherwise it's not going to work. So let's get arranging. And take your parts and put them together, and you basically run through the dungeon as it is. The CDI Zelda games were really, really funny, but the gameplay put a sour taste in my mouth. Thankfully, the fan remakes are better, as far as I know. And Deadly Premonition, I love that game. I've not played Deadly Premonition. I've always wanted to. If you ever to go into memories on that, or also, would you play it on? And would also, is that a request for the show? If it is, remember, we do viewer requests all the time. You got it. We'll definitely do it. As far as the CDI Zelda games, I haven't played them yet. I do want to get one of them legitimately because one of our guests, Crochet Nerd 64, he takes the Nintendo argument, which is they don't exist. But I said, if I get one of these and do it for the show, will you sit in? I said, I will actually legitimately get one of them. And there's also that take on it called RZ Jewel Fairmore, which I have on Switch. That's actually really good. They said, we want to take that style, turn it into something that's not Zelda, and make it into this fun game. You're like, you're crazy. But then you play it, like, no, they did it. It's actually pretty good, given everything. Okay, also you have your parts here. You have the dungeon as far as the, what is it? The nightmare and your start point. But then you basically have to do lines going around. So basically take your cases and hook them around. So I'm going to look around for this. Definitely keep the discussions going. Also, when you have the exclamation points, it means there's things that you picked up that are new. So I'm going to pull these out. Basically, you highlight them, and you take pieces from all the dungeons that we've already seen in the game, and you put them together into creations, and you can also make your own as you go along and save them. I'm going to just get all the pieces set so I know exactly what's set. You can also tell effect panels on chamber space you've already hit. Oh yeah, so we can run the chews over there. But first thing, let's just get everything we're working with. Just fill out all those exclamation points. It's the gamer mentality saying that, oh, you have something new on that list. You got to get all the new things off as far as they are in order to run. And you also get this nice remix of the Link's Awakening music. Well, actually, a couple things. You get the Zelda theme, you get the Battle of the Windfish, and you get a couple other things going on there. Okay, so this also will give us more to work with and get a sense of saying, okay, what do I want to do? Because I need to connect these, and they give you the parts that they go, so I can make it pretty easy. And they will put chests down there, so you can get a sense of saying, hey, if I put this somewhere, I get a door there. Nightmare Key is always going to be the last treasure chest you open. Any chests will have rupees as well, and you can take what you want for the purpose of those. So now what I want to do is I want to get... I'm going to get one of these. I'm going to take... this nice room from, okay, that needs a key. Let's see. I'll get the curve there. Actually, let's get this part from the second dungeon. But also be careful what you said. It's not turned blue to red. Press Y and there's a problem. And you can get that set. You know what? Let's do that. Can I get... Okay, question. Can I get like a crossroads going on here? Yes, I can. So let's put this from Dungeon 3. And basically I'll have that going so I can connect to it as well. I never touched the CDI games. I did see walkthrough and it's so bad. Graphically was fine-ish for when it came out. And a small team on hardware, but clearly needed to be massively reworked. Right, and we've talked about that in certain cases because of the fact that, thinking about this, the story of those games were... As we'll get, let's take Boxing Man. Let's put him there. They were cases where that was the result of... Okay, let's get that set. I do need to get a lot of walking things. Let's go walking here. And then I need to get a curve going on. If I can get one of those to basically go... Also sort of at crossroads, but I sort of... Okay, I want to do that. So let's take this. Let's get this next boss. And I can connect that going on. Yeah, because those games were... The reason they came about, just to go into that again, just as far as just the context of this... Because I don't assume everybody knows what the story is. And it's also a case where I don't always know every story, but a case where I'll at least go into what I do know. And that is that... Sony teamed up with... Or Sony and Nintendo teamed up back in the day. They were doing publishing for Sony ImageSoft for them and for Sega. But at that point, they said, we're going to do a CD add-on for Super Nintendo. That was initially the plan. Nintendo's like, okay, cool, we're going to do it. But then what happened, as I'll get a nice curve going on here. Yeah, those thingies. They said, we're going to go with Philips. They basically stabbed Sony in the back live at the 1993 Consumer Electronics Show. And they openly said, hey, by the way, we're going with Philips. And when it came to that, the CD add-on fell through, and then Nintendo tried to wiggle out, but as part of that agreement they had with Philips, they said, we have the permission to use your characters in games. Nintendo said, we don't want to make these games, but Philips said, all right, we'll make them. I'll put this down, because why not? And we all set, and that's how we go. And when it's green, you're all set, and you can run through it. Hello, Dollyfin. So good to see you tonight for our finale of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. We're on the Switch version, going through the Dompe quests. And you also have to start it, so we're going to go adventuring through this weird dungeon I created. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to go into memories on Zelda. We're also talking a lot about aspect of the franchise and the stuff of games, of anything really going on. Hope we're doing well, and we're getting quite an active chat tonight, for sure. is that decision also responsible for the creation of the PlayStation, which is something else? No, you're right, Cool Soap. That's absolutely correct. That is what came to the PlayStation. And actually, the CD add-on for the Super Nintendo was originally called the Nintendo PlayStation. In fact, Ken Kutaragi of Sony, he actually did have indication going saying, I have one of these things in my closet. That was like last year, I think he said that. And for that, that's what led to that. So we always talk about that, the idea that, hey, you know, we might not have had the PlayStation line at all if not for what happened with Nintendo. So it's interesting to think that, saying that, because, the other context of that is that Kutaragi himself said this in interviews. He said, I wanted to try and enter the game market. He was seeing what was going on with Sega and Nintendo and a lot of cases of that, and he said, well, for years, he's like, I want to do this, but the head of Sony said, no, we don't want to do it. It's not going to be a good idea. But then, when this happened, he went back to the head of Nintendo, or not Nintendo, the head of Sony, I should say, and said, we just got stabbed in the back in front of everybody. It was a public event that Nintendo said, we were saying, oh, we're going with Sony, but then later, like, we can't have Phillips in this thing. They said, you know what, I have a plan, I can take Nintendo down, I can beat them at their own game. The head of Sony said, quote, do it. They did it. The PlayStation outsold the Nintendo 64 by a semi-substantial margin. Not that the Nintendo 64 bombed, it didn't. It did well. But the PlayStation took over completely as far as really being something that got people going. I mean, remember, the PlayStation 1 is why Square left Nintendo. They said, we can't do Final Fantasy VII on Nintendo 64 as we're planning. As you have the boxer here. So yeah, he throws a devastating haymaker, way through whiffs, and then hit him in the back. And now he's dead. So in that case, yeah, Square went to them because they said, we would have to use 12 cartridges to make that game on Nintendo 64, but on PlayStation, we can run 3 discs. So we save money, it's cheaper, and it's also the case where, because of the tech, we can do what we want to do more with that. So you're right, it was something that it definitely led to something unique with Sony, saying that they became a big player in the market. They took not just Nintendo as far as changing their perspective, saying, well, you got a new competitor. They basically completely tossed Sega out. Because not only did they defeat them from Saturn, but they also then said when the Dreamcast came around, PlayStation 2, everybody wanted that, and it knocked the Dreamcast out and also knocked Sega out of the hardware market, in particular, you know? Yeah, it's definitely what they call a certified bra moment on Nintendo's part. It was, but then you also think this, which is that, and we sometimes talk about this too, because I've said this before, the idea that we're going to do a second chance next year of Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest. I did it years ago. Ed Wack, who's part of our show, as far as a guest line, he wants to do it. It's going to be next year for him. The story of that game is an example of this, is that the reason that game was a case where Donkey Kong was not playable in it was because Shigeru Miyamoto said in an interview, a code interview that he had with people, I think an outlet of, I don't remember what magazine it was, or whatever outlet it was. It was him, and it was Chris and Tim Stamper, the co-founders of Rare. He said to their face that Donkey Kong Country is, quote, proof positive that gamers will put up with great graphics in exchange for subpar gameplay. He said it to the faces of the company that made that game because he was pressured by Nintendo saying, we want you to make Yoshi's Island look like that. He relented in the opening and closing cinematics, but he said, no, it has to be this hand-drawn thing. And then, when you think about that, hey, that could have been a bro moment, saying, like, did Miyamoto make a mistake when Rare came out with Donkey Kong Country 2, saying, no Donkey Kong. We're going to heavily infer that Miyamoto's a sexist pig because of how Cranky Kong is going in that game. Saying exactly the same thing. We're going to make Donkey Kong Land on Game Boy, where the plot of it is literally saying, basically Cranky saying that Donkey Kong Country only did well because of its graphics on Super Nintendo. If it was on Game Boy, no one would care. You could say that Miyamoto made a mistake there. I mean, he came out and apologized saying, like, oh, I was being pressured, so that's why I did it. But then again, we might not have gotten that game, as far as Donkey Kong Country 2, the way we got it. And for that matter, we also might not have gotten Yoshi's Island the way that Miyamoto said, I think it needs to be. And I think in that case, it was the right decision in terms of Yoshi's Island, saying that that's how that game needs to look. And so thinking that, okay, from a mistake like that, or something that seems like, man, you messed up and you maybe made things worse, what could come out? Sometimes things could come out saying, like, oh, it didn't do well for people because they were not happy with something. In other cases, saying, like, maybe it did. It's sometimes interesting to think that idea of, and that's also why I'll go into history of this stuff, and also stuff I'll hear. Because I'll hear from other people. Some people told me stories on stuff saying, like, wow, I didn't know that for all of the years I've been playing this. They'll have that information. All of you will have it too. Jonathan, I know you've mentioned cases of things. When we played Medieval on PlayStation last year, you're saying, hey, there's background on how this went with the Consumer Electronic, not the Consumer Electronic Show, the Interactive Academy of Arts and Sciences Awards that game got in 1998, and I was not aware of what they were, as an example. So the idea is that I'm always one of those believers that there's always a story to be told on games. Even games like, there's no documentation of it, and there never will be. Because sometimes years later, you'll understand, like, wait a sec, you'll find something new about it. Same in the case with something like Link's Awakening here. Because I don't know if it was indicated years ago that Nintendo was going after Twin Peaks with this thing. But either way, we have that, and it's a case of a story to tell as far as information that we can get, but also stuff, as I mentioned, all of you are going to come in. Now, for this one, it's out of the collar dungeon, where you have to hit the things here in order to swap them on the side. I'm not doing a good job. This is how it was on the practice when I first played this. Because when you hit one, you basically switch them off for each. So in this case, I'm going to go that way, that way. The last one, we'll get them eventually. This is also why it's fine as far as saying, you know, going through this. On one hand, we're going through the game and having that discussion, yes. But then also saying, well, we can have another discussion about saying, you know, all these other things. And it also means that if I might be struggling on something, or guests might be struggling on something, or it's like what's happening as far as what we're seeing is the same thing, it's not going to be the same thing, because we can all go into stuff. Myself can, but also all of you can as well. Also, Phil's is making me think something about else, which is, could there be no console maker in the market nowadays? Well, that is an interesting thing to think about, Cool Soap, and going back to this thing with Sony, because we recently had the indication from Sony, it's been widely indicated, we can also go into this, the idea that Sony is saying now that we are going to be moving away from physical media for PlayStation 5, and feasibly for their next PlayStation console. And the thought of saying, well, what's that going to be? Gamers are revolting, saying, are you going to move back on this? And Sony came out basically today and said, no, we're not going to, because we're seeing, basically the sales are not there, more people buying games digitally, so they're saying, and some of the stats are saying might back it up, but then saying that you could maybe think, well, is there a competitor that's going to come in now and say, we can justify a console maybe on the back of something like that, or for that matter, because the question nowadays, you're saying this rightly, which is, economically speaking, the idea, we've talked about this in the show, even when Switch 2 came out, the thought of saying, well, what's going on with how expensive console gaming is going, people saying because of this thing with Sony, but also with Switch 2 last year, saying that, would I just rather get a PC, and so I pay like $1,000-something for that, something that'll hold for a while, and I can still play tons of games on it. As we have a boss here, Moldorm, from the first dungeon. Same deal as before, hit him in the tail and don't fall down. But then thinking that, is there somebody who would come up with like a case of that and then have some capital to say, hey, I'm going to do that? Or for that matter, another thing, what would that look like? Would it be a massive company like a Philips or a, I don't know, a Samsung, say? I mean, okay, Samsung sort of does that, I guess, in the sense they have like a lot of tablets and things like that. But then again, thinking that, is it going to be something big like that, or maybe it would be something smaller? Because I know we're still waiting on, it's been years since we've gotten any indication of this, the Amico. That was the Intellivision unit that Tommy Tallarico was big in, because he was huge in the Intellivision back in the day. He works for them now, as I think he does, but we haven't heard anything about that for years. But it also is something that he was saying, it's not going to be like a major thing like a PlayStation or an Xbox or a Switch or something like that. But would a new system maybe look like that? Something smaller. Something that doesn't cost maybe like $600-something, but something where, how are they going to deliver that? Is it going to be something that maybe would be based on something like, I don't know, like an Android platform-like concept? I know that was the case with the Ouya, if you remember that one. That was the unit from, I don't remember who made that, but that was something that also was heavily pushed, and going to Tommy Tallarico, Victor Lucas, who was involved with him for Electric Playground, and Victor Lucas still running on his own. He was a big pusher of the Ouya, saying that it could revolutionize things, saying it's basically like mobile gaming and then turning it into a box. It ended up not happening, but then again, we still had a case years later where that kind of gaming did go to mass audiences, and even with something like Steam Deck now, and even like some of the Steam, I guess, laptops they're figuring, or that's the thought maybe they're going to do, thinking that maybe that's a way to go. And I guess then that also means that what are some of these companies going to do? Or for that matter, I guess even some companies that aren't around, like Sega, maybe they see success with like their mini consoles. Maybe that's a way to go. Maybe that's what they're going to do. Maybe other companies will do it. I guess it's an interesting thing to think about and a good question to ask in particular, is thinking this. And your answer as far as Cool Soap is this, saying, I'm not sure. If a new console comes out now, definitely has to be small to give it the Japanese market because they want to save space, which is a very good point. And that's one of the aspects of the Xbox didn't do well in Japan, partially. It has to be profitable as hardware, too, because AI data centers might take everything over and it needs support for a disc or a game card. And at that case, I guess then something that would differentiate, I guess, against what we have currently now. Because I guess if the perspective of where gaming really is going, if it is going away from physical media entirely for everything, PC has been that way for a while. PlayStation saying we're going to go that way. Microsoft kind of has said for years that they were going that way, as was the case. And Nintendo, they're not completely doing it as far as Switch, because they still have cards in Switch 2, but also there's game key cards that are kind of like that, but kind of not. What is it that a company's going to come out and then say, by the way, this is what we're going to be able to stand out for, and gamers want that in particular, you know? And it would have to be under $300. Exactly. Price point. That's always going to be a case of it. And something Nintendo, I know, has always done, going back. But by beating that, we got a chamber, and we're going to use that. We're going to go through more dungeons, as is the case. Yeah, I think that's also the other thing, because remember, a cost case, and that's the thing to go with Nintendo, this, is that usually Nintendo's consoles, they usually said, you know, we're going to try and we'll do his adventure stuff. You keep doing that. Placing the basics. Okay, I can't do that yet. I guess we'll do arranging. Oh, right, that's what happens. When you unlock them, you basically can play them as they are. So we'll do arranging on this one. Yeah, because Nintendo sometimes has undercut their competition. Because I know with the GameCube, it was $100 less than the Xbox and the PlayStation 2. The Wii was $150 less than the Xbox 360 as far as its base unit initially with the hard drive. Or fine, with the bigger hard drive when it first came out, $400, or $50 less for the base unit. It was $350 cheaper than the PS3 was, or $250 cheaper than the $500 model when it came out. And then I guess with Wii and Wii U, that's kind of where it was with Wii U, I should say, that's where it's kind of getting closer a little bit, but still less than how Xbox One was at $500 and PlayStation 4 was at $400, or $400 as far as Xbox One didn't have Kinect with it. And then with Switch, it was $300, and now with Switch 2, it's $450, $500 as far as bundle, but it's going up to I think $500, $550. It's going up to. I think that's like next month or month and a half. Is that right? Honestly, I think the only way it could work also is some sort of like GameCube-sized console that uses DDR3 hardware. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a question. It's a good thing to be getting a sense of like, what's this going to look like. Okay. It's telling you to remember how locked doors are going in treasure chests. And remember, make sure you have an entrance. In this case, we have to build basically our own. So in that case, have ourselves an entrance and have ourselves a boss. We will show off all the bosses. Chat, do you have a preference on which boss you want to see? If you want to see the clown, the slime eye dude, the nightmare windfish thing, hothead, the evil eagle, evil face, facade, that dude, or the thing from the color dungeon. If you have a choice on what you want to see on a boss, feel free to tell me. I'm going to build everything else before we get to that first. Let's enter from here. Why not? And I'll see also what else I can do to build things. I want to see Hothead. You got it. Alright, let's put Hothead down. So we'll put Hothead somewhere around here. Also, yeah, I don't think you can have more than one. I just want to put a check on that. Well, I don't know. Can I have more than one? You know, I'll try next one to get that set. You hit B button, by the way, on that, and you can put it back. I think I put it back. There you go. Got it. Okay. Yeah, the clown sounds funny, but the windfish is also interesting. We'll definitely look at those. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. For the next one we do, I'll pull the clown and the windfish. I'll see if I can do two of them. I think I can. We'll start with Hothead because we'll also... That's the other thing. This is how everybody's active, saying that Oh, what do you want to see as far as this is going to look? What's it going to look like? I'll pull out some stuff that's unique. You know, let's put that there. And we'll cover that as is going to be the case. And keep the discussion going, because that's the idea of like what this really goes to. I mean, I guess it's kind of making it clear, I guess, that way, but still, okay, went that way. I want to see, let's get one of these, something flat to go this way. Let's go here. And you do get more of these if you go across. One chamber stairs is enough. You have to put a second stair as well. Hit Y button to see your stairs go, because when you hit certain squares, you have a stair icon there. When you see that, it means you have to pick something else out that has stairs on it. It'll indicate that, saying that, treasure chests, keyhole, to say like how many keys you need to get through that. So I'm gonna look for a stair somewhere. Also, I think I'll put a wild card room in somewhere. Oh, actually, wait a sec. Do I put that in? No, what the hell? Let's put it in there. Oh, I see. I can just keep putting it anywhere I want, I guess. I can just keep doing it, so it's gonna go crazy with this thing. Let's go... Wait, hold on. To the curve. There's Edward playing Kirby Air Riders. Oh, good to see you as far as that. So yeah, that's the other thing. Other people popping up. Okay, so let's see. Okay, there's that. There's there. Okay, they're going to connect there. So wait, I don't want to connect there. I think I want to connect it over this way. So I need to also, as mentioned, hit the Y button. Say, where are they going? And they'll tell you, hey, if it's not done, you have to have this set. Otherwise, you can't go through. So it is, the Super Mario Maker parallel is accurate here, but also WarioWare Do-It-Yourself, which is on DS. And I sort of have a way to show that kind of sort of in the sense that I have WarioWare Do-It-Yourself Showcase, which was a downloadable game on Wii, which lets you import stuff in from Do-It-Yourself from DS. And that would be how it would show that, technically. Okay. Oh, there's one I didn't check. Alright, that's on that curve. Actually, okay, this is gonna go, like, in a massive, vast circle, which seems like... Okay, I'm not the one who's designing, Zelda dungeons, so, yeah, do not hire me to do this, please, Nintendo. There's other things I would say, oh, okay, I'll do. And it's also gonna be random shit, seeing all these weird things coming out of all these dungeons. Also, breakable wall, they show that, so in that case, pull your bombs out to go through there. Get that set, we'll go here, why not? And that's gonna go up, so I do need to get that set, but... Yeah, it's like Mario Maker, but Zelda-type gameplay and that we're getting for sure. Why don't we get something official from Nintendo? Yeah, I mean, that's interesting to think that too, because that's what people said when this came out. They said, is this gonna be like a Zelda Maker? I mean, in a way it is. But not completely, in the sense that, okay, we gotta get a chest up here. Yeah, I'll get it right here. Yeah, you'd think that maybe it would kind of come to something else, although I don't know if maybe they're thinking, well, the Mario Maker games did sell well. It's not like they didn't. So I don't know if it's a case of thinking, well, people wouldn't be interested in this. I think they would be interested in it. It's just a question, I guess, of would they do it? And I guess then, I mean, I would think maybe they have an idea of that. I don't know if maybe it's also a thought of this, which is thinking that other games will let you do creativity. Because I'm thinking, going back to the 2000s, I'm thinking in particular Little Big Planet, which we talked about from PlayStation 3. And also, I do want to get, I'll tell you what I'm going to get. I'm going to get a... Yeah, I'll get... Yeah, I'll get it in a second. I'm just trying to think of like how I want to connect this thing. Okay, this is gonna be a question because I don't know if I have enough. The way I have this set, okay, there's too many damn keys in here. I don't think I want this. I think I want to put that back because otherwise it's gonna be crazy. Outside Switch consoles, yeah, I mean, if they do, it'd probably be noticing reducing Zelda games, fan games, a fair bit. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's gonna be a little bit of a question. Actually, because I know, like, even Sega, they haven't necessarily went that direction massively with Sonic. I think they're just basically sitting back and saying, okay, I gotta put a key thing there, so let's put a key here. Yeah, you'd think that maybe they'd want to do that, but I guess then with Nintendo, I know Nintendo's sometimes been, I guess, a little persnickety when it's come to cases of fan projects, but I guess then questions like, when would they really let it go? But also, what power do they want to give? I mean, honestly, the Mario Maker games are cases where they would they kind of went the most, and there's some really interesting stuff that came out of that. In case of thing, like, people who came up with some amazing things, thinking about it, you think, like, well, would they be able to necessarily? But they did. And it was kind of interesting to see how that was going. Okay, yeah, this is going to be weird as shit as far as this is going to go, but either way. And also the other thing is, okay, that's going downwards. I think I'm just basically trying to connect everything I can, sort of, but I also need to make sure it goes in a line. Because the other game I was thinking that kind of does something similar as far as how some of these things were, actually was Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, which is on Xbox 360. That's a game that also has... Well, let's put the damn dragon up here. Is that going to be enough? Okay, that's fine, but I need to check... I have exits that aren't connected. Okay, so I need to get... That looks like that's connected to me. Yeah, so I guess that's maybe a question. I guess also maybe this is the other fear, because I don't know if... Going back to Little Big Planet for a second. I don't know if, Let me remove these. I want to see something. I don't know if maybe with Little Big Planet they're concerned about the fact that DDoS attacks happened with that game that resulted in a lot of its content going away. I mean, of course, you can still do stuff offline for that, so I don't know, maybe that's a case of saying, oh, I see, that doesn't, I don't have a connection there, I need to make that set, so I need to, I guess, go straight, let's do that. If I have a set of this, okay, that's one, okay, I need a treasure chest room, there we go, let's go this one. I don't know, maybe they're concerned about that, saying that they don't want to have something go that way, you know? I mean, Nintendo saw Mario Maker and thought, oh crap, we released a monster, now we have to step up our game and then release Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Okay, that's an interesting thought. Are you thinking then... Actually, I don't think I want this. I think I want this gone to start. Actually, I'm also going to move these things over. And I think I'm going to put a dead end over here. I think. But do you think then maybe Nintendo saw that and you think they reacted on that and said, you know, we have to come up with something new this way, and that, I don't know, that was, maybe they saw that, I don't know, do you think they would have saw that as an admission that they were, I don't know if they were coasting with Mario necessarily. I know some people have said that and made that accusation about them. I need chess, I gotta remember that. I don't know if it's something like that, where they said, well, okay, we have to do something like that. But that's a fair point, saying of, okay, question saying, is that just saying, well, why don't you make it? We're too lazy to make it. But then again, giving a lot of options to make it, so that then people were saying, oh, I like what they're doing. I think this is fun. I think it's something that adds a lot of value and also is something nice that doesn't make me think, oh, by the way, it's just, you know, I don't know, a stopgap maybe, you know? More of a humorous train of thought. That's true. I mean, fair enough, fair idea. I just don't know if, like, maybe you're right. Maybe there's a case of saying, it's a humorous thing to say you're right, but also a case of were they necessarily thinking that? Because I guess that sometimes maybe can be an accusation. Saying that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of a... Well, I don't know, like, Nuts and Bolts. Let's say, go back to that one, because Banjo-Kazooie fans hate that game because of the fact that it openly says at the beginning, people don't want... As I need a... Actually, no, I want to change this. I gotta get something that doesn't have stairs. So I'll get something in that that direction, but not a stairs. Let's do this one. Because people hated that game, saying like, oh, it's openly saying gamers don't want to collectathon gameplay for it. The opening of that game basically says like, oh, it doesn't feel the same anymore and people don't like it. And they said, how dare you? Even though also that's a game that is rare. Okay, what's... Unconnected exits. Do I need, you know, maybe I don't even need that. Alright, so in that case, everything is going to hell on this one, but that's fine. I'll get a sense of just put something in a corner. I'm not going to even bother using stairs. And then I'll connect something over there that goes that way. Because that was a case where they then said, oh, yeah, in some way you do it. And then, I don't know, with that game, people were saying, no, that seems like you're asking too much of that. What's up? Unconnect. Oh, I see, right. Right, I see. So in this case, I just need one of these, and I think we should be good. Oh, right, I need this down. Okay, now this one... Oh, I see. Hold on, what was unconnected about that? Oh, wait. Okay. Alright, we almost got it, in particular. Yeah, it was stupid on the devs to say at the beginning as far as the Banjo crew. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be interesting when we get to that, because I'm the one handling that, because nobody else wants to touch that. I actually, I'm not gonna lie with you, I do think that there are things about nuts and bolts I really have respect for, and honestly, weirdly enough, one of those things is... Oh, that's why. That explains it, okay. First, like, what's going on here? I don't have a thing for that, so let me get rid of that. I do have some respect for that game, because I'll say this. I know that people took that way, and I don't blame them for doing that, but I also, in a weird way, I don't know if I've ever seen a single company, we got it set, we can do it, we're all ready to go. I think we're good. I don't think I've ever seen a company not only say something that's gonna make the fans really angry like that, but also a case that they are pillorying themselves more than I think any other company ever has to really, in some ways, really answer a really difficult question about the video gaming industry, especially when that game came out, because it came out right when Gears of War 2 came out. And I'm the person who bought that game when it came out instead of Gears of War 2, only because for that one, not those against that, but also the case that it came with Nuts and Bolts, but Nuts and Bolts came with the XBLA version of Banjo-Kazooie with it, so they're getting 2 games for the price of 1. And also thought of saying, hey, you know, we get, by purchase of this, you know, send a message that, hey, I want to see more games in the series. It's like, of course we want it. In this case, same case with Stealth, let's drop the bomb on them as far as how that is. But then them openly saying, like, remember, the Lord of Games, he's the Lord of all games. And Kazooie says, even the ones that don't sell like Grab by the Ghoulies. They basically are pretty much admitting that, hey, you know, we slouched after we got bought by Microsoft, saying that Grab by the Ghoulies didn't sell well. It let a lot of people down, even though there are some interesting things about that game, too. But also them saying that, what is the role of Rare in the industry looking at, and also what is the case of that genre collecting things, and even them openly almost admitting we might have made things bad in the sense of how people took Donkey Kong 64, saying that was too much, and then Banjo-Tooie coming out and them openly saying, by the way, we don't think that that was, I mean, it was too much the first time, we can't do this again. So in some ways I have some sympathies, but I also am not going to lie and say, oh yeah, you know, I'm not going to be one of those people saying, oh yeah, fans of the franchise didn't get it. Ouch. I mean, to be fair, this is going to be, I really put myself in a weird corner on this one. This is going to be interesting to see if I can pull this out. Yeah, okay, damn, this is going to be really hard running through this. But, I'm not going to be one of those people saying that, oh yeah, the Banjo fans are never satisfied as far as that. Look, I know they love the first game and usually not the other ones, but still a case of saying, well, hey, they have a value of saying, like, hey, you know, that is a good example of something like that, saying that taking a franchise that people love, doing something different, and then people saying, we're not on board with what you're doing differently with this. And I understand that completely, and I would not say that Nuts and Bolts is my favorite game in that franchise, far from it. I'd probably say Kazooie or maybe Tooie, honestly, to a certain extent. Even though it's bigger and there's a lot going on with it. But it is a fascinating thing looking at what that game really is saying, and also the idea that Rare could have been totally horrible about saying, you know, gamers don't know what they want, and as far as something like that, left it just at, oh yeah, they don't like that. But then saying, like, wait a second, how are we looking at it? You go to that Logbox 720 level, you see unsold copies of Grab by the Ghoulies and Conquer Live and Reloaded in the trash. It's like, Jesus Christ, they're completely opening themselves up as far as that. And it's kind of interesting to think about as far as on, I guess, that kind of a, I guess maybe more of a, maybe on a psychological level. And the gameplay's interesting, but then the question of saying, like, I guess that weird struggle, you know? Nuts and Bolts is definitely interesting at its core because there's so much inside of the rabbit hole of the jigsaw puzzles. That's true. Maybe that's what I find fascinating about that game, just for that very reason. Even though it's like, yeah, it's not the other ones. But also, I guess then the question, like, what were the other ones going to look like? Let me just check my inventory. Okay, I got key. So it's pretty fascinating thinking about that idea as far as that thing, but also is that what's the creativity of a game like that looking like? And also, is it something where, because that game was not a huge seller, that's not something where it necessarily formed a massive community, although I guess it got enough of an attention to itself that it got DLC to it, Log's Lost Challenges, which is in the port of that game that's in Rare Replay, which I do have that, so that's probably how I would show nuts and bolts as far as going on the way. But then something like Little Big Planet would create a massive community about itself, or Mario Maker, because Mario Maker was a huge case. And big difference on Mario Maker compared to this one is that, unlike this game, Mario Maker had online. So, when you play Mario Maker 1 and 2, it's something where they have a way to, like, trade things, where in this one you have to kind of go a bit of a different way. It's like, how are you going to save these things and training people want to play, you know? I can summarize it this way. Market demand, perception of market demand, general attitudes of the time, and unique ecosystem specifically because of how Xbox 360 marketed. Right. And that's kind of an interesting thing we're seeing maybe with Microsoft nowadays when it comes to how are they, I guess, looking at their ecosystem, how are they looking at, like, what they're marketing, what that's looking like now, but also in 360, because saying that in 360 era, you had games like Gears of War 2, you had games like Halo, you had cases where they went for these more, I guess like for the teenager adult crowd, certain things, and they bought Rare, but then the question of where did Rare fit in, and also, like, where are the things of Rare's that were big for them, which, to be fair, they did have things that were, in particular, weird enough, okay, Perfect Dark Zero, that was because it was a case of the launch of the system, and Cameo Elements of Power sort of kind of too, but also a game like, Viva Pinata. That's a game that I did not expect that game to take off. I mean, it wasn't massive the way, like, The Sims or Animal Crossing or something like that is, admittingly. But when I found people in their 40s, and there's Nikki playing a Nintendo World Championships, the Switch version. Alright, I forgot. I want to do that, and then I want to burn the dudes. Let's get him set. There you go. He's done. Maybe being in a case of thinking, I guess, something like that. Like, I saw people, like, who were in their, like, 30s playing that game. Like, oh my god, I love this. And I was first perplexed a little because I hadn't played it yet. And I played it and said, it's this weird mixture of kind of Animal Crossing, kind of Harvest Moon, kind of The Sims a little bit, with this interesting style of how Rare kind of does things themselves. And also this bizarreness. Actually, I think I showed Dolly Finn Pinata. She said, like, were people on drugs making this? I said, I don't know on that, but it also was a fascinating thing to think about what's the way a game like that can be set up, saying you're basically collecting pinatas, you have to do specific things to get them to come into your garden and basically keep them set, keep the ecosystem set on that one so the natural predators don't kill themselves, cordon them off so they'll be able to be safe as far as everything going on, get them mating, and have, like, the mating dance music, and there's a unique piece of music that Grant Kirkhope, who did the music for Banjo-Kazooie and GoldenEye, did to make it so that they're going to have this interesting case, like, yeah, it's on. I guess they couldn't license "Let's Get It On" from Marvin Gaye, which is like, let's maybe have like a R&B soul style for some of these things, electronica or metal or something like that. It's really interesting. Think of that, you know. Yeah, Viva Pinata was wildly popular, and I loved playing it years ago. Yeah, I liked it too, and it was something thinking about that because I initially wouldn't have thought, oh, that's a game Rare would make. I think initially at the time I was thinking, well, it was the 4Kids show, but something I'm playing, I said, it kind of clicked, and it found an audience on a console that was not something seen as a family console in the sense of saying people were playing that. I mean, usually you think, well, Nintendo's going to be going that way. You play Zelda, you play Mario, you play Pokemon, you play all these other games. What we saw come up as far as Nikki and Edwack in particular, Nintendo World Championships, or Kirby Air Riders, or some other stuff like that. So that's kind of an interesting thing to think about is, yeah, we're going to get the booze going on. Bye-bye to booze. So sometimes something like that kind of making a market penetration you wouldn't think it would. And also, I guess then, like, pulling an audience in a unique way. So in that way, I kind of get... So, I mean, maybe this is where I'm going as far as, like, nuts and bolts as an example, but also just saying, like, hey, you know, that being a fascinating thing. Like, I don't know, maybe it's also the other thing, like, with Rare, I do appreciate what they do with Sea of Thieves. I think Sea of Thieves is a great concept. I haven't played it. I want to, admittedly, for a while. But then thinking, like, well, I like to see them doing something else. I mean, well, something else on top of that. I mean, I wish Everwild would have come out. That got canceled. I wish it did. I would have loved to have played that. It was coming out for Series X, but we never got it. Okay, there we go. So that's set. Let's see what I got. Actually, right. I can look at my map. Okay, so I do show you the map as far as where all these areas are. So I have to go down there. So I'm going this really roundabout way going about it, which is really fascinating to think of this. But also a good case of going into discussions case. It's also this. Probably part of the reason for this probably was, as far as Pinata's success, a fair bit of catching people got Xbox 360 out of hype. Maybe were caring for Halo, but enjoyed The Sims, and then actually lightning in a bottle. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that can be... Ouch. That can sometimes be an explanation of it. Sometimes something comes around at the right time and hits a market that maybe is not being served, or hits something unique. Right, because also, the other thing is that when Viva Pinata came out in 2006, that was around when Gears of War came out, the first one. And people think like, I don't know, I have children, I bought this thing, I don't want to play that, it's not something for children, and the people who made it will tell you that. That's obviously not the intention. And then saying like, what can they play, what's something that I can get into, and then is it hitting a niche on a system that you would think it wouldn't, and sometimes taking off that way. We had that last year with, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. That was something where, not that RPGs, we were talking about Final Fantasy, or Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13 earlier, not that RPGs like that are, okay, I gotta go this way. Not that they were unpopular, but there's something about the way that game did it, the way it presented itself, the way it was coming out of a company we hadn't seen before, and they had a vision, they had an atmosphere, they had a pull that got people in ways that maybe you wouldn't have expected them to do it, and took the industry by storm, you know? One of those is mentioned, lightning in the bottle cases, right? Wait, Gears of War and Viva Pinata released around the same time? Yeah, it was, I think, November of 2006 for both of those, around, I don't remember if Gears of War was first, or if that was, Viva Pinata was first. It was sort of around the time, and Halo 3 was 2007. But we knew it was coming. We knew Halo 3 was coming, so people was like, I don't care about Halo, I want something unique that's not like that style. So I get that idea. Oh my god, it's been literally a Doom Eternal. It's literally Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing New Horizons, but for 2006. Yeah, in a weird way, I never really thought about that. That's absolutely kind of in a weird way what it was. But I guess that shows the idea that, you know, you can have those two markets kind of, you know, coexisting at the same time that way. Whoop. Especially on a console like 360, saying, like, how is that gonna go? Okay, I gotta go that way. See, in this case, I need to actually read the map of the weird place I went, you know? Talk about history being a circle. Yeah, you're right about that. So, I mean, in some ways, I guess it kind of maybe comes back to some of the stuff we're saying. And sometimes that's why we'll go into it. Sometimes it's questions of... Sometimes a question of, hey, is it just a lot of it going off different directions as far as what we talk about on the show? But sometimes, no, not really. Because sometimes the stuff in history you can learn as far as that from what we're seeing now, and in a way, vice versa. You know, like what we're seeing now in gaming give us a sense about other stuff. And, you know, we got the puzzle here of getting the symbols here, so we're going to get diamonds here. There we go, got them. But then kind of see something like, I never thought about that before, saying that, wait, Gears of War and Viva Pinata basically being like Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing New Horizons, like 14 years before it happened in a weird way, or Barbie and Oppenheimer, right? That's another case of saying those aren't going to go together, but then they did, or, well, sort of now, I guess, yes and no, in the sense that, well, we have a Spider-Man Brand New Day that just opened, and the idea that it's that movie that has Tom Holland is in that one, and I think there's John Barenthal and Zendaya, or Zendaya, sorry, Todd Holland. No, see, I'm saying Todd Holland from Bethesda. No, Tom Holland's wife, as far as that, he's in both movies, in both Spider-Man Brand New Day and The Odyssey, from last week. Oh, no, 2 weeks. No, it was 2 weeks ago. So in that case, yeah, these are two massive, massive movies that, okay, one I would have expected, I guess, no, I probably would have expected both of them to do well, really. Because, I mean, The Odyssey is Christopher Nolan's first movie since he won the Oscar for Oppenheimer, and Spider-Man Brand New Day is the new Spider-Man movie. And already within first day, it's like, I don't know, $75 million on the first day. But in case it's like hitting something that way, and it seems like two things that don't go together, going together, I guess. As we have Hothead, as requested. Whoa, ouch. Same deal as how you fought him in the main game, which is just hit him with the, you're fighting with fire with fire here. You basically use the magic rod and hit him. That was because of that tunic I got, the blue tunic. Yeah, damage is not a factor in this battle, that's for sure. Yeah, but that's, yeah, again, an interesting thing to think about, and I guess also maybe why, like, well, we do play newer games. Technically, I'm playing a remake of an older game as far as it being semi-newer. And our scoping session is of a game from, like, 2 years ago, and a game that on Switch 2 came out 2 months ago. But the idea of saying that, hey, looking, I guess, this kind of reflective look, but saying, like, putting that into a case, and as I said, also a discussion of all of you, you know? This way. But it could exist when Grand Theft Auto 6 rolls around, though probably not. Okay, something like that could exist perhaps when GTA 6 rolls around, but maybe not, you know, a big game as well. Because that's the thought, because with Zelda, going to that, there's the remake of Ocarina of Time that's coming out this year. There's the thought it's going against that, technically, because GTA 6 isn't on Switch 2. And I don't know if they're going to put it on, it's not going to be on. So maybe something like that. That's the counter program. We're going to Barbie, actually. Barbie's the counter program to Grand Theft Auto 6 because there's the Barbie Rewind collection that Atari is putting out like right around the same time. There's like a bunch of old Barbie games getting re-released, including some that never got released before. So yes, Barbie and Godzilla, technically, that are going against Grand Theft Auto 6 because Godzilla Destroy Monsters Melee is getting released around the same time. Well, that and the Switch 2 version of Metaphor Refantasio. So I guess ports, or maybe remake of Link's Awakening. No, Ocarina of Time. Shit, they already made this one. Times I swear you had one foot in the grave. The boss, maybe. What a thrill. Alright, I do have to go through a couple of these. So, next one, just to go into that, I'm gonna do another challenge. We're here for another challenge. Considering we had the request for, let's get a passage across. You can't place chambers on those light gray tiles in the upper right. You have to have stairs. So in this case, they're telling you have to use stairs to cross long distances or you'll fail. Okay, so let's do that. Also, one thing to go into, since there was cases on bosses, we saw going on boss line, it was, just to get a sense of this, it was, let's see. I was gonna look back as far as what chat you were asking for when it came to that, because I did see... Clown and Windfish, you got it. Alright, let's go there next. So I'm gonna put... I'll put the Clown down, I'll put the Windfish down. If it doesn't let me put 2 down, I'll figure something, but... Alright, let's take a look. So they're telling us we gotta use stairs, so we gotta run stairs. So with that, we're gonna take this. I'm gonna put... stairs here. And then I'm just gonna curve all around. Let's go this way. This is gonna be interesting. I think this is pretty fun, honestly, as the idea. Just kind of going through this, and is it also just kind of going through it with all you, and I do love that. Thank you so much for joining us for the show tonight. As also, let me just quickly pull one of these down. That's another. Oh, wait, there's 2 stairs. I don't want 2 stairs. I want to get that set. I guess I got to pay attention to what I'm putting down. Let's put that there, and then I'll also put the curve, and then we'll take a look at that next. Okay. Also, speaking of Grand Theft Auto 6, pre-order speculation is inconsistent. Either a quarter billion has been made, or $4 billion as far as how much it's grossing so far. Correct? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's okay. That's all of it. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess the question like how well it's going to do. I mean, I guess it's going to do okay. I don't think it's going to not do well, and I got to get a starting point. Let's start. Let's start here. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna do well, yes, but I mean, the question saying that how well is it actually doing, I guess, to start, is a little bit of a question. Okay, there's a bomb wall. I'll get that set. I mean, it's gonna do well, and I'm curious about it. In my case, it's also something for me, also going with, like, the sales case on that a little, it's also something where, I mean, I would like a physical version of it. I know why they're not doing it, and I'm not upset about that. I'm really not. I really do think, well, all right, they need to do this because the game got leaked years ago. So, them saying they're going to do it this way, I can see it, even though I know it's not popular to say that. But then I guess the question is saying, like, well, will they do a physical version later? And also, I guess then, are they right in saying if they do a physical version, is it something that's going to be a case where you're going to have to download a lot of it anyway? So is it really going to make much of a difference? I guess when you really think about that. I mean, yeah, it's interesting to think about how this also, the build of this is going. Because, yeah, to be honest, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm kind of just, in some ways, throwing everything against the wall, sort of, but also saying that, okay, I gotta follow something, okay? I mean, okay, I'm also wanting to pick different stuff, so I'll tell you what this is. It's also showing off, saying like, hey, for people who haven't been here for the previous parts, no problem for sure as far as that, like, hey, let's give you a sense of what was going on with this game, but that's fine, I'll keep that there. I don't know another stairs. Now I'm thinking as far as, like, saying no stairs, and that's... So we'll go that way. Let's curve it a little over that way. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Going this way. It also is totally random. The other thing about this is that, I mean, speaking of, like, weird cases as far as some of the things going on with this game, as far as how its inspirations and things are, it's kids like, yeah, we're going from, I don't know, we're going from parts that go from the Face Shrine to the Turtle Rock, to the Turtle Rock again, to, okay, I can't do that one. To this from the Eagle Tower that we have. So it's like, it's just all these random things. Like, yeah, it's kind of going for no rhyme or reason, although, for the purpose of doing this, I kind of understand why it has to be a case of being like this, in a strange way. And nothing else is also really, really fun just to kind of go through this, even though it's like, yeah, I'm totally shooting the dark on this one. Is that also is why this, as I said, I didn't exactly, okay, I'm not gonna say I didn't prepare for this. I didn't get in a case of saying, this is something I need to practice. Well, I'm gonna go through this as it is and just see, like, what are we doing? Just go through that way. But also it means that because of the fact of discussions that either I'll posit, but of course all of you will go into as well, in a way it maybe doesn't matter in the sense of saying that we can kind of just go into anything. Yeah, that's what happens when you have an independent program like this, and why I make this an independent program. I say I want it to be a case of all these things. Just to be able to say, like, hey, you want to go into stuff like this? It doesn't matter. It's not off topic what we're talking about. Oh, that I can't use that, though, because I would be hitting the wall, and I don't want to have that happen. This is going to be an interesting one when it's set. Let's see. Okay, I need to get... Yeah, it goes with these are indicating number of edges, 1, 2, 3, 4, as far as how they're going. So I do need to create another one of these. Get that set. And make sure also I have enough chests. And for this one, I basically just need to go straight across. And see which ones I got to go straight across. And in this case, make a crossroads. Okay, here's a question. I would say that's right, because this is a room that doesn't have a locked door. So they're not... Oh, wait, are they letting me put it there? Okay, I was gonna say, no, they're gonna let me do that. But I guess they will? Okay, let's see. I think we're almost at the end of this. Oh, fairy fountain. Okay, what the hell? Let's put a fairy fountain near the end. But, okay, let's check what's going on. Okay, you can't have more than one nightmare. Alright, so we'll take a look at... Oh, okay, alright, so unfortunately the game is not going to let us have more than a nightmare. We'll do the clown guy later. I'll do windfish, because may as well. And then I'll put a dead end up here. I ran that before. Actually, did I run the horse pieces? There we go, we got it. We're all set. Let's go. Yeah, let's just take a look at this weird shit I'm making as far as it... And keep the discussions going as far as anything you want to go into. It is open mic night here at Super Old Game Saturday, which it always is, but especially tonight, as the case. Also trying to think as far as other stuff just going on. I guess as far as Zelda, I mean, I guess we'll go back to that, which is... Or back to a couple things with this, which is... I guess the case of saying, well, when will Ocarina of Time's remake launch? We'll go against Grand Theft Auto 6. I think they could, honestly. Again, because of the fact that GTA 6 is on Switch 2, and also because it is going against a remade version of a classic game, you know. I mean, I'm curious on GTA 6 as well, although also in my case, as mentioned, along with physical disc thing, I mean, it's, what is it? For me with that one, I'll defend that one. There's other ones I won't. I mean, if that game wasn't leaked, I think it would have gotten a disc. Whether it would have been all on disc as is, I don't know, but I think we would have gotten it had the game not been leaked years ago. Although weird enough, I'll say this on Grand Theft Auto 6. One thing I want to know more than anything is, like, people say, like, when's that next trailer coming up? Yeah, I'm curious about when that comes around, too, if they're going to do another one before the game comes out. But also, I'm wondering about the licensed music, because even as far as the trailers they've shown, just briefly going to that, the first trailer they showed, that was, I think, like, what, 3 years ago? They had, Love is an Open Road by Tom Petty off of Full Moon Fever from 1989. And given that it's taking place in their version of Florida, which is where Vice City is set, so it's Return to Vice City, so that's the other reason I'm really excited about it. For that reason alone. There's that, and then also the next trailer they showed off Everybody Have Fun Tonight by Wang Chung and Hot Together by the Pointer Sisters. Which actually, yeah, despite my classic music knowledge, 80s music knowledge, those are all 80s songs. I didn't know that Pointer Sisters song. It's like, yeah, like everybody else, I was like, what is that? Like, holy shit, this is awesome. And like, I love the Pointer Sisters anyway, so they kind of got my attention. So my thing is saying, like, what's the soundtrack gonna be like? I mean, of course, for this show, it means we can't play the soundtrack as far as it, but I'll also put stuff in the link list saying, like, oh yeah, you listen to the music on your own time. I'll provide it to you that way. So in that case, we're gonna give our reference to this. Also, you know, we'll sing the damn thing. I mean, we did do a sings compilation last year for our YouTube site for that, saying all the times we've been singing. And I do have to build up other ones as far as myself and guests and everybody else doing cases like that, so then it goes into an end-of-year compilation. And this year it's going to be glitches. So any glitches we see tonight or anything else for the rest of the year, or the stuff I'm remembering, but all you might remember, that's going to be going. Okay, now let's take a look on our map. Yeah, this is interesting as far as how this is set. So in this case, it's a case where I guess giving validity to the idea, like, what's the Zelda Maker case going on? And one thing I'll also be curious, I guess, to look at after tonight's show is what are some of the creations people made. I mean, for the purpose of this, just to give a sense of like what the scope of this is looking like for tonight, I'm going through as many of these challenges of Dompe's as I can get my way through. Particularly to get all the rewards, I don't know if I'll get through, ouch, all of them, but I'll see what I can do. I do want to try at least do the ones, ouch, that go, oh, okay, first I was like, wait, what happened? I do want to get all the ones that go to rewards. That would mean the heart container, that would mean the heart piece, and that would mean the secret shell. As far as what the missions are that go to those, I have them written down, but I gotta take a look and see what they are. I have to go get the rest of the heart pieces as well. I will say this, if I do run into a case where I'm not able to show everything, I might do, I said I'm using, the 2 weeks we're off in September, because actually there are 2 weeks we're going to be off in September. Those would be September 5th and September 12th. I will record off-screen stuff for this game for that. I'm recording stuff for... Well, what... Oh, hold on. Oh, I just jumped down. Where'd I go? Wait a second, hold on, let's see something here. Okay, wait a second. I fell down that hole. Hold on. Wait, bring me back. I want to see something here. Hang on. Okay, is this... Okay, I might have found a glitch compilation item right here, because the other holes you saw I fell down... I fell down the hole, I took half heart damage. I fall on that one, I don't do the scream. I just fall there, I'm waiting. And now I'm back. I almost want to jump down every single hole in this room and see if it's me, or is that... Okay, I'll compromise. I'm gonna jump in each of these sections where there's a hole. Okay, so that might be a glitch compilation item. Like, yeah, I should be falling down that and taking damage, but for some reason I'm not falling down and taking damage out of that one. I don't know why. This is also, as I said, why I love improvising on this show, because it means that You never know what you're going to see. I don't know what I'm going to see. Nobody in the audience can know what I'm going to see. I don't know what the audience is going to say, so it means that we have that going on, and you're always welcome. And that's what makes this show unique, and is that it's all of you who make that happen. I can come up with the idea of like how I want to run the show, but sometimes it's something where the joke on this show, I've always said this, is we plan this show, I swear to God, and where that came from, I guess, to go into is the case of things like that. You can sometimes never plan this. I've sometimes said this with people, saying like, hey, if you're going to be playing games of any kind, what are you going to do when it comes to that, as you're going underground as far as how this is? The idea that if you're going to play something as far as that, you never know what's going to happen, even if you think that you might. So in this case, I basically take that as a weird way of challenge. So like, if I go without a safety net going into this game, it's like the answer is, yeah, probably, but you know what? I'm having a blast doing it, and it's, I guess, enhancing my enjoyment of a game I already adore, but also giving me new perspective as far as we're going to open that door. I'll keep that down or on for the time being, but I'll just put a key in all. Alright, so yeah, now we got tons of conveyor belts going on. So yeah, this is like a greatest hits, and given that this is kind of what this mode is, and this is the finale, maybe, probably, if I don't need an off-screen thing, I mean, I'll see. Because if that's the case, I do want to do stuff in Final Fantasy 14. I already recorded something with Kazan 22 with that a couple weeks ago, but I have to record other stuff and then quickly edit it. But that's for a scoping session we're doing next year, because I'm waiting, I want Evercold to come out before we get basically online. We're running that for a scope show when it's insanely active, when that expansion comes out, but as January 64 said, you're going to be done with current content. No way. Not happening, because I'd have to be playing that game the rest of the year, basically every day, in order to do that. It's like, no, I'm not doing that, because I have the stuff I'm doing, either playing for myself, I have stuff, I work for a living, so that's also part of it as well, but also stuff preparing for the show, including viewer requests. And I got one next week for Electverse, as far as who's coming in our chat, with On the Ball from Super Nintendo. We're doing that next Saturday, just to let you know. Now, I'm also looking at... Okay, there. Alright, kill all the enemies in here. Or kill the keys. Those bats, by the way. Wait a sec. Where is it? Oh, there's another enemy there. At first, like, where is it? I mean, that would be something if I find other, like... Okay, I guess it's a glitch with the thing with the hull. It has to be. I've never seen that. Either in this game or in, any of the other versions of Link's Awakening. I don't know, Chad, if you've ever seen that. And sometimes it's mentioned. It can be this perfect storm. You mentioned lightning in a bottle of cool soap. You're absolutely right. Sometimes that's what it is. This is lightning in a bottle. Like, hey, sometimes something happens. You can't plan it. And what happens on the show, I always say thank God for recording. Because it means that I'll have record of it for it going all throughout time. And that's, I guess, a unique case of a glitch, saying that's actually a beneficial one. It's not like the game crashing on me twice when we played Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition a few weeks ago. And yeah, here's you with the ball. Toss the ball, let me pick it up and go. Whoa. Come on. Ow. Yeah, as soon as I pick up the ball, he's like, yeah, no, I don't want anything to do with that. He also takes a longer time to throw the ball in this compared to on the Game Boy games. Ready. Come on. No. Oh, yeah, right in the back. Yeah, this is fun. I'll definitely say that. And also, even as far as just kind of putting these dungeons together randomly, I don't know, in some way for the purpose of showing it on a program like this, that maybe makes it a little more, I don't know, interesting. Because in some ways, like, yeah, it's not me showing that I don't care, but I mean, I do have to care. I have to make sure the thing works. But also, I guess, then saying, well, so like, how's this gonna go? It is completely random, or I guess since I quoted or I referenced a Federico Fellini movie on part 1 with Amarcord when it came to Cat and Meow Meow. I'll reference another one. The main character of 8.5, who says, I'm tired of symmetry. Yeah, that's this mode is shown in particular. Also, it's interesting doing this challenge also without having to be tossed down the holes and falling downwards as far as the level below. Like you do in the Eagles Tower and see this. And also, as far as the stuff in the chest, yeah, just 1 rupee, it's fine, I don't care about. Alright, here we go. Yeah, here's the roller. Yeah, jump over him and just start slashing. Yeah, he's dead really quick. Yeah, with that level 2 sword, that definitely helped. Okay, so next up, where are we going? Okay, that's where we gotta go, but in this case, I'm going up here. Alright, so another one of the bouncing horses. It's way better in this one than it is on the Game Boy games, because whereas on that one, you have to kind of get lucky throwing against the wall and hope it lands in the position as far as being face up, and if you do it wrong on one of them, you have to do them both again. As far as putting them set. This one you just have to pay attention to where they bounce. So they bounce up, down, or wherever it is. Just make sure they bounce onto that pressure plate. Yeah, I think I'm throwing it too high. Well, actually, to be fair, I've never tried throwing it from up here. Okay, so that's what I'm hitting right. I think that's... Now, in this case, though, I have to try and remember, like, how do I throw it? Because if I throw it that way, it bounces up and to the right. Or maybe it's random how it does it. Yeah, it's going up there. So, yeah, still something I gotta figure, like, what I'm doing. Alright, while it's hanging in the air, let me get 5 rupees. Because why not? Oh, there you go, that worked. Alright, so next up, we're gonna go over here. Okay, yeah, I remember seeing this before. So in that case, yeah, just knock them down and grab me a key. Alright, there you go. There's boss key. Sorry, we're gonna see... I guess the Windfish battle, I guess it is the nightmare... Well... The final nightmare, or whatever they call the final boss in this. Okay, that's that room, but you know what? Since I put in Fairy, let's go say hi. Hi. You still got plenty of pep. You don't need health recovery, but I'm here if you need me. Okay. In that case, yeah, I'll see you later. Okay, oh, wait a sec. Hold on. Oh, this is the anglerfish. Okay, this is the... I'm sorry, my mistake. I thought it was the windfish. No, it's not. The anglerfish from the Angler's Tunnel. But this will be no trouble whatsoever compared to some of the other cases. First, like... I was gonna say, the powered-up sword, he's probably gonna die a lot sooner. I mean, the Game Boy games, he dies really quickly anyway. You just sit next to him and just start slashing, and he's not gonna live. And melee is a more interesting boss than this one, because he takes more damage, and you're able to see more of the pattern. But either way, he's still not living. And next up, we'll do the clown guy. Passage cross cleared. Yeah, what a show. Alright, I'm getting tons of chambers. Anything else? Add a new challenge. Okay, what are you here for? More challenges. Let's just keep going. And I'll do... Okay, this is actually one of the ones that I do need to do for the purpose of one of the upgrades. Or you get fill up your hearts. This is the one that we got to do for one of the heart pieces, I believe. Let me just confirm that. And also I gotta get sense, like, what's the one that I gotta do for the seashell. Okay, fill up your hearts is the one I gotta do for the purpose of one of the heart pieces, and then one of the other ones through him is... Oh, there are 11 challenges. Okay, so then I might have to do an off-screen. I'll do what I can, though. I'll go as long as I can this one. I said, like, yeah, how long is it gonna go? I will end at least by showing off, the ending of the Game Boy Color game. But fill up your hearts, this is one of them. How to arrange them how they are, make sure you fill in every one. Okay, so in this case, you have to make sure you fill up everything. So, I will have, yeah, it's where we're gonna have our boss. You know, I'll tell you, let's put him down at the bottom. As far as we'll start, let's start from... this is interesting, because wait. Oh, okay, so I do still have to pay attention to what the room position is. Actually, yeah, because none of the dungeons in this game have one that can go down. So actually going to that quick. Oh, okay, so wait. Okay, so I do have to take that into account as well. So actually, I can't put that there. So I have to put this here, and I guess as far as fill up your hearts, I do have to put the entrance at the bottom. Oh, okay. I mean, I could not put it at the bottom. I kind of want to try... You know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to get a little more creative now. I'm going to try not... Actually, wait. Oh, no. Wait a second. Okay, so Okay, I'm going to try this. I do want to make this happen somehow. See, now I'm going to get a little more creative on this one. I'm gonna... get one of these down bottom that has stairs. Yeah, let's do this one from the second dungeon, where the Pole's voice and the Stalfos are. Okay, so I'll do that. I'll enclose this in. And I'm gonna pull something we haven't seen before. Oh, okay, this will be nice. Let's do that last room of the Turtle Rock. Okay. Okay, now for the rest of this is gonna be very interesting. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is, now I do have to think about what I'm doing a little, in the sense of saying, where am I gonna put things? I'll put things down at the bottom here, I'll put this here. I should put that there. I'm also gonna throw a wild card in. I'm gonna throw... Okay, what can I put? Oh, I guess I gotta have something open as far as that, or I have to connect them. Okay, I have to do that, I know that. Let's see. Okay, I need a three-way room. So in this case, I need to get... Oh, they mark the bosses that way. Wait, hold on, do they? Hold on. You know, I'm gonna try something. I don't know why they give me that. So... What you're telling me is that apparently I can fight the boss twice. You know what? I'll tell you that. We'll do that. We'll fight the boss twice. Same boss here. This is how I'm getting around the only one nightmare thing, apparently. So there is a way around that. Sort. Well, actually... Well, actually, you know, if that is the case, I'll tell you. Let's remove that. In that case, I'm gonna pull another one. Let's pull out... Actually, you know what? I wonder, what's the eagle like? Does that put you to the top of the tower the way that it does in the main game? I'm curious about that. Okay, so we're gonna have two nightmares one way or another. Let's go. Alright, these bustable things. There were crystals in the old game, or as far as in the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. But this one, there's something different. Okay, so in this case, just curve, curve, curve. That's what we're gonna be doing here. Yeah, let's get these spider dudes. We haven't seen them around. Now, in this case, I need... that... Like, now I do have to think about what I'm doing, but I do like this. Let's... Yeah, I'm not gonna take that. We've seen that a million times. We haven't seen this a million times, though. But I could say, like, we've seen this we've seen this movie a million times. We haven't seen it 1,000,001 times. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Alright, so let's dead end something here. How about this? In this case, just loop all around. Basically, this is gonna go all over the place. I'm liking this, I'm not gonna lie. This is really cool. I mean, to be honest, I'll tell you, I haven't necessarily... Hang on, let's see. What have we not shown? I don't know if I need to get that indicated. Right, I need stairs somewhere, right. Since that's gonna be the end of it, basically we're gonna get a sense here. We'll get stairs over on this end, stairs, let's go stairs, we'll stare it up here, and then curve around, and we almost have this. Oh. How about that one? And then I just need one of these. How about... Oh, that one. Okay, question. Oh, okay, okay, I gotta get rid of this one because... let's do that one. There we go. Everything's connected. Let's go take a look at our weird heart chamber. Why not? Oh, also in this case, bomb walls. So in that case, let's run them. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, as soon as we get this one... Oh, get me ass out of the way. I don't want to get myself hurt. Yeah, sometimes I gotta remember that. It's like, okay, let's go. Well, there's this. I don't know what that's gonna do. The way this is gonna go. I mean, if nothing else, I'll say this. It's also, I guess, doing a decent job of foolproofing the dungeon. Alright, we're fighting this thing right away. Alright, so he's a mini-boss now. I guess okay, I guess he can be mini-boss. So in that case, yeah, I can just run these things like crazy. Also, it's actually like, I see something here. Yeah, what happens is that, yeah, okay, never mind, he's still speaking. First I was saying, oh, it's like, Link's Awakening on Game Boy, where he does not give you the dialogue. It's explained to you, like, hey, you know, here's my weak point. But never mind, yes, he does. I guess they give you these so you can get a sense of saying, hey, I want to run every nightmare in the battle or in the dungeon. And I'm okay with that. Alright, so let's pick up his bottle and slam it into the wall. Yeah, that's fine pottery. I would get myself, you know, tossed out of a museum doing this. But yeah, this is not a museum. I mean, Dompy's probably like, yeah, fine, whatever. Although, I guess it also goes to the other thing, because he did say in the dialogue, saying like, hey, you know, I was watching this. The way I was looking at it, I thought you had one foot set in the grave. He's like, yeah, you're making me hopping mad now. And he has more of a tell because since like when does he split and then like, hey, here he is and he's gonna throw that at you. But he's basically watching us the whole way, so he's like watching on his not CCTV cameras and getting a sense of saying, by the way, I'm gonna just sit here. He's like a voyeur pretty much to what we're watching. Although, I don't know, maybe it's a case of like, I don't know, all you. He's like, yeah, he's trying to swat the air, but now he's dead. He's just watching, I guess, the idea of like what's going on. So, like, he's kind of excited. I guess he knows Link can do this. And I don't know if this game, I don't think, as far as how it is, this goes necessarily in canonically with the other Zelda games he's in, which are Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, the Oracle games. I think he's in the Oracle games. And Minish Cap, I know he's in that. The idea of thinking, like, oh yeah, I know what Link can do, as far as how it is. But I guess he doesn't know what's going on in Cloverland Islands. Which also, I guess, raises another question, which is Dompe in this timeline real? And also, for that matter, what about Dompe Majora's Mask? Okay, yeah, that's gonna be interesting to think that. That's something I don't think Crusader 64 and I went into when we played Majora's Mask the first time. We did play it years ago. Whether I'm gonna come back to that or not, well, the only reason I would think to come back to it would be for tech reason, or maybe for something, because we had older tech going back in the early days of the program. So, that would be a reason, I guess. And I'm not against, you know, going back to some games we already did for another show or another look at them. That's what we have the second chances for. Right, you just gotta do it once, so you gotta be careful about that. I'll go on that a little later, because this is going into why we're doing Ocarina of Time again. I'll mention that at the end of the show. Well, I guess as far as next Zelda, I don't know, chat, what do you think next Zelda should be? I mean, we're gonna redo Ocarina of Time for 30 years of itself. That's part of the reason, but I got other reasons we'll get into later. But, that being said, I don't know, what other ones do you want to see that we haven't done? Because we've only done this, Majora's Mask, and Ocarina of Time the first time. So I'm down as far, we're definitely down with whichever ones you want. I mean, we have someone in chat who's going to be handling a couple of those anyway, be involved with a couple of them, as is the case. Also, in this version, the spiders go across the entire room, where they did not on the Game Boy games. Alright, come on, man. Oh, no, yeah, I gotta look the other way. Alright, so we're also running out of air. Well, they're not running out of arrows, they have 60 arrows. This is like, what Gemini 96 is doing today with Bongo Bongo in Ocarina of Time on our lunch break. Yeah, you just try in the challenge run, basically like the speed run method. Yeah, the way he pulled that boss off without, the Lens of Truth was amazing. Oh my god. It took him a long time to do it, but my god, it was amazing when he finally did it. And to be able to tell that story, I felt like I was gonna be, you know, responsible for another loss and have to traverse that temple again. Because I'm gonna use Pharaoh's Wind, like, right outside the boss door in order to do the, warp back when if I get game over again. But I said, like, I first said, well, wait, maybe you can use Pharaoh's Wind when you get in the boss room before you jump down. But then I had said, oh, wait, it blocks it off. And then for Senior 64, he's like, you want to try that, right? And he went in the doors. No, it's blocked off. Oh, shit. If he dies on this, I'm going to feel responsible for it. But he didn't. That was, I guess, just the pressure he needed as far as getting through. But, I mean, it's Gemini 96. From Sean when we played Earthbound, when he played, Pikmin, of what we did on Tetris Effect Connected, and what he'll definitely show when he does Bloodborne later this year. When he knows a game, goddamn does he know a game, and he'll be able to manage it, no issue. Okay, so that's where the boss is, so I don't want to go that way yet. I can't go that way yet, but alright. Now, in this case, Suddenly Darkness. So let's grab our magic powder out and go. And get my Roc's Feather for jumping. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Ah! Yes, I'm actually, oh, I gotta bomb the wall. Okay, so, oh, right, because it's the same room from Turtle Rock. We have to bomb the wall in order to get in. Or you can go the other way and use it to get out. Okay, so for this one, I don't remember if I have to use the magic powder here, but I'll give it a shot. No, I don't. I gotta knock... Okay, I don't have to knock him off, but I feel better killing him. Which sounds wrong, but in that case, I need it for the key. I guess we're arranging these. Are the enemies even real? I'm gonna have to ask some people that. Yeah, this game is a total goldmine as far as kind of that kind of idea, like what's really going on with this. Alright, this is different because yeah, this is where you go to the boss room. Basically, I'm coming out of the boss room door for the Angler's Cave, as yeah, we're seeing Chiefs. If fitting, I caught one of them out of the fishing hole earlier, and now in this case I'm saying it's set. And actually, wait. Oh, they give you the Owl's Beak just by they just give it by default. Actually, yeah, I see something there. So, alright, is the puzzle the same? Because remember, the puzzle is, you have to get the Pulse Voice, kill that, you have to kill the keys, and you have to kill the Stalfos over there. You have to kill them in that order. Okay, yeah, you do. I guess it's also why they give you the hint of, I guess, if you saw this playing the game, because you have to have gone through each dungeon to get the challenges that you need. I guess that's the way it would happen. So you probably know, but I guess you need a refresher. Oh yeah, this one. This is one of my favorite last rooms of any dungeon, and I already messed it up, but I'll try again. You have to fill in every space of this, which we did last time when we actually went to Turtle Rock. Actually, just like last time, I failed it the first time before I got it on the second time. I was ready to put my foot in my mouth, and as soon as I was saying that, I'm gonna make a wrong turn and I'm gonna crash into something. Alright, we got it. Okay, so let's go fight our second nightmares. Like, yeah, this is how we can run 2 nightmares in this thing. This, like, no, you can't. Like, they gave me a way to do it. And for our trouble on this one, we're gonna get a heart piece. Also, you're noticing you are getting a unique piece of music going through any of the dumping dungeons. Alright, in this case, right. At first I was saying, like, who am I fighting here? Oh, right, we're fighting, oh, wait, no, I gotta go one room over. Oh, no, 2 rooms over. Alright, oh, okay. Alright, because I said, Evil Eagle. What are we doing on this one? I guess we're going up the tower then. Alright. And I guess I'll cheese this thing, or, okay, okay, let me rephrase that. Not cheese this, because, he takes way more hits to defeat in this one than he does in the Game Boy game. Alright, the same deal. And then there's the guy who's on his, back, and I was like, yeah, who the hell is that? Actually, is he moving faster? Same deal as when we fought him before. Take your boomerang out and toss it. Or if you don't, use arrows. The hook shot, which is the way you have to do it on the Game Boy games, it does not hurt him. So yeah, they throw you a bit of a curveball in this one. Whoa. Anything like, yeah, the boomerang will decimate him. The answer is yes. Oh shit, well, I was lucky. I didn't fall off that. But he takes a lot of hits with this thing. Same deal, use your mirror shield to reflect the feathers of himself and also keep himself from being blown off. Alright, he also has the peck attack, which is new in this version. Oh, there you go. Thank God it hit him. No, I didn't angle it. And you can't angle the boomerang, so you can't hit him as far as that. Okay, he's taking just as many hits, I think, as he did the other time. Although, I swear he's flying faster. I was like inches away. He's like, you're gonna hit him, please. Just an inch off. Yeah, also if I fall off, I gotta do this again, so I don't want to have that happen. At least I think I have to start this again. Then again, yeah, I don't know, maybe they got some mercy. I've never had it happen. I know on the Game Boy you have to start again. And also this one, they say if you fall, you're falling on spikes, so be careful. Whoa. There we go. Whoa. Oh shit! Oh, got him! That was perfect. I got him. I didn't even see him die, and I'm standing on the spikes, and I'm safe. That was, of all the Super Old Game Saturday ways to end something like that, that is the Super Old Game Saturday-ist. Yeah, sometimes you can't plan these things any better, can you? Yeah, you're right. At the end of that, I thought you were gonna get impaled on those spikes, but then your hitbox turned off because it was the last hit. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. That's the shell. Okay. I didn't know it gave it to me now. Alright, there's that. Okay, so I got the heart piece. Okay, fantastic. Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Thank you. I'm interested to see how you handle arranging a dungeon from the ground up. What do you mean? I think throwing together a thing where you can arrange a dungeon however you want. Oh, really, huh? That gave me an idea then. Okay, since I'm gonna quit briefly. And the reason I'm gonna do that is because since I did get the last of the seashells, I'm gonna go do that. Then I'm gonna go for the heart pieces. And then I'm gonna come back and do some more of these, and when I get close to like around 5-hour mark, if there's any I can't show, or that I don't finish, I'll have an off-screen show showing the rest of them. But at that time, I'll go to the Game Boy Color game. I'll show off the 2 camera shop pictures I didn't show, and I'll show the ending. Okay, go back to Seashell Mansion. So now I have all 50. So I didn't run into the bug that this game has where you can miss them. Or maybe it's a case where it's reported wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's not a case. Maybe they think, like, oh, it's always happening. Or it's not happening, I should say. And people just think it is. There you go. Those are all 50. 40, you get the sword, but if you go for 50... Actually, wait a sec. This is... You get a heart piece of this, I think. So I have to do this. There you go. That's all 50. Flashlight warning. Discover every secret. The proof is in the seashells you hold and acknowledge the perseverance it took. Yeah, indeed. May fortune bless you wherever you roam. My task here is finished. Bells, here's a gift for your trouble. Oh, money? Damn, look at all that money. Christ, I'm getting tons of money. Oh, no, you get a chamber stone for doing this. Never mind. I mean, there you go. So that is the, that's that complete. Although they say, yeah, my work here's done. But, if I come back... Yeah, nobody's here. Alright, so there you go. You get a chamber stone for doing that. Okay. So, killed moblins, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the other heart pieces. I got the one out of Dompe's. Basically, I'm going to get the rest of the ones I didn't get here. And then I go back. I'm going to go through as long as I can to get to the last challenge. If you do that, he gives you a heart container. Alright, we got all the seashells, so that's set. Okay, so the heart pieces, there's the one in the well in Mobby Village. We got that already. There's the one training game. We got that. There's two fishing. We got in part 1. There's the one in the center by Crazy Tracy's place. We got that. There's the wasteland over on the side. I think I got that, but since I'm on the way, I'll do what I did before. I'm going to leave no stone unturned. So let's go over to... Back to Dompe's shack, because that's close to where the wasteland is. As far as what I need, I just need, 5 more. Okay, that's the one, so I got that. There's the one in the mysterious forest. You go in the cave over there, and there's the power bracelet. When you have that, you're able to go across, pick the skull up, and get it. There's the tool shop, which I still have to try robbing. I think I got that already, but since I'm over here, let me just take a look at that. And then I'll go back to Dompe's case. Actually, in that way, this is actually turning out pretty well. As far as how this is going. Okay. Yeah, having a good time tonight. And definitely hope everybody out there is as well. I'm definitely having a good time because of all of your input, for sure. As always is the case. Let's see. Okay, so there's... Alright, let's go to the cave over Cougar Prairie. That's right here. I think this is the one. There's a lot of caves over here, so I just want to check this one. Yeah, that's the one. I got that. You get 5 secret seashells. You get that from the mansion. If you got... Tonto Mountain is the one when you're going on the climb across. As you know, I don't want to do that because I'm close to Richard's place. I'm going to go down the way. I'm going to briefly check. I'll be able to see it. Basically, Pothole Field, which is right here. They add a heart piece here. It was not in the Game Boy game. The game itself. Because they're basically interchangeable to a certain degree as far as how they are, with the exception of the color dungeon. Alright, so we got that one. There is one back over here. I just want to check, make sure that everything's set. We'll get them, and I just need to get my stuff to 19. In that case, we'll go to 20. As if it goes to a case, as mentioned, where I need to go across that, I'll use that as off-screen content. Unless, chat, I don't know, you want to see me do it live again, which I wouldn't be against doing that. But if we do it live again, I'm gonna have to, I'll have to figure when I can do that. And if that's the case, I might double up on shows for a week. Usually I only do 1 show a week, usually, but sometimes I do 2 shows, depends on what it is. I can do it that way. But honestly, I think maybe, if I have to do off-screen, I think that might be the best way to go. Not because I don't want to record content in Final Fantasy XIV, because I do. But just, and I am. But also, give a little variety and also get a sense of saying, like, hey, you know, something I know I can do because get some kind of fresh to it, but also a case of saying, like, yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so we got that. Okay, so that's right there. I just want to make sure I got that one, which I did. Push that there. Oh no, can I not get my way out? Okay, so let's see. Okay, so I got that one. Let's see. The Animal Village, I think I got the one there. It was behind the houses. Yarna Desert, I know I got that after we fought Desert Land Mola. That was the boss there. I didn't mention it at the time, but I'll mention... Yeah, now that he's dead, I was like, yeah, that's the dude. Oh, no, I don't want to keep playing. I gotta stop playing this ocarina. Sorry. Alright, that's that. Okay, I got it. I just want to make sure I got it. Yeah, right there. So we got the one back there. Just fill up your hearts, we got... there's another one at the trendy game. I got a couple at the trendy game already. I'm going to assume that one's good until I have an indication. I'm going to go back to Yarna Desert since I'm here just to knock that off the list, make sure that I'm not wrong until I got this. I remember going down the quicksand, and then I went through here, and I got it. Which I did, so that's all set. Okay, I think I got the one to the east of the Angler's Tunnel over by Telltale Heights. We'll do it anyway. And also, this is, I guess, a good case of variety, saying that, hey, you know, we go for a bunch of stuff for a little bit, then we do another thing for a little bit as far as the Dante stuff, and now the heart pieces. So it should be in here. I think I got this, though, already. Oh, I didn't get this already. Yeah, you dive down there, you get it. Okay, that's why you check. Okay, there you go. That's the next one. So I only need 4. Candle Castle's one out there. I already got. The Martha's Bay one I didn't get. That is actually out by the phone booth. So let's go take a fly. Or take a warp. I mean, fine. I would say the fly thing. I guess I'm thinking the like the bird transport thing from Minish Cap. And also the nice attention to detail when you play the whistle as far as that. No, you play the flute, it's the same music as the warp whistle from, oh yeah, it's down there in the water. The same one as the warp whistle in Super Mario Bros. 3, which in turn is the flute from Zelda 1. The Alright, so in this case, go down here, it's under the water, let's grab that one. I checked the one as far as the stairs over there. I looked at that earlier. I got the one back at the end of Animal Village last time. Sort of by accident. Serious Forest, I showed that one earlier, but since I'm over by Animal Forest, let's just go there just to knock it off, make sure. Leave no stone unturned on this one. I think I got the one at the Ghost's Grave, or on the side of it, to the east. But just in case, again, I might go over there. Alright, so yeah, if I didn't get this thing, it's over here, but I believe I did. I just want to confirm that. And also, like the original game, it's not a case where you have to do a save or you can miss it. Because this game autosaves. But already I got that, so yeah, that's it. It would be over there, but I got it already. I just want to confirm that idea. Okay. Let's go back to the cemetery. Actually, there is another one at Dompe, actually. I made a mistake. So there's 2 of them. You have to complete all the level 2 chambers, so I'll do that one. But before I do that, let's go to Manmo's Pond, or Mambo's Pond again. I'm thinking Manmo Temple from Shenmue 2. We haven't gotten that game yet. We'll do it, but I'm gonna... I do want to prepare for that one, not because I don't know it. I definitely know it's Shenmue, of course I do. But there are certain things in that you have to be time specific on, and I want to make sure I show all that off. To the point where I'm actually probably gonna get another, like I'm gonna get the guide that was made for that game, because I don't have it, A, and B, I kind of want to do the same thing with that. Oh yeah, I didn't get this one. That I did with Shenmue 1. And Shenmue 3, I'm waiting for, I'm trying to remember if they gave a date on their Shenmue 3 Enhanced, because I did kickstart that game. Captain D-Trag is in the credits as far as myself, because I put $100 to that game. I do want to get the new one to see, like, what are they going to do to enhance it. I mean, because I'll say this, when I played Shenmue 3, it's a weird case that I got on the PC, because at the time I didn't have PlayStation 5. So, I don't know if it was optimized that well on PC, A, and B, I also don't think it was a case where my PC was able to run it really well. So, that was a question. Okay, I got the one of the rapids. I'm gonna go back, actually, to the Animal Village, or whatever's closest to the Face Shrine, because... actually the Seashell Mansion, that's gonna be the closest one. Because I want to go towards where the river raft is, but I don't want to go downwards because I can't go down that path or go back as far as that. Just check I don't have that set over there. I don't know if I do. It's okay, I just need, how many do I need? I need, oh, it's just, oh, it's one more. Yeah, because then I get the heart piece from Dompe and then the heart container at the end of it. You know, let's have a quick heal. I mean, yeah, it's a quarter of hearts, but yeah, I'll let my stress of a quarter of hearts get set. So yeah, I'm looking at that saying it's a problem. So I was like, yeah, please cure me, my friend. So yeah, see you later. Ouch. I think I got this one. Basically, if you go backwards, there's a hookshot point you're able to take in order to grab it, which is right there. Okay, so I got that. We got the one in the rapids. I got the one of beating in 40 seconds last time, as far as from the rapids. We got that bombable wall on Tulsa Mountain Range. We got the one that's right above where Mr. Wright's place is. I know I got this one, but I'm also going to just make sure I didn't. I'll fly all the way over here to Turtle Rock. Yeah, I got that one. So hold on, what am I missing? There are two at Trendy Game. Did I not get both of them? Unless... I thought I got the one in Mysterious Forest, too. Let me just check that. I mean... Oh, no, I do need to go down. I can't jump my way down from here. Okay, never mind. I can go this way, then jump my way down. I guess I'll go to the tool shop, saying like, hey, did I not buy one from you? Right, it's just one more. So let's check all those. There's one here I already got, which went right there. I just ran over it. There's this thing, which I don't think there's anything in here. Yeah, I got everything that's in here. As soon as I get this one, we go back to Dompe. I get shot in the back, but I don't care. Yeah, I can handle it. Okay, so through here. I know I got this one, but I just want to confirm that I got it. Yeah, that one. Okay, so that's that. Where that second skull was, that was the case of it. Whoop. going back over this way just to make sure that we have everything set. Whoop. Okay, there's 5 rupees. I mean, yeah, that one you can't miss. The one that's in the cross there, where the grass is. Tool shop. We're close to tool shop. I'll go back there and I'll go back to trendy game just to confirm that I got them. Because they don't. I don't think they're randomized in trendy game. I think it's a case where after you get to enough areas, you're able to get it. I know I thought I bought the one that was at the shop. I also want to try and steal and get my ass killed, but I don't know. Maybe I'll show that if I need off screen for this. Because I don't know if like in an hour and a half I do that. I mean, I don't have to limit to 5 hours, but I think I'm gonna. Yeah, you don't have it, so that's fine. Well, I don't know, I could try stealing now. You know, I think I want to keep my name. I want to be in good faith, or have good faith going on for this. I'll steal at the end. Okay. You don't have it. The Tall Mountain Range, I know I got that one. But I need to... I'll just, you know, fuck it, I'll check it. Let's go to, let's go back to Dompe again, because this is as close as I can get to that area. I checked Animal Village, I checked Yarn Deserts. So over by Dompe. Go up here, go up the mountain again. That is, unless Trendy Game does randomize it, but that's the same setup I had after I got the... After I got the last of the figurines. That feels like this forever ago when I got those. I know I got the one here, but I just want to make sure, like, yeah, everything I know as far as if it's not... Ouch. Yeah, down there in the corner. Got it. Okay, so that's set. The Animal Village is set. Store doesn't have it. Trendy Game doesn't have it. Got the one in Cuckoo Prairie on the side there. Animal Village, Yarned Desert. The Flippers. Did I not get the one at Cannibal Castle? I remember getting that last time. Let me just double check that. Back to Seashell Mansion. That's as close to Cannibal Castle as we get. It's the west. It's the west of the front gate, which is not far. And that's the other thing. It's not like I'm, you know, going around aimlessly necessarily, just because of how this game is designed and set. Okay, that's it right there. So that was where it was. The Martha's Bay one I got. You know, let's take a look at that other one. Oh, wait a sec. Well, okay, I went down that one. Okay, I did go down that way, right? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna check that one once more, just to make sure. And actually, if that's not the case, I think I know where I might have missed it. That's fine, let's just burn some bushes, that'll feel better. Ah! Yeah, maybe I missed, because I know there's one in the water here, which is you go down here. Yeah, in the water it's here, unless I got it. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. We're gonna just burn the fish. Why not? Yeah, Zach was showing me Splatoon Raiders the other day. I'm like, yeah, you know, I feel like cooking fish, or like salmon, because yeah, it's the salmon you're running as far as that one. Yeah, I've not played that game, but from what he's showing me, it looks amazing. And within like a week, he's like, yeah, I already beat the game. He's like, now I'm going through the really hard challenges. Like, the game looks really, really good. And he'll be on the show when we do Splatoon at some juncture. That is all his. I even openly says it. Hey, you know, the people are going to demo that for the show, or demo it for us, just as far as our own time. It has to be you. You're the one who loves this game. He even said, like, yeah, I bought Wii U for this thing, which I did not know. Okay, so I think I have an idea where it might be. I think I know where I might have forgotten it. And I think the reason for that is because when the time came that it was going around there, I didn't have it. I don't think I went back. So I think I know where it is. It's not far from here. Just have to go down a little bit and to the right. Yeah, go down the stairs here. Because you usually have, if you don't have the hook shot, you have to take this in order to get your way across. There it is, that's it. No, I don't want to leave. No, we're not leaving. Let me, burn the fishes again. It's right down there. Perfect, got it. I forgot that I didn't get that one. Yeah, it's right there. Just dive down there and we got it. Fantastic. Okay, so there you go. That is your next, heart piece. Now, all we need is the one that Dompe has and his heart container. I said, whether we're gonna get it tonight, I'll try. But you have to go through 11 challenges of that, so it might be a case where I'm gonna have to off-screen it. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't have to off-screen it, but I'm saying I'm gonna off-screen it for the purpose of having content in September. I guess I don't know. Is it too early to go on the schedule? I mean, we're going near the end of the show, but I don't know. But hi, Dompe. Yeah, new chamber stone. Fantastic. Got plus rupees effect. I'll apply that on so I can get that running. We're gonna run. Actually, wait. Before I range. Okay, that's 4, 5, 6, 7. Free. But yeah, this is what he says. Like, you have open slots run free. Alright, so there's. Alright, so some of these might be pretty small. Treasure vault. Okay, this is actually gonna be probably pretty quick. Actually, wait a sec. Hold on. Oh! Oh, let me go back. I can also, you also take his tips. He just tell you like what you gotta do as far as knowing what's going on. Okay, so I think for this one, what I gotta do is I gotta make sure that I'm running treasure chests in here. Let's see also what I get new. Oh, Moldorm. So if I want to fight Moldorm somewhere on my way, I can do it. He didn't say I have to do all of these, did he? I think I just need to fill in the ones that have treasure chests in them, so. Let's... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, why can't I connect that one? Oh, because I need key. Got it, okay. Oh, right, because I need a treasure chest. So because everything I put down in the center, I'd make sure there's a treasure chest in it. Otherwise, I'm not going anywhere. And I also need to make sure that somewhere in there I have stairs, otherwise I'm not going to be able to make it. I decide something with stairs and something with a treasure chest, which I think I have something in this line I can use for that somewhere. There we go. Oh, that's... Okay. That's fine. I don't have to completely loop it around. I was thinking, want me to loop it around, but honestly, for this, I don't think I need to. Let's get that set this way. I mean, I also could cheat this by saying, hey, I'm just gonna... Oh, wait a sec. Do I not... Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Honestly, okay, for this one, I don't have enough spaces to do that. Just making it, like, oval or round. Okay, that's fine. Because I can come from the top. It's not gonna be as hard to make that jump as when I made it the first time. Yeah, just make stuff here that I can make. I'll do a corner... With 2 going this way. I'm gonna try and vary it up, as I mentioned. And then for this one, I just have a needle left corner. I got that set, so they're there, so I got that ready to go. I just need to make sure I get stairs. I could also say... You know what? I want to see something. Is it... I don't know. Is it cheap to do this? I want to see something here. I'll say this means that I can get through this a little quicker. Let's put out something with stairs that has an end like this. That'll work. Oh, except, right, okay, in this case, I can't have that because I have a top section, so I need to... That doesn't connect to anything, so I got to change it to... That'll work. Okay, I mean... Okay, this is the other way. I can also make them really short to just do these challenges. So, you know what? Maybe I'll do that. Oh, no, we're good. Let's go. But also playing around with the way this is going to look. Okay, so let's go. You know, I guess we make the walk... I guess... I know it's early. Maybe I'll go into schedule. I don't know if he has any objections, but either way, he's dying. I mean, we do need that to go here. So, alright, the end is at the beginning. So, in that case, the meat is going to be kind of in the middle. Because technically, I am meeting all the things. Oh, actually, here's a question. Oh! Okay, so I can leave. I can say, like, no, I don't want to do this. I want to go home. So I can leave out the front door, but I'm not going to do that. Okay. Actually, so in that case, maybe I can get a sense of saying, hey, show all these off. Whoop. I just want to show them off, you know? Yeah, you know what? I mean, I guess I don't know, I should probably do that at the end. So, alright, I won't go to schedule. So, yeah, usually we do that at the end of the show. Or if it's a case where we're playing a game with Crusader 64 and it's going on really long, and it's like, yeah, at the end of the night we're gonna be drained, like when we did Kudelka last week, we started that. Yeah, he was definitely drained at the end of that, as was I. I mean, we did run almost 9 hours on that one. We weren't sure we would, but we did. I mean, let me think about this. Also, hopefully, yeah, okay, this is gonna be no problem compared to the other ones. In this case, as long as it kind of goes straight, we should be fine. Guys, entering that way just to get the chests. So yeah, all the chests. I guess here's the other question. If I have so many chests running, now I got 20 rupees off of that one. Does that mean I'm gonna get more prizes or more interesting prizes as go along? Or because I finished this first tier. Actually, right, you have to finish the second tier. So actually, when I finish these 3 challenges, that's when I get the next heart piece. So, maybe depending on how I do this, I can get rid of this. Let's try and think of other stuff that's going on. Oh shit. Okay, I can blow that wall. It doesn't matter. I'll do that and come back. I went into stuff as far as Zelda. I mean, alright, I can also go down this way. I'll do final thoughts on this one at the end. That I'm definitely saving for the end. Talked about the creating aspect as far as stuff like that, with you know, like the not Zelda maker that this is. We talked about Grand Theft Auto 6, we talked about where gaming is going, we talked about Sony's case as far as stuff with discs going away from them, but also I guess the PlayStation 3 shop closure. I mean, last week I was also looking around on the shop saying what's up there that either you won't be able to get anymore when they close that store down. It's next year in the US, next month for certain regions. But, I was looking at stuff on the PlayStation 1 as far as stuff that I know goes for a lot of money. You know, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pull up that list I was looking at. Because I was looking at stuff that hasn't been re-released or cases where it went up in price. I'll go into that. Why not? I got the Nightmare King. We're going to fight the boss here. Yeah, I know the Ark the Lad collection. Oh, Christ, I had to make this jump now. Okay, I did it before. I can do it again. That'll work. So start here. Jump. Almost. I can make this. Yeah, just made it. Fantastic. Let's get my way back. Yeah, the Ark the Lad trilogy. Those are released on PlayStation in the Ark the Lad collection. Those are games that go for some money, up to a lot. The Bloody Roars from, it's Konami has the rights to that, because it was Hudson Soft who published it, and it was 18 who made that. The team behind Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. As far as the Bomberman games, we mentioned we played Bomberman World. That's not up there, I guess, because Atlas would have the license, and I guess they didn't re-release that. But Bomberman Fantasy Race, that's a game that's like $150-something now. I did not know that game went up in price. The Dino Crises, I definitely want to get those because Capcom's not re-released them, especially Dino Crisis 2. Hercules, the Disney game, as far as like Miracom, that's like $90. I did not expect that to become rare, and I was like, I don't know why. I know they print a lot of copies of that, as we have Evil Face again, or Facade. Just bomb the dude and we're fine. And these are all straight emulations of PlayStation 1 games, cases where, generally speaking, they're cases where they run pretty well. I know the one that sometimes comes up in question is Crash Bandicoot 2 Rapid Cortex because of the version that they port. I think there's something weird about if they took the first release of it, which doesn't have analog controller support, I think. But that's a game that doesn't cost a whole lot of money, so it's not something for that. There's also some of the Japanese imports. I realized Gung Ho, the people who did publish on the Luna Remastered Collection, they had tons of stuff on PS3. It goes like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. In particular, Loop Salad was a game like that. I know Makaruna Makendo 2 was another one. Let's see. The most expensive thing I found was Shadow Tower. That's by From Software, the people who made Bloodborne that Gemini 96 is going to start playing. I didn't realize how expensive that game got. It's like over $700 now. I think after The Misadventures of Tron Bonne, or it might have actually overtaken The Misadventures of Tron Bonne, honestly, as one of the rarest games on the PlayStation 1. Vagrant Story, I know that's a Square game that goes for a lot of money. Vib Ribbon. Vib Ribbon never got released here. That's by Nana Shah. Those are the people who made the Parappa the Rapper games. That I'm definitely going to get because it never came out anything else. And it didn't get a US release. And actually, the Suikoden games from PlayStation, well, actually all of them, but I mean, I have the 1 and 2 collection already. But Suikoden 3 and 4 have not been released, and those go for some money. Especially Suikoden 4. As far as like PS2. And actually, The Warriors, the Rockstar game based on the 1979 Walter Hill movie. That's a game that's really expensive, like over $100. So that's another one that's also caught my attention. And some that are also on PS4 and 5, so there's cases where you can get them there, but for some of these I want to get these on PS3 because, first of all, oh right, they keep your layouts when you beat them. Okay, cool. One thing to go into as far as that, if you bought games of PS1 and I guess PS2 classics that also are on PlayStation 4 and 5, buy on PS3 that way, if you're running the same account on your PS4 and PS5, you're entitled to get them for free on the new system. And sometimes they had trophies for them. But on PS3, you get the digital manual, which is something that I love to show. So in that case, that's where we'll go. Yeah, Gaia Seed, that's like a flight shooting game, a shmup that I think goes for like almost $1,000, I think. There's finger flashing, which is not what you think it is. I believe that's a puzzle game. That's another one that was, I think, a Japanese import. So the point is there's some interesting stuff that is up there. And what's that? Oh, Passageway Central. That's a new one. Okay. Alright, let's do... Bombs away. Bombs prime with a couple chambers already, but you have to figure that. Okay. Let's also take a look at a nightmare we haven't seen. I mean, I think in this case I'm just going through every damn nightmare. So yeah, I'll put nightmare up there. I'll see, what do we get for new rooms? We get anything? Yeah, we get something. What's that? Oh, if I... You know what? What the hell? Let's fight the same boss twice and say, like, hey, the first time doesn't count. Why not? I'm down with that. Entrance... let's put it right here. Yeah, just kind of just go around, see what I can put down. Yeah, star, let's make it a straight shot, sorta. Put that there. Now, he's saying something about just blowing stuff with bombs. I mean, you know, I want to try something interesting. I want to see how far can I get through this dungeon without, you know, I'll tell you, well, I'll try. Okay, just bomb walls. So, alright, I got an idea. Yeah, I'll sandwich, no, do I want to sandwich a boss in there? Yeah, why not? We haven't seen this boss tonight, why not? And since I rushed through that dungeon business going on schedule case for part 1, I may as well... Okay, I don't want one of those. Okay, now for that one then, I'm gonna... Okay, yeah, there's the Stolfus dude. You know what? Yeah, no, I'm just gonna cap it off on the end here with something. Oh, that thing, I don't want that. That's a chest. Yeah, let's just put it on the fairy fountain. Why not? But what? Oh, okay, I gotta hit everything. Shit, alright, I didn't know that. Alright, so... Yeah, so much for me being clever that way, so never mind. You know, I can put that there, but I'll tell you what I gotta do. I gotta move that away. Alright, so yeah, for these ones that have these things here, I can't just, you know, rush my way through or just quickly put something out. In this case, yeah, I gotta build the floor plan. That's the idea. No, I don't know if I want that one. Let's do... Okay, yeah, this is a room from the Turtle Dungeon they had to change, or Turtle Rock, they got changed, actually, for this. Otherwise, it would not be something that you can really go through. Okay, let's grab that one. This is like the beginning of the second dungeon. Let's curve around. Actually, the other thing also thinking about this is saying, like, it's almost like, we haven't played this in the show. Pipe Dream, which is the old LucasArts game from PC. Basically, we have to put stuff together to solve a puzzle. Oh, there's also a lot of games that have, like, a mini-game like that. I know, the Spider-Man games on PlayStation 4 have something like that as well. Oh, wait, I need a four-way street here. Hang on. Let's have the jumping, color panels. Why not? That color dungeon room, and in this case, just... We're just gonna zigzag our way across, I think. Let's see, that one... that. Okay, so yeah, in this case, you just have to make sure I got everything building right. Well, yeah, one of these will go. That one. Yeah, I don't want to do that other one as far as, like, the color switch thing. I'll do one more. Yeah, we haven't seen this. And right at the end, let's put, there we go. Now we can do it. Okay, so let's take a look at this next dungeon. Alright, so yeah, having a good time as far as, yeah, because this is the room, as I mentioned, they changed this from how the Turtle Rock is. Usually it's kind of blocked off, so you usually can't even go that way. But for this one, they said, okay, we need to make it so that the pieces we give you from this dungeon are something you actually put together to make it work. And you're seeing it's pretty easy to put one of these things together. I mean, if you're going like full open case as far as grading stuff and saving them for slots that way, that's already something where it's going to be a little more involved. But still, it is pretty neat. And something where, yeah, it gives you a sense like how to understand it. Or actually going back to the WarioWare do-it-yourself case again. I do like the way that that game kind of has a little narrative way of explaining how the development is working. Because it's interesting, that one, because it's something where that's 7 years after WarioWare first came out on Game Boy Advance. But it's something where, for that game, it almost is a suggestion that Wario doesn't actually know what he's doing when it comes to developing games. Even though there's games he said like he's developed, like, I don't know, it was a fluke or something, as was the case. So he has to be explained by Penny Kroger, the granddaughter of Dr. Kroger. It's like, hey, you know, if you're making a game as far as this, you have to make sure you have a win condition as far as like how do you make your own micro games. You can't have it unbeatable. So, and in some ways, it's actually kind of teaching the player about the idea of, you know, aspects of game development, but also an idea of it following the ideas of how, like, software development goes. It has almost a little bit of a knowledge of, like, how, it's not exactly referencing the software development life cycle. And as someone with a bachelor's degree in computer science, I can say the idea that, hey, you know, it's on point that way, the thought of thinking what that is. You know, just in the Wizard of Fallen, saying that, hey, you know, what's gonna happen? She puts it also in terms that Wario, and by extension, people who don't know the way the field works, which is understandable, case like, hey, not everybody is in that background. It says like, hey, you know, from this perspective, what would happen if somebody, you know, played a game and it was unbeatable? It's like they'd want their money back and your company would go out of business and you'd be going bankrupt. It's like, no, I don't want that. So she also knows how to press Wario's buttons. It's like, yeah, if he doesn't want to do something initially, she comes with a way of saying like, no, you gotta do it, and here's why. She puts it in the terms that'll make it so that he'll say like, okay, fine, I'll do whatever you want, really. And I think that's actually kind of clever. And like this game, actually, it does give you a lot of options as far as what you want to do. And also a couple of options with games that Wario started. He's like, I just didn't finish these games at all. I was like, I don't want to finish them, you do it. Which is hilarious in and of itself, but also something that then gives you a sense of saying, okay, if I don't know if I can create something on my own, you can kind of get a sense of saying, oh, this is something to help you get started. Not dissimilar to the challenges that Dante gives you here. Because along with unlocking stuff for heart pieces and heart containers and secret seashells in this, for this game itself, it gives you a couple other things for it to explain. If you're going to do this and go the full way, for like fully creative this way, how does it work? And that's something a lot of these games we mentioned tonight that have these creative aspects to themselves. As I mentioned, we mentioned Banjo-Kazooie, now Super Vaults, we mentioned Little Big Planet, the Super Mario Maker games, WarioWare Do-It-Yourself, this. They do have that in common. They do give a sense of saying, parsing out how this works to people who would think like, oh, I can do this, no problem. But then say like, okay, here are all these other things to think about, but also doing it in a way I think that is entertaining for the enterprise that's part of, or interesting for that, but also something where it's not a case of saying like, hey, you know, it has a respect, I guess, and intelligence of the audience, but saying like, yeah, not saying you're too stupid to do this, but saying like, look, we understand this is something that might be heavy. It's like, you might think you're gonna be a good case of this, but it's like, hey, here's some other things to give an indication of as we're in fights. Some slimes, right? You have to bash into the wall to get this thing down. And it's a bit different from how it was in the Game Boy games, because you have to kind of slice the damn thing, and then you have to run into it in between. And they have it out like that, then you have to basically Pegasus boots into it, whereas on the original game, you just Pegasus boots into it after you pretty much get it set. In that case, yeah, we got that way. You slice there, and when they fall, also be careful because you get stunned when they hit the ground. In this case, just slice them. Yeah, that colon sword is doing quite a number on them. Awesome. Alright. Let's go this way. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty easy as far as getting this. There's the nightmare key. I don't know, do I have to cover every room? We got to the boss. So yeah, alright, we're sandwiched between, you know, the slime dude. Actually, this is like the thing in... Okay, this was in the Angler Tunnel when we played this, but also there's a boss in Jabba Jabba's Belly and Ocarina of Time that's all like this. And like Gemini 96, I'm decimating this, although he probably could be able to find a way to kill this thing faster. Fantastic, okay. Yeah, there's a fairy over there, we're not gonna visit her, I guess. I guess we don't have to. It's like, yeah, didn't we just fight this boss? Yes, we did just fight this boss. Or, wait. I guess I just bashed into the wall then. Sorry. Same deal. It's like, yeah, didn't I just see you before? He's like, yeah, no, that was my evil twin. Yeah, it's a perfect cover. It's like, no, this is the real one. Like, yeah, that's a scary thought saying, like, yeah, these nightmares are reproducing. We gotta stop that. Well, the thing is, like, well, how can they do that if they're not real? Either way, now they're definitely not real, because they're all gone. Fantastic. Get bombs away, yep. I don't know if I did much with bombs, but either way, I got that set. Good job. Got another chamber. And a bomb effect. Deluge of bombs. I guess I should try one of those. We're doing another ranging place. Let's do Key Hunter. Treasure chest tiles aren't close to the locks on one chamber. You have to make a path using all of them and put the other chests in, otherwise you'll be locked out. Okay. Okay, let's try going through this way. Why not? Let's make that a little more unique. Yeah, in this case, I gotta have a lot of keys here. I think that's the question, really. In this case, just get enough stuff to get my way out, and we'll be okay. No. Well, okay, you can also swap off when you hit onto it, saying like, oh, I want to swap off another direction. Okay. I need something with the chest. Yeah, we didn't show this one. Yeah, we haven't shown that boss yet. Let's do that. Show that last time. Now this one I gotta curve to the side. Yeah, I'll have the black hole. We haven't seen the black hole in a little bit of time. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, wait a sec. Hold on. Do I have enough? Right, now I'll put another one here saying, okay, I do need... like bombs there. Oh, wait. Okay, I can put that right. I can, but I just need to say that I'm going up the other way. So let's do that. Let's go this way. Alright, there's something I haven't... You know, I'm curious. Okay, now that one I need to... Well, actually, let me also go... Let's put some frenzy things. Let's put bombs in that room. Let's put more rupees in that. Actually, you know what? Can I combine them? No, I can only put one effect, so... Oh, right, I can't put it there because it's a nightmare. Got it. Okay, makes sense. You know, okay, we haven't shown that yet. So now let's go there. And also, yeah, one thing I didn't do is, okay, a couple things I didn't do. I didn't, oh no, I said a start point, never mind. I thought I didn't. We're not seeing a boss yet. We're showing that in there, but I'm gonna show this one. I'll put that there, and I'll loop my way around, and we'll get over there. Yeah, that one. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Or if I'm gonna do that, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll basically make dead end there. We're going this way. Has stairs. And then just make one of these, and that's gonna be right here. Perfect, let's go. Alright, so next up we got this. Okay, so, right, gotta kill the keys in this room. Yeah, the rules of these rooms are gonna still remain the same. Yeah, so I'm getting a pretty good mileage out of this, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, depending on how this is, we'll see. I mean, I'm getting pretty close on this. Maybe I won't need it in the show. It's like, I'm just thinking out loud, I guess, just because I don't get a sense of what it's gonna be like. Though I also think this is that if I don't, or I do need one, might not have a whole lot to show. Yeah, but we'll figure that. I mean, I guess that's the consequence of being a improvisation program, saying like, okay, if I'm gonna kind of spitball ideas, or we're gonna all spitball ideas about what other stuff for show might look like, or where we're gonna need, as far as I said, I also scope shows as far as not just the scoping sessions we do, but also saying like, if we're gonna play a game, how many parts do we need? And sometimes it's hard to tell until you get into it. Sometimes it's also why we'll practice. And how long do we think it's gonna take? Take on hours. It's like, okay, what are we gonna do? What's the scope of the game gonna look like? What are we gonna cover? In the case of this one, it was pretty much saying, what am I running fully through? I said either the Game Boy Color game or the Switch game. I decided on the Switch game. Saying I want to show the unique stuff in both of these and give a full look at Link's Awakening as a collective. And this one I do need... Yeah, I need powder on this baby, so let me pull that out. Yeah, you fool, your sword won't work. Yeah, that... Okay, this is in the color dungeon. We saw that, actually part one. Feels like it's been, I can't believe we've only had 3 parts of this game, as is the case. It's not a long one. I mean, that's the other thing, I guess. It's not the shortest Zelda we can play. From what I understand, actually, I think the CDI ones are pretty short. But also, I guess Zelda 1, well, actually, that's also a question to Gemini96, which is how long is Zelda 1? Because I know you're going to be the one running that. I thought AG42 would have won it, because he loves Zelda 1 in particular, but I don't know if it's the case we can see he's really good at it or not. I'm getting tons of keys. I'm getting myself sucked in. Also, you get sucked in the middle, you get taken back to the start, so I don't want that to happen either. Oh, here we go. Look at these free-for-all here. We got the enemies here. We got bombs dropping down. Ouch. This is a rupee room. It's the rupee room from, how was it? From the color dungeon. They're just dropping down. Okay, so just random cases as far as how they're going. It's like, yeah, there's bombs, there's enemies, there's whatever you set as far as that free-for-all. Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, it's not infinite, it just feels like it's infinite. So I'm getting a good returns. Actually, this is a good way to... Maybe in that case, this is how I should, mine those, what was it? Mine the rupees and chamber stones. Alright, let's fight a fish. Alright, this is gonna be interesting, though, because I don't have keys going in here. Oh, wait, it's gonna just unlock the door. He's going down. Yeah, we're killing so many nightmares tonight, it's not even funny. Also, we'll show the idea of what happens at the end of this dungeon as was. Basically, when you kill them, just come up here, but now all the doors are unlocked. Now, I don't have a key to go that way, so actually I have to go this way first. Alright, is that a key? Alright, so, yeah, in fact, that's it. Perfect. Let's go back and get it. There's enemies in this room, but also then bombs are dropping from the floor. Oh, shit. Okay, hang on. I didn't screw myself on this one, did I? I don't think so, but let me see. Well, actually, you know... No, I guess not. This is... Okay, that's one way to do it. Toss a bomb up there. Perfect. He's like, yeah, what's going on here? Like, yeah, out of the way. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, I never thought to do that before. Oh no, I don't want to go down there. I already killed the fish. But yeah, this room's not too hard. This is actually one of the first rooms in the very first dungeon. But now seen in a different light. I'm liking this mode. To be honest, I'll tell you, even though I've had this game for a while, I played this mode a little bit, but I don't know if I've ever really sunk my teeth into it massively, but I'm enjoying it. Actually, let me show you one other thing, because you burn them, they turn to Stalfos. Okay, now in this case, I gotta run this right, and, well, okay, I can kill the Wizrobes, I guess. Because I screw it and just blow this up. I'm trying to remember if I have to... I think for this room I gotta defeat the enemies here. I don't think I have to light the torches. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. So I have the stairs going on, I'm basically just gonna go up and then I'm gonna go down. Oh, okay, I'm going this way. Alright, this is gonna be interesting. And they do randomize where the, they do randomize the way that the stair sections are. But they do make it so that you can beat them. So in this case, yeah, I'm kind of going backwards on this one. So in some ways, you are at the mercy of the game, a little. Wait a second. Oh, I didn't get the key I needed. Okay. Oh, oh right, I forgot. Actually, I don't think we saw that in the entire game. Piranha plants come out of those pipes. Alright, so I didn't get the chest I needed. Alright, so I guess I do have to kill these, even though I can blow up the hole, the room with a hole. Actually, can I kill with this thing? Yes, you can. Actually, does it even kill him? Okay, it does eventually, just they take a few hits. That I'll just use my arrows. I mean, give me arrows. Yeah, the arrows are way more powerful than that. Alright, 20 rupees. I gotta go backwards, though. Okay, I do have to kill these things, so... Oh, shit. Not that it's that big a deal. At this point, yeah, game over's not gonna be on the menu. Although if you do lose your hearts in here, I think you're just kicked out and you have to do it again. Oh, there you go. There's the nightmare key. Let's go. Okay, so yeah, we're almost to the end. And actually, this case, I think for the next one of these... I think I might go to schedule. Alright, here we go. This is the boss of the, Alright, this is the boss of the catfish's mom. This one's annoying. You have to hit that, and you have to make sure then you hit its, orb, there. That hook in the middle, though, that is a killer. Now, so sometimes, you won't be able to pull them out of the hole, which is annoying. But then again, with a more powerful sword, it might take fewer hits to do this, or it will, but how many fewer? Oh, sometimes he does that when he's, has the evil eyes. He'll come out and start chomping at you, and you can't hurt him. Alright, so yeah, that wasn't too bad. Especially with the sword. Got him. Okay. Alright, let's do one more arrangement. Passageway Central. Okay, what about this one? Alright. Everything you've been doing is coming into play on this one, so make sure you get yourself set. Having, yeah, you do have to cover each of those spaces as far as things, so wherever there's a keyhole, you have to have something with a keyhole there. As far as that part, you have to have the treasure chests, and then get everything set. So, where are we gonna start? Start over here, why not? Actually, those areas in the center, I think I might have to fill all of them. We're showing this room off here. Let's put that there. Oh, right, hold on. I can't. Let's get stairs. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get stairs there, I'm gonna curve around, and then I'm basically gonna make stairs again to go to that area in the center. So let's see. But I do want this to curve. Now, in this case, let's get something here that can get set in where I can... Right, I guess I gotta put a... something to lock door. There we go. That'll work. Get that set, and then we'll do... lock door here. Actually, there is one room I want to see about getting. So I'm gonna get myself screwed, and that is... where is it? Do I not have it? It's one that has the flip switch that basically moves the blocks up and down. I have it somewhere. Like, there's something new. What's that? Oh, I can do that, boss. I'm not gonna do that. Let's see. I'm trying to see where it is, unless I used it already. Okay, no, I didn't. Let's see. It's here somewhere. Unless they limit me on these things for certain things I can't put in here. Where is it? Hold on. Put the rupee room down here. I'll put this over here. I'll put this because I haven't seen that in a while. Right, because that's going here to here. That's going to go here to here. That's going to go here to here to here. And then I'm going to get the boss. Okay, we haven't done this as a boss. Let's do it as a boss. What's up? Okay. Oh, wait a sec. Okay, that's it. Okay, hold on, wait a second. Okay, so... Alright, so some of them have a connection that's not gonna go off. Alright, so let's get this here, hang on. Actually, I'll tell you, let me get rid of this then. Well, that's going there, but I need to see... So I'll go there. I'll put that there, but I'm also going to rearrange. Oh, wait, no. Can't move that, so hang on. Alright, so I gotta be careful on how I'm setting this. Okay, so I think I need to pull them from different dungeons then. Let's see here, hang on. Yeah, different dungeons are different. Oh, I see. No, that's not right. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's get a chest with stairs. Yeah, this is a little tricky. No, that's not right. Yeah, where's the thing I want to do here? Yeah, that'll work. We haven't shown that yet. In this case, we'll just go in a big circle. Or I can't put that there. Put that there, though. Well, yeah, why not? Oh, I need another one of those, so hang on. Okay, I curve this with a... Oh, there's no ladder there. Or no stairs. Yeah, I don't know. Let's take a look at that. Nothing stairs on there. Okay, so I need something coming from there that has that. So let's see, something that has that and stairs. Do I have anything? I think I'm gonna finish this, and I think I will do off screen for this in like a month or so. I think for this, I'll do it for the third tier. That'll be the compromise. I think that'll work. Let's see. Damn. All right, let's see. Hang on. Get that there. Let's put that there. Then that will go there. Now, that there. And now, can I get a one of these that goes out? Oh no, it connects there. I can't. Alright, so I have to have something up there with a chest that also does that, or I say, well, I think we're going to do this. That goes there, and now I need to get something facing down that has a stairs. How about this? And this one I'll put a review room, because one... Oh, hold on. Oh, shit, no. That goes there. Yeah, this is... Alright, so now it's turning into a little bit of a puzzle game. That's kind of interesting. Then maybe I gotta pull this up here. Now we put that there, what happens? That goes there. Okay. Okay, where's that go? Oh, that just goes... That's strange. Then, alright, I'm not gonna do that. Put this here. Let's get one of these. Okay, here we go. Okay, but I don't... Okay, I want something with the key, but I don't want... the stairs. Here we go. And then... that stairs needs to go to something. What if I say screw that and then just not have anything else in there? How about that? There you go. Now we're getting somewhere. But there's an unconnected exit where? Oh, I see. Oh no. That's fine. So in this case, then I'll just curve it around. I think we should be good. And as I go through this, I'll also go through schedule, but I need that, and then just get a dead end over here, or basically a closure. If I put that there, it's going to cause trouble, so don't put that. Yeah, we haven't seen the Shy Guys in Battle Knight. There you go. That okay, it took me too long to put that together, but there we go, we're all set. Okay. Alright, so here's how this is going to go. I'm going to go through this because this is the last of the second tier. So I went through tiers 1 and 2 of Dompe's shack. What I will do is I'll have an off-screen show for September 5th or 12th. Not sure which I'm going to put it for. I'm going to probably coin flip. I'll let you know in the next couple of weeks which one I'm going to put it for. I'll show the completion of tier 3. It'll be a little bit of a bite-sized show as well. I think that'll be the case. And as mentioned, the reason I'm going to do that is because, as I mentioned, I am not going to be here for those weeks because my brother's getting married. So in that case, I'm going to make sure I have some off-screen content for all of you. So yeah, my family comes first as far as myself, but also the Super Old Game Saturday family is, it's like my family too. It's like I'm not going to shortchange all of you. You've definitely given me a lot of joy, and I appreciate all the input you provide to the show. I really do. But not just me, it's other people come on, it's like, oh wow, like, you have a really good chat. Sometimes the question saying like, hey, when you have a show like this, are you going to be, I don't know, in a case of thing that, hey, there's a potential for abuse or something like that. And yeah, there is, of course, potential, yeah. In case where sometimes it's happened, although honestly, not too bad, really, just to give a sense of that. I mean, honestly, it's been more from certain guests of it at the end, which I'll get into in a second, because it's going to go to why we're going to Ocarina of Time again. But point is like, I always appreciate that, and that's why I call you the best chat on Twitch, because you also have great ideas, things you think about that I definitely don't think about. I'm not somebody coming on here saying that I know everything. I definitely don't. I know stuff I know, and I'll tell the stories, yes, and learning to read up, and when you ask for a game, I was like, let me look for stories here, find something interesting, find something about, Link to the Past saying like, oh, connects to Twin Peaks, who knew? I didn't know. Also need to try blocking this. Hold that ZR button, hoping I can block this. There you go, perfect. Yeah, I do appreciate that, and I said, well, so in that case, even when it's a case where I'm not going to be on for a week, it's like, yeah, I at least want to record something to have for you. And it's a case where I think it will work out pretty nicely as well. So, alright, tonight is the finale as far as us being on the show live for, Link's Awakening. I'll show the stuff with the Game Boy Color game as far as the last thing we do tonight. Again, but we got one more part that's going to be an extra. So it'll be like Shadow Hearts Covenant last year, which we ran in that case. This is going to be interesting. There you go, got him. Yeah, so for that case, I will have an extra part, but tonight is the finale of the game. But on either September 5th or 12th, if you tune into our YouTube site at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you'll find Tier 3 as far as I will show that off. I'll have commentary going on as well. Stuff to kind of go along with that, and yeah, you're not going to want to miss it. As far as, I'll also mention at the end of this, next time we come back to Zelda, I'll do that after the schedule. But yeah, because at the end of the show, we do schedules with what's coming up on the program. Because it's Super Old Game almost Saturday this week, so we're doing Friday, and we're not doing any second show. Tomorrow night is not going to be a show. This is our show for the week. But, yeah, with August starting in a couple of minutes at the time of this recording, August is going to be in full swing for next week, for our next show, which is going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Saturday on August 8th. That's going to be our viewer request for the month. We do one of those every month, which is the reason why I always say, like, hey, if you want to see something as far as it, let us know, and we'll pull off the master list, we'll go through it, but also your involvements. And we also want to let you know, like, hey, when the game is going to come up to make sure you're there, but also in case there's like, hey, you say you want to see a game, like, I don't know when I'm going to be able to do this as far as when can you be here as far as that, what's a weekend that might look good to you. It's like, we can schedule it around you if you want to, because that's what we, I know Leckverse and I have done that in particular for stuff he's wanted to see. And, yeah, I'm definitely willing to do that. As far as, our viewer requests, we do one every month, and in that case, we'll give you what you want as far as what it is, but also, I also prep it to make sure that, hey, I'm going to be ready for it, to show it the, I guess, competency of being played that deserves, especially as a game I'm not that familiar with. So sometimes it's a case where, yeah, you might ask for viewer requests over some time, and it might take a little bit of time for you to get to it. Yeah, I understand that. I appreciate your patience definitely for that, but I said, if it comes to me, you know, not doing the show right away, because it means that I can get it to you in a state where, like, I can have information, background on it, I can play it competently to give a sense of saying, like, if you love this game so much, or you have some kind of interest in it, you know, like, you want to see it reflected, I do take that very seriously. I basically want to reflect all of you out there in what you see on the show. So that in that case, you come and tell your story, because it's going to be very unique to you compared to what mine is. Mine might be prepping for the game. It might be a case where I might have not heard of a game like that, as far as something you might ask for by the time we do it. And that's the case with next week, because about 4 years ago, we played GoldenEye 007 for the first time. We're going to come back to that one as well next year, about, actually, August time next year, to celebrate 30 years of it. Leckverse in chat came in and you mentioned a game, like saying, have you ever played On the Ball for the Super Nintendo? I said, no, I've never heard of this. It's a game that came out in 1992 from Taito. It is actually the home version of Hamiltry. That's the name of it. I call it Hamiltree, going back in the years. That, I think, was wrong. According to the pronunciations I'm seeing online, as far as it is shown Camel-Try, like camel and try. It is in the arcade. It's an arcade game from 1989. We did show it when we played Taito Legends 2 last year. But for this one, this is the home version for Super Nintendo. And for this version, it is a pretty faithful port of the arcade game. But to sweeten the deal, on top of all the levels it gives you in the arcade game, it gives you many more on top of that. Some of which add new mechanics that were not in the game in the arcade. So, we're going to be playing through all of that content. That being said, I do still need to practice the last part of this. I also need to see where I'm going. I'm going this way. I need to practice the last stages of the Master Tier for the Special Courses. They're the last ones. All the other ones are to go through practice, going through them without too much trouble. The ones on Master for that, I was not able to do that when I was practicing. So I'm going to do a little more practice as far as it. Also, we get to that at the end, because we're going to go through them in order. They give you passwords after you go through each of the tiers. Because they give you 4 tiers to go through, and then they give you the next set of stages and a password to go along with it. We'll do the Master ones first, because we'll get to that last one, because when we get to that, if you don't get through that, you have limited continues going through that. If you get a game over and lose your continues going through that, any of the other challenges you beat, as far as the 4 of them in that tier, are reset. So I'm going to go through that one, because I can beat the other ones without problem. But I'm going to get that set, because I do want to show this game off. It's a terrific, kind of tilting ball puzzle game of sorts. It also has support for the Super Nintendo mouse. Actually, for that, I'm going to be live on camera for part of the show, and we show off the mouse. Show that after we go through the game proper. And also because I want to test something with my webcam. After we played Okami back in April for a scoping session, I had some tech problems with that. I want to look into that and see what I can do to mitigate that for future shows, especially when we come back to Okami. Because we're going to be live on camera for that game entirely. Then, week after that, we have our next scoping session. In August, we have Is in this case, you gotta beat this thing down. With Indiana Jones of the Great Circle, I'm gonna be playing it on Switch 2, sort of. In fact, let me beat this thing, and then I'm gonna briefly show. Yeah, step back, take your time. No, I want you dead. Yeah. Yeah, just go get him. Fantastic. Alright, so boom, he's gone. I think this is gonna be a good stopping point, honestly, for the Switch version, just because of this. Especially because of one of the rewards we're gonna get. Yeah, what show? Fantastic, thank you. Alright, so we're gonna get another, oh yeah, we'll get the heart piece. Alright, so that's 19, so we have one more. What are you here for? Actually, wait. Is it? Okay, no, it is. It just didn't take. Alright, let me just show this as far as we're gonna do next. Alright, so level 3. There are, let's see, it's 8. There are 3 other ones. Stair decisions, and there's 2 other ones. And the last one gives you a heart container. I will do those off screen. I'll come back as far as it, and I'll have that set for you. But, as I mentioned, for our scoping session, just to go into this, we're good, but I'm also gonna go in here. I'm gonna save. Okay. Yeah, because in 2 weeks, our scoping session is going to be Indiana Jones of the Great Circle. I did buy it on Switch 2. It was not easy to find a copy of this. Physical copies of this game are actually really hard to come by. Even on Switch 2, it came out a couple of months ago. But, I'm going to show it off. They'll show the intro of this game on Switch 2, and then I'm going to show the intro again. And we'll get a sense of what we're doing with this game running through it on an Xbox Series X. I want to give a sense of it on this system above anything else, as it is. And I love this game. There's a lot to it, so I kind of would love some input on what do you think is the best way to go. I want to go through every challenge and all the puzzles that I can, but it's going to take a while. I mean, I haven't even beaten this game, despite the fact that I love it so much, and I put a lot of time into it, because it's one of those games that I just want to soak in what's going on with it. So that's going to be a bit of a question, but in 2 weeks we'll have the scoping session. This is looking at Switch 2 start, but then Series X as far as it. And here over, by the way, is Camel Tribe, just to give a sense of that. That's the Arcade Archives 2 version, as the case. Also, since I did do save on this, I'm going to quit out of this. We're going to go to the Game Boy app to look at the end of Link's Awakening from Game Boy Color. Also, give a sense of the Gambari Koei collection. I did import that, because, God, I wanted that Goemon collection. Konami, please re-release this in the US, because only in Japan, because I'd love to see more of these games released over here and translated. That's how big I was like, I'm going to import this damn game for the purpose. Also, Croc, Legends of the Gobos, the Platinum Edition, it is started shipping from Rocket Games, finally. I've had this on order for a long time, as it is. But I did send him the case to him recently, just saying, like, hey, is it going to be shipping soon? Because you said it started shipping. And also, they announced a remaster of Croc 2 that's coming out later this year, in particular, just to get a sense of that. A week after Indiana Jones The Great Circle, we're going to have next part of Kudelka for PlayStation. Crusader 64 is joining me for that one. He's the one running it. We're going to continue our adventures as far as with Kudelka, Isant, and all of our friends that we ran into, and see what's going to happen as far as that. Start at 3 p.m. for that one. And then week after that is going to be our last live show for some time. I'm going to be looking at Sonic 3D Blast for its 30th anniversary. We're going to do things a little bit differently. We did play Sonic 3D Blast on Sega Saturn years ago. I kind of want to do that one again, but I also said, well, how about we take a look at a few things? Let's take a look at the Sega Genesis version, which we haven't looked at before. And also, let's take a look at a bit of the context of Sonic 3D Blast, which is a contentious game, for a couple reasons. On Genesis, it's contentious because it's the last game in the series that it got, and like, after Sonic 3 and Sonic Knuckles, is that really the best we could do as far as a finisher for that? And Sega Saturn was basically replacing Sonic Extreme, which is by the people who made Sonic 2 initially, but it was canceled due to a lot of difficult stuff going on as far as how that was. And one thing I also do is I'm going to load up a couple of suspend points for this. I'll explain in a second. I'm just going to load this to start, and then I'll complete this off, and then we'll go into this idea. But, I said, well, let's take a look at the idea that it's a remake of Flicky. Because that's what Sonic 3D Blast really, at its core, is. From Traveler's Tales, we made the Lego games, made Weakest Link on the PlayStation, and they made Mickey Mania. So I said, let's take a look at Flicky as well. I have the arcade version on the Sega Astro City Mini. I want to show that unit. I've wanted to show that unit that I've had for like 5 years. What can I do for this? I think I found the answer. And then for Sonic 3D Blast and Flicky on Sega Genesis, we show the Genesis version of Flicky in its arcade edition. I will show Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection from 360, run those two, and then I'm going to pull the Saturn out again. We'll take a look at Sonic 3D Blast once more on that system to give a sense of a full picture. Then I'm off on September 5th and September 12th. So on the YouTube site, we're going to have off-screen content going on for Tier 3 of the Dompe Shack from Link's Awakening from Switch, and we are also going to have content of me building myself up for Final Fantasy XIV, getting ready for our scoping session of that in January and Evercold releases. Then on September 19th or 18th, not sure on the day, but that weekend. And worth pointing out, I'll let you know the day that we're going to have them close to the show, or when I know in particular. And also the schedule on Twitch will be updated at the end of the weekend here, because actually I can't update for tomorrow. Others will show like, hey, we have a show tomorrow night. It's like, yeah, sorry, we don't have a show tomorrow night. I don't want to give people a false sense of that. But basically, you update that on a weekly basis so you know what we're going to have coming up, except for the off-screen stuff. That'll be on our YouTube site. When we come back as far as live on September 18th or 19th for our scoping session of Mass Effect. We're going to be using the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. That is also going to be a request of AG42. He loves Mass Effect. He said, this game is massive. I said, I want to do it. I said, you know it's really long. You know it's a bunch of games in the series. Like, I know it is, but I said, I don't think that should preclude people from saying, hey, they want to see a game. So, I'm not going to let it preclude them. I'm going to say, yeah, we're going to take a look at this, get a sense of a scoping session. The idea of scoping sessions, this is why I was coming up with this idea. I want to give people games I know are really long, but also I want to, I guess, combat the idea of people saying, like, no, you can't do this because it's too long. I said, well, wait a minute. What is a full play of this game going to look like? What would it look like for our show? And sometimes it might not be as easy to tell until you kind of sit down and kind of get your hands on it. That's how I am as far as how it is, I think. So let me figure that out, and we're going to be running Mass Effect to get a sense of that. I'm going to run that Legendary Edition running it through Xbox Series X. And then at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on September 26th, we have the next part, maybe the finale of Kudelka for PlayStation. But if next time ends up being the finale, given how long we're running on the parts, I don't think it will be, but if it does, I'll have something else for you. I'll figure if it comes to that. But we might be finishing Kudelka as far as that on the 26th of September. We'll figure that. And then we get to October, we have our annual Halloween block. We're looking at games that are themed for the holiday in some way or another in terms of theme or, theme in particular. It could be Halloween-based, or it could just be horror-based, or it could have some kind of connection that kind of fits it in. On October 3rd, Gemini96 in our chat tonight is going to start Bloodborne for PlayStation 4. So yeah, we're pulling a From Software game out. He knows what he's doing on that game. I don't. I have Bloodborne. I like it of what I played. It's not easy. And he knows it. He's like, I'm getting myself ready to do this one because he wants to start it up. So he's going to start that in particular on that weekend. And then on October 10th or 17th, don't know which one is going to be. If we need another part of Kudelka, we'll have one. And that will be the finale. I don't think we're going to need more than 4 parts of that. If not, I'm going to pull out Haunted House for Atari 2600. I got to start practicing that because I do want to give a sense of showing that one. Like, it's an Atari game. How hard can it be? Well, to be fair, I don't know it that well, but I said, I want to show Atari. We got to start showing Atari on this show as far as the 2600. I know that's a massive gap. It's a massive gaping hole in our coverage, and I want to fix that. That might be the best way to do it. And then also we'll show off Devil's Crush for TurboGrafx 16. A terrific horror-themed pinball game from Compile. It's on the TurboGrafx 16, but I have it on the Wii Virtual Console, so I'm going to show that one off. And then October 24th, I think, but I'll ask Electrus next time he's on the show. I think he'll be on next week for On the Wall, because I know he wants to see that in particular. But either way, I'll figure this. I pencil it in for that point, but I'll figure as far as it is going down, we pull that up. We have our scoping session in October. That's going to be Persona 3 FES on the PlayStation 2. We're running through PS3. But this is another franchise that runs really, really long, and a game that, okay, I don't know what to do on for this one. So what I'm gonna do is give a sense of what we're looking at here. I'm looking forward to doing it. On Halloween night, Crusader64 and I are gonna be around starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be playing Little Nightmares and Little Nightmares 2 for PlayStation 4 in the terms of Little Nightmares 1 and back to Pat on PS5 and PS5 native for the second. They're short, hard platformer games. I've never played them, so we're kind of going blind on these, but they looked really interesting. It's a little bit of a change of pace, so we'll be here on Halloween night for you, in particular. And then we get to November, we'll have Bloodborne continuing. Our scoping session, I think, is going to be Legend of Heroes Trials in the Sky with Castle 22. I'll confirm that, in a sense if that's going to be, or I might pull something else. It depends. I'll figure. That's a little up in the air. Also up in the air is the annual pre-Thanksgiving Disney game. I have some ideas I've been kicking around. Toy Story for Sega Genesis, maybe Super Nintendo because the collection's coming out. Toy Story 2, that's another one I know I was asked for. I said last year, I think I can do that for next year. I haven't been able to, I'm sorry. But I want to deliver that game right. I know I first wanted to see it, and he asked to see it on the Dreamcast. I have it on the Dreamcast, but the collection that's coming out that has the Toy Story Retro Collection, it has the PlayStation 1 version. I can at least get myself set to understand that, and I don't know, maybe I'll do Toy Story 1, and then next year I can get Toy Story 2 set and go through that. It's a classic game of 3D perspective, 3D platforming of late 90s. I actually never played it, so until I got the Dreamcast version, even then I haven't played it a whole lot. But I want to make sure that I'm going to go 100% on that one, because I think it deserves it, in particular. Another Traveler's Journey game, by the way. And they made the Genesis and Super Nintendo Toy Story game as well. That might be it. I don't know. I'm going to figure that. And then Game Show Showcase. That is our annual Thanksgiving show, or post-Thanksgiving show, I should say. 2 days after Thanksgiving, we always do a show like this. Take a look at a group of games in a theme or in a genre together. In this case, we're looking at game show games. I got some good stuff coming up for you as far as across a bunch of different consoles. NES, PlayStation, PlayStation 2. Actually, no, not PlayStation 2. I'm running through PlayStation 2, but PlayStation 1 and stuff on Wii in particular. We got Jeopardy, we got Wheel of Fortune, we have The Weakest Link, we have Double Dare. We got a lot of cool stuff. Not as many games this year, though. We only have 11 compared to like the 40-something we had last year. The reason I'm doing that is because for each of these games we're going to do is we're going to be playing through a full run of each of them. So for Jeopardy, for example, we're going to play a full game of Jeopardy. And then we'll go on to something else as far as how it is. And I have almost everything I need. There's one other game I'm going to pick up as far as adding that list of 11, which I actually first said, I thought there was going to be possibilities. Like, wait, no, I need to have this one. And it doesn't cost much, so that's the one I'm going to pull. I'll keep suspense on that one. And then in December, just to go on this quickly, because we do go long haul on this one, Bloodborne is going to be continuing. My gift to myself for December, I always do this, or more recently I've been doing this. Parappa the Rapper for PlayStation. I gotta start practicing that in particular. I might have an open show, and then also our annual Tetris show we do in December. It'll be Tetris Stack for Super Nintendo. We'll have Dolly Finn in chat tonight. We're gonna take a look at that. Again, we played it before, but we love this game. We're not letting 30 years of that game go. We're definitely celebrating that anniversary. Don't you worry about that. And then our last scoping session of the year is going to be for the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Montague K is going to be involved in that one. He wanted to see this. Another one, I said, how am I handling this? So I said, what do you want to do? I asked him, I said, do you want to come in on this one? Because he's been on the show before. And he said, yes. And I said, which ones are you looking at? He said, I will look at the original Xbox 360 version and the remastered version as well. So we'll kind of bounce around this. Kind of the way we're doing with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And we're going to run through Series X just like that. And in the case of Oblivion from 360, it's going to benefit because it runs 60 FPS on the Series X. We'll take a look at what it's looking like as far as the other one as well. Yeah, get some Bethesda love going on as far as how it is as well. And we have this stuff going on for next year. We won't always be doing a scoping session every month. We'll do them every so often, but we're definitely doing Final Fantasy XIV in January. And I will be coming back to stuff we did for scoping sessions from this year to complete those, particularly the ones I'm running blind on, which are going to be BlazBlue, Calamity Trigger, and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney to start. And I'll be alternating off, so I'll do BlazBlue 1 month, then Phoenix Wright, and like bounce back and forth because BlazBlue's going to be a while. That's a 12-part game in particular based on how we're going to run that, so I said we're not going to come back to that game every month, we'll come back to it every other month. And other stuff, of course, that you want to see, I've been taking those requests down. Keep them coming, we'll get to those games, I promise, and I'm going to definitely appreciate that. And thank you so much for joining us for sure. But As far as what we're going to be doing as far as this game, there are two things in the camera shop I did not show off. So, I set a save state down over at Richard's Castle. You have to have his gate closed in order to have this set. So you walk up here, you get this cutscene. This is exclusive to Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX that we were looking at here. Yeah, and I've named Zelda in this one too. Yeah, this is the cameraman, by the way, this little mouse guy. He says, I love taking pictures. When's Old Castle make a great photo? Yeah. Okay, now the context here also in stories that remember Richard from the Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls from Game Boy that came out of Japan. He says, like, yeah, go and get my castle back and destroy the enemies there and get me the 5 golden leaves so you can have the slime key to go in the dungeon. It's like, yeah, I'm getting started waiting. I want those leaves, damn it, and get them going on. Yeah, courage like this deserves a photo, though. It's like, okay, fine, we have a nice shot. Also, flashlight warning when the picture gets taken, but not gonna be too bad. You take a picture of me any angle you like. Alright, cheese. I'm not afraid, just decided to wait at home. Yeah, of course, yeah, yes you are. Although, he went on another adventure, so in that case, it's like, fine, let's go do that. Okay, so there's your photo. Now I'm gonna load this one up. In this case, we're going to the animal village. Here's Grandma Ulrira, or Grandma Yahoo. Yeah, she has a new broom. But if you come here after you've gotten the mirror, in particular, if you're going to the trading quest, you come in this room, it's usually empty. If we come in here... Well, you see the hidden Zora. Yeah, you can see me? You must have a magnifying glass. I'm not a troublemaker, I just want to live in peace. In this case, we're gonna get a photo. Hi there, it's me, the photographer. You say Zora is in the house? I have to take a picture of this. I'll call it I Found Zora. Yeah, cheese. Alright, so there you go. I just wanted to show that aspect. Also, since I promised I would do it... Let me pull out Mambo's Mambo. Yeah, and show the button limitations quick. I'm gonna go to the fishing hall here. I'm gonna briefly show that, and then... Oh, I didn't show the... okay, I'll show that also in the off-screen content. I'll show the hero mode of the Switch game. I forgot to do that. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this out. We're gonna go, and I'm gonna go do one of those things. I already robbed the place blind last time. I'll also show robbing, by the way, when I'm in that off-screen show, so I'll have some stuff to show you as far as how it is. I'll record that probably over the next couple weeks, along with the stuff for Final Fantasy XIV, because I have part of it set, but I don't have a little more of it set. I don't know if Kazatoy 2 and Crusader 64 and AG42 are going to be disappointed that I'm not doing for both weekends, but I said, you know what, I guess I'll get it this one. It's like, hey, give a little bit of variety, you know? And I do want to go 100% on this one. I feel like, yeah, I don't know, I don't want to shortchange on this either. I sort of showed the trendy game already when Marin came by, as far as how it was when we went on our date last time looking at this version. But I'm gonna go to the fishing hall. How did the fish look, buddy? It only cost 10 rupees. Let's do it. And then we'll go fight the nightmares, and that's gonna be the end of it. This one's a little different. In this case, you get that set. You only have 2 fish here, so in this case, though, you just keep hitting A button. You don't have to wait for him to, like, pull away. Just keep doing that and you're all set. Get to run. I'll only give you a 5 rupee prize for that one. You should try again. He also does say to you each time, like, he hears how you do it. So they do streamline this on the new version. Now, if you're going as far as getting these, you do want to get the big ones because they're worth more rupees, number one, and one of them does have a heart piece in his mouth. I think it's the one closest to the shore down there. A nice fish. Also, you only have prizes of 5 rupees for the tiny ones and 20 for the big one. Although, that big one over there, I'll try and go get it. Also, they don't, the other fish, they don't necessarily say, like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna discriminate too much. Actually, I'll be able to clean this place out, so we'll do that. It's a lunker. I'll give you a 20 rupee prize set. Okay, it doesn't do that because I guess I must have already gotten the heart piece off of him. As far as on this file. Actually, what happens if I try again when I have nothing here? This pond's all fished out. Why not try your luck in the sea? No. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen him say that. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna rewind now. I want to see something here. Oh no, I wanted to do that. I want to check this. Okay. Did I say that? Forget it. Run along now. Okay, that's new. I don't think I ever heard that in all the years I've been playing this game. That's the other thing. Also, even though I've been playing a game forever, sometimes the question of like, hey, what's my experience? And maybe find something new out about it. Okay, last thing we're doing. Fighting the final boss. Alright. So we fought the nightmares as far as how it was on the Switch version, but what about the original game? I do love this piece of music that plays as far as like the build-up. Yeah, you had to come here and disrupt our plans. Yeah, you never defeat us. Oh, yeah, I can. Okay, so for this, it does work the same way the other one did. I just have to remember what I gotta do. And for that one, I gotta pull the magic powder. And you're also seeing the swapping of the buttons that Gemini 96 you mentioned. So you have to stand right there. You gotta hit him a couple times. If I do run into powder, I'm gonna... okay, you only have to hit him 3 times. Now, for this one, I need to have the sword, I think. Okay, I don't need that now. Okay, this is like Aghanim from, Link to the Past, by the way. You'll throw the energy bolts out. Sometimes there'll be things you can't hit. And you won't be able to know until it shoots it out. And there's also a little bit of flicker, but not too bad. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that one that's in the star pattern, you can't hit that back. And it is random what it'll pull out. I'm gonna pull out the Rock's Feather, though. Oh, I also have Secret Medicine, so if I die, I can at least get a health recovery. This will be the end of the show, because I'll also go over the ending as well, and I'll also talk about next time with Zelda. This is the live case, but also reiterated on that off-screen show as well. Okay, we have oh no, it's Moldorm again. No, I don't want that. Yeah, remember also the sword is on a separate button, or is one of the selectable items. You have to remember that, and so is the shield. Yeah, the Switch version is definitely better in that regard, but as I mentioned, on limitation reasons, I understand why it's like that. In this case, I'm being totally reckless, too. Now, this one I need the Pegasus boost for. It's easier to hit him in this version with that, because you don't have to wait for him to throw it the way that you did on the Switch. Uh-oh. I mean, I have that medicine. I'm going to use the medicine if it comes to that. Alright, fantastic. Now, the last part of it, I'm going to run the boomerang. He's only one hit, by the way, the boomerang. In same case here, you don't need the arrows in this one. Alright, I'm going to take my medicine, I think, as far as this. Whoop. Oh, so this part's also one hit. Alright, I'm running out of health. That's fine. Actually, wait, I think I slice his eye, so... I hope it's not a case where I do need the arrows. I don't think I need it. Oh, crap. Don't... Oh, no, I have them. So why not... Alright, then just use it. So, alright, well, maybe you do need the arrows. Never mind. Shit, he's taking a lot of hits on this. I'm gonna run out of arrows. I thought there was a case you can, like, one-shot him with something. Was it... I thought it was the boomerang. There's a case you can... No, it is the boomerang. Never mind, got him. So use the arrows or the boomerang. I just missed him. Alright, this island's gonna disappear. Our world's gonna disappear, too. Boom, there we go. Alright, I'm going to show the end as far as this, because I also want to show the idea, like, the Windfish's cry in this one. Also, just what does the Windfish look like in this version. And also seeing my profile pic, by the way, for tonight, it is the owl from this game. Because every time I run something on Switch, I always show that off. Yeah, we defeated the nightmares, and thank God also I didn't die, because you go through the game undefeated as I did, both on Switch and also on this one, you get the full ending. I trust your courage to bring the nightmares back. Thank you. My work's done, and since I'm a messenger of the Windfish will wake soon. Yeah, they don't have that sound. I don't think the Windfish really has a sound on the Switch version, which I do like that. The I'm the Windfish. I speak in capitalized letters entirely. And if you talk to some of the statues around, you see that. And it's kind of a hint that, oh yeah, the Windfish is talking to us. We're surrounded by an island with people, animals, and the entire world. But the nature of dreams to end, and the nature of games to end. But as I said, we got a little more on this one in about a month or so now. Well, memories dreamland will live in the waking world. So I'm gonna call that island going backwards. Oh, it's waking together. Play the Song of Awakening. That, of course, being the Battle of the Windfish. There we go. So yeah, as we awake, yeah, Colin Island as we knew it, it was indeed an illusion. And that includes Terran. Yeah, we didn't see Terran tonight, really. And Marin as well. And the guys are throwing me up. I do love that shot. And also, I think just for some of the atmosphere this creates for the Game Boy line, and whether you're playing the original Game Boy version or this DX edition, there is an atmosphere it creates that's really nice. Especially for a portable unit. I remember many late car rides playing this game with my Game Boy Color light. It's like, oh yeah, I was totally into this. But also, by looking at it this way, you're also seeing the craft that this had on its original system, but also how faithful the remake was. Right, we are hearing the Battle of the Windfish as far as how Marin sang it. Yeah, we do hear the cry of the Windfish there, so yeah, the Windfish awoke and is going on to his next adventure. And same with Link, because yeah, the idea is that this did take place after Link of the Past in particular, so he's able to get his way back to Hyrule or he's able to get his way going feasibly now. And then we'll see what his next adventure is going to be like. As far as the next adventure with us on the show, I don't know. I do want to do something next year, as far as if I can. But if I can't, our next stop would be revisiting The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. James 64 and Gemini 96 will be involved in that, and the reason we're doing it is because, well, I want to celebrate 30 years of the game. That's number one. Number two, we had audio problems on part 4 that I would like to address. And also because the person I did that with the first time has been banned for the program, and honestly, I kind of want to wipe away most memories of any involvement with him on the show. We're pointing out any show that he was involved in Protorova, just to go to that. Any case of shows that he was involved or anybody on our band guest list, which is him, Nocturne, I hate to say it, she kind of did it to herself by, basically saying, like, oh, I'm going to be involved as far as this, but never contact me. I actually heard for it since January, as is the case. Tony Shimurda, that's another case of that. Blood Spice Moon, by kind of no fault of her own, but still, she's the case of it because the Protorova connection, so that can't happen anymore. And that's really it. I mean, and it's more than anything, the only reason I'll do that is because it's not an easy choice to make that, but also a case of like, hey, there has to be a little bit of respect going on, and Protorova gives absolutely none in particular, and Nocturne in her way doesn't give any either, but also in her case, it's a little more of a tragic case in hers because she's capable as far as that being better, and sometimes really wasn't. Tony Shimurda, it was an abuse case. I will go into that probably a little more at some point. I don't go on that one often in particular, but it wasn't actually on the show, it was actually stuff off the show. And the only reason I'm mentioning that is because we might come back to Majora's Mask and Shadow Hearts for part 4 of those in particular. Crusader 64 and I have been talking, so maybe we can justify a return to that for both those games to kind of wipe that memory away from him. It's as painful to him, maybe more so than my case as far as Protorova. But that's the idea as far as why we're doing it. As far as next Zelda, I'd like to do the Oracle games, but I don't know if I'm going to be set for those, and I want to do both. But also, if you are undefeated, by the way, going on that quick on this one, you get this indication. The idea is that since Marin made her wish in front of the Windfish and sung the song, it came true. She said, if I was a seagull, I'd fly all around and I'd sing. And let everybody hear my song no matter where I went. And the indication is that's exactly what happened. The development team would like to thank you for playing, and I would like to thank the development team for making this terrific game. Quick final thoughts. I go into it again in a month when I have the off-screen case as far as this, but this is a terrific game. I think it's fantastic. It has such a great atmosphere. It's such a unique style. It has a unique sense of humor and an offbeat charm to itself that is unique for Zelda. And it's something that still holds up today really well. Even as far as on Game Boy and Game Boy Color, even with the button limitation as far as how it is. But this Game Boy Color version has some unique stuff to it, particularly the camera shop, which I'm glad I was able to show off the rest of the photos. The rest of them are on the last part in particular as far as how that is. And I would recommend playing it. It is on Switch Online here as far as DX. For the original Game Boy game, you do have to get it on the Game Boy itself. Nintendo has never re-released it. They basically figured, well, we just released DX in particular, because they re-released that before it was on 3DS's Virtual Console before they shut the store down. It is on Switch Online, of course. If you have the base Switch Online plan, you can play it. And as far as the remake, that is on Switch. It's also worth pointing out, if you have Switch 2, it runs at a better frame rate with the patch it gives in particular. It's worth pointing out on Switch 2, you do need to go online in order to patch that game in order to even operate it on the Switch 2. So Nintendo took a game on Switch 1 that was not a game key card and turned it into one on the Switch 2, which is not the first time they've done that, as we saw with Pokemon Violet and Scarlet. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, that is unless you get its Switch 2 card version, which does have the game fully that way, and Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 as a couple examples, although then again, as I said at the beginning of this play, is every game on the Switch 2 technically a game key card because of the fact that in order to even authenticate the console to play it, you have to go online, which is, and I know why they do that. They had to do that for the purpose of people not leaking stuff. So the idea is that going back to the Grand Theft Auto 6 thing, leakers and hackers ruining things for everybody. So fuck you very much to all of you who might have engaged in that. But having said that, case of saying like, yeah, either way, I'd say it's worth playing the original game, but I think it's also worth playing the remake, and it's a faithful remake, and it is a lot of fun, and there's some nice extras to it. And I said, within a month, as off-screen content, I will have the rest of the tier for the Dompe Shack quests, and a couple other odds and ends going on as far as our show, as far as that. I think with that, though, that is going to be the end of Super Old Game Saturday for tonight. It is Super Old Game Saturday now, but we will not be on for Saturday. We will be on next week, as I mentioned. But thank you so much for watching the show. Thank you so much to Dolly Finn, to Cool Soap, and to Gemini96 for joining us in our best chat on Twitch tonight. I had a great time, as I always do, and you definitely make the show better just because of you being involved, and also how you're involved and how you enrich my case as far as it. I'll come on that show to show everything, but also you make me enjoy coming on because I don't know what I'm going to get, and also stuff that I know you're going to have, and I appreciate your support and also all of your passion. That's the idea. We have a passion, and we have that going on, and respect going on. I think that's the idea as far as that is. I respect you very much, all of you, and I want to show that idea, and I appreciate that you show that to me when we do the show, and it means the world to me, and I cannot thank you enough. So in that case, I think it's fitting to end on the screen of the development team. Would like to thank you for playing, and I'd like to thank you for watching Super Old Game Saturday this week, or every week, or any week as far as how it is. But of course, yeah, the fun is not going to stop as far as on this show. We're going to keep going, and our past shows, of course, are on our YouTube site, and this will be out in a couple days, as is always the case. And with that, thank you so much for watching the program. Thank you so much for joining us for our play of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening as far as all the live stuff. But one more shot next month, and I'm looking forward to sharing it with you. I'll bid you good night, though, and hope you have a great rest of your weekend starting now. A great week coming forward, and I will see you next Saturday, August 8th, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for On the Ball for Super Nintendo. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you once again, and take care, everybody.